45S41, I'm in the area of the suspicious vehicle, territorial drive.
10-4.
10-4, go ahead.
4933 Sam 14 for suspicion, 1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door, way over to the home. To the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
933, copy.
10-14, copy.
4933 additional.
Go ahead.
According to the RP, residents have been out of town since before Christmas. Now there are Christmas presents out front, a dog inside, and what looks like possibly bodies inside, a gun laying on the floor inside.
Copy.
Want me to start medics?
You can start them. I'll be en route in about 1 minute.
Receive. Wait, Anthony, you can put me on that call. Just 10 minutes when I'll have comments later.
Sam 14 is 7 medic stage.
Yep. Of the residents where the bodies are is 1051. 1051.
Sam 14, I'm out.
10-4. 1305.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Stand by, man.
10. 4920, I'm out.
934, send me the ramp, so I'm out. 49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
There's several obviously deceased bodies in the front. Why don't you give us 1033? Wait for 34 to get here and we'll make entry.
1033 traffic for 4900 squad. All others go to TAC 10. 1033, 4900, 1307.
1034, still on.
Separation.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Do you have our CSO come with his catch pole as well? It's a very angry dog inside.
10-4, 49 Charlie, 1 copy, I'll clear you.
4933, rear slider is unlocked, slightly ajar.
Copy, rear slider, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Charlie, 1 copy.
33F2.
31st 2.
Okay, just let Apple Valley know if they get busy with pending calls, we can help out.
10-4.
Copy.
4934 76.
10-4.
3517, I copied. I'll take care of it.
10-4, thank you. 49 Sam 14.
We're going to make entry as soon as CSO can get here and near this dog.
10-4. 3211 for 3 vehicle, 1050, display and pilot. 11, I copy. And they're pulling into the gas station. 10-4. 1350.
34 is C1 on the main. Go for C1. Winter 20. Right around the corner. Alright, when you get here, bring your pole out and back. Copy. 4934.
4934.
Be making entry into the house.
I'll be making entry. 10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
First floor search complete. 3 obviously dead. We're in the basement.
10-4. First floor search, now in the basement.
4934.
4934.
We're code 4. Let's just keep the channel for a little bit.
10-4, code 4, keeping the channel. 4934.
Go ahead.
Can Alina clear, or do you want them in?
Sorry, Alina can clear.
10-4, Alina clearing.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
Page out all investigators and go to our PD. I'll be in contact with 901 here shortly.
10-4, page out all investigators.
34. We don't need to block off the street. Just put your squad there.
45 I'll be in the area. I go here in PDF.
10-4, 1338.
Well, I'm also in the area.
10-4.
49 Sam 14.
49 Sam 14.
When you get BCA call, have them call the number on my login screen, please.
I guess first let's go with your conversation that you actually had with the father and where everything got lost in translation after that.
Yeah, just to expand on that, it was the August of 2015, after the murders, I attempted to reach Anjum Alam, the father of Komel and Sidra. And later that afternoon, I got a call back, and certainly enough, it was Mr. Alam, confirmed that it was him, and it certainly was, and we spoke for 35 minutes. A nice guy, easy to talk to, was very pleasant. We had offered, he had made the comment that if money wasn't an issue, he would look into hiring an investigative team, and do some research to bring to what really happened here in this case. I had offered directly on the phone and said, at any time, if you want to do that and give us the green light, we'd help you with fundraising efforts or whatever would need to be done to do that, to bring the truth out. But he was very pleasant to deal with. I enjoyed talking with him, and he's very, very nice. Sidra, in communicating with her, the younger sister of Komel, also did reiterate that the family opened up their arms and accepted David in and had good times with him. Sidra said David, in fact, taught her to drive. They had hung out and watched marathons of the television series The Office, and had a good time. When David and Komel came to visit in Texas, the mother, Nyla, would make Arabian food that David loved. She would cook for him, and David and Anjum, the father, would play pool and talk and hang out. And so they all got along just fine. There had been some rumors or discussion that the family, in the media, now the media had always said, I guess from the day one, that David was at odds with the family. The Alams were not pleasant, not happy with their daughter marrying a white veteran Army military man from the United States. So I never got that perception myself. From what I heard firsthand from the family, is that they got along with David just fine. They may not have agreed on everything, but they had agreed to disagree if that was the case, and moved forward. So I'm not sure where the rest of this is necessarily coming from, but we have always, on both of the Justice for David Crowley pages, one was the group and one is the page, as Anjum, I think, would be a good, important key to this case if he were to come forward and express his views. But I'm not sure where it came into that anyone was slandering or going after the Alam family, or whether it be Nyla and her cancer treatments, Anjum with his background and what how he's been involved in this entire thing, but he's been kind of out of the loop. But so far, we've been on good terms with him since day one. And the only thing that I remember when things went not bad, but when he started not trusting anyone, was Judy Prochnow, the neighbor of the Crowleys, contacted me and said that the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that. Now, if someone did call Alam, Mr. Alam, and say that they were Danny August Mason, or maybe it was him himself, and got Mr. Alam confused with that aspect, that certainly may be the case. But the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that.
We know this. Bohemian Grove is going on right now. Its final day is this Sunday, and they are doing occultic rituals, having orgies, having homosexual sex. And the issue is it's the Republican leadership doing it. Not everybody that goes there is bad. Not everybody, there is a Satanist, but it's a way to induct ruling class people as the doorway into the deeper cult. But even John Ronson, who snuck in with me but made me promise, the guy that wrote the book, Ministeric Goats, that got made into a movie, he wrote them. He made me promise not to say he was there because of liability. He could have gotten sued. He, I, and Mike Hansen stuck in. I had to not put a lot of the footage in to my film because it was John Ronson there with us. But I put Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove out, and he was there. He saw it with me. He saw the big photo on a tree of Henry Kissinger. There was Secret Service nearby, so I couldn't get the camera hidden and get footage of it. Dressed in drag, doing something sexual.
We're not on the property, sir.
No, you are on the property.
No, I'm not. I know where the property line is, sir.
Okay. Yeah, as long as you're not past the fence, right?
Yeah, we're not on the property line. We've been here 4 years. We make sure that we're very respectful, and we make sure we're not on the property line.
Am I going to be famous?
No, sir. There they are, talking to the sheriff there, trying to kick us off the property line. We know exactly where the property line is. Sheriffs have already told us where the property line is. And we're going to respect that property line. Hello.
How's your day going?
My day is going great. How about you?
Good.
All right.
There's just a request to move to the other side of the road. Would that be okay with you, sir?
Sure. Why not?
Sounds like a plan. Thank you.
If you could, would you mind answering one question for me? Please? Pretty please?
You can try.
I could try?
You
Okay.
can try, yeah.
Well, we were just wondering, I had spoken to a deputy sheriff 2 weeks ago, and I had asked them why they are guarding the Bohemian Grove property, Can you shed any light on that, or
Just doing my job. Okay.
they paid you for that? I mean,
So thank you for moving to the other side. I'd really appreciate it.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been told by many sheriff deputies that that this is the property line and we can stand here. So.
Okay. But he was saying where you're standing belongs to a different property owner.
Right. Right. So is there someone that I could talk to, a sheriff deputy or a sheriff maybe, and find out why the sheriff deputies are guarding the Bohemian Grove? What would be the best way? Contact Sonoma County Sheriff's Office,
Yeah,
I
you
guess.
can try that route if you'd like.
Oh, sheriff deputies are always nice to us every year.
Well, we're humans too.
And we do appreciate that. And we are too. We're not trying to be disrespectful or trying to, cause trouble or anything. So.
What's your plan here today? I haven't met you before.
No, and actually, I haven't seen you here before.
Okay, I'm Caroline.
Yeah. I'm Greg.
Greg?
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Are you part of a group or
No.
just private citizen?
Yeah, just citizens.
Yeah.
We're just trying to figure out what's going on here, and so far haven't gotten too many answers. So we'll be here till we do.
But it sounds like you're aware of the trespassing laws, correct?
Well, I am aware of what the sheriff deputies have told us where we can stand and where we can't stand.
Okay.
So.
Just as long as the person who owns the private property where you're standing doesn't complain. If that person complains, then you might have to move to where your friend is.
I would have no problem with that. No problem.
All right, Greg, take it easy.
Thank you very much.
This is not some moral judgment of this, not because I don't make moral judgments, but because get past that and just look at it for what it is. Blackmail. Even Spy Magazine, even People Magazine admits huge problems with HIV at the Bohemian Grove back to the 70s, back to the early 80s. Just huge, bizarre behavior with former presidents, prime ministers, British royalty, Dutch royalty, female prostitutes down the road at the hotels, 2,700 acres with just men having sex with each other. This is to compromise people. And it's going on right now.
And they're still discussing how they can kick us off of this property here, but they can't. So we're good.
Same thing at Skull and Bones, homoerotic, worshiping the devil. And every culture that goes downhill ends up worshiping a dark entity. So whether you believe it's real or not, the elites do believe in the devil. I've been there inside for 5 hours, and I thought it was like a stupid devil worship play, except the men were raptured. They were dead serious, more focused than I've seen people in any holy roller church that I've attended.
They were trying to kick us off of the property and tell us where the property was. I know exactly where the property was.
This is the property line
here. Yeah. Well, the deputy never answered my question about, why they're here. All she said was, I'm just doing my job. That's it. So, and you have these, you got Dumb and Dumber here. Who are just basically, I don't know what their job is, what their purpose is here. Yeah. So.
We're just here to shut the press down, and that's all we're doing here is exercising our First Amendment rights to capture footage in public. I mean, it's not like we're trying to bum rush the fucking event.
No, they're just being douchebags, basically. They want to kick us off, kick us out, but you know, we've been here for four years now.
Yeah.
And we know exactly where the property line is. It is a little weird that if you look at the, I don't know if you can get a shot of that, of the deputy, get a shot of the deputy and the guard and see how closely their uniforms look. Their
Right, you
uniforms
can't tell
look
the
almost the
difference.
same. So that's a little weird. But we're not going to be intimidated by any of these people.
Yeah, so they got the sheriff out here.
Two sheriff deputies. Two deputies out here. And the question is why? Well, I'm just doing my job. We're just doing our job. So, oh, you keep doing your job. That should not be your job, to protect a private
Well, yeah, their job should be to
club.
expose the people that are sacrificing things here and meeting in secret under the Logan Act in clear violation.
Yeah, and I do wonder who's paying for that, and if the county has a problem, if the citizens of this county have a problem with that.
Right.
Why should they be paying for the sheriff deputies to, you know, guard the Bohemian Grove? I think they have a lot of better things to do. So that's another question we have.
Well, we're not being belligerent, so we're just here covering.
No, she was nice. The deputy was nice. Like I said, most of the deputies are really nice to us. They have no problem with us. Take it easy, man.
Yeah, again.
There's not. I don't understand why you need two deputies out here either. I think that's a little excessive, but I don't think you need any. I don't think you need any deputies.
That's the taxpayers' money right there. Going to work for the Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I guess they think they control the world, so they can control the cops.
I don't think they're as powerful as they think they are.
No. I mean, if we're out here, they're powerless.
Yeah.
Hopefully this will be a testament to the rest of the world to do what we're doing, and hopefully they'll do a better job.
Well, maybe there's too much funding. Maybe the sheriff deputy, maybe there's too much funding. Actually, I think he's trying to show us his badge, you know? Oh, ready for action. Are you ready for action?
I mean, these people were hardcore serious, and their eyes were on fire during the mock human sacrifice of a child. And we say mock because it appeared to be mock. People say you're covering up. Look, look, they found dead kids in the area. There's been a lot of weird stuff. You talk to the locals, it's like one of those vampire movies from the 60s, with Peter Cushing. And, you know, he's trying to talk to locals. They won't talk to him. I mean, it's like that. It's very Transylvanian looking, too.
Three. Oh, we got 3 deputies here. Okay. Wow. 3 deputies, 2 people. We are popular. That's tax money well spent. Your tax dollars hard at work. Let's have a party. 3. 3 sheriffs. 1 security guard, actually. 3 sheriff deputies, it should, to be accurate.
pick someone up. Hey.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a worker, one of the cooks, I think. Or no, servers. Servers wear red, cooks wear white, I think.
Mark Day, I'm on the guest list.
Anthony Hilder, bro.
Anthony Hilder was okay, but I met Mark Dice literally like right here. And he was just standing there, you know? And I got to talk with him, I got to chat with him. Oh, that was cool.
Conceived at the Groves Clubhouse. If this is just a vacation spot, why did Senator John DeCamp say that in the 1980s that boys were sexually abused and shot child porn in the Bohemian Grove? That's not an internet rumor, that's a former senator. John DeCamp said that Paul Bonacci and other children were taken into the Grove in the 1980s and sexually abused and shot child porn by one of the groups in here.
There must have been. They wanted thousands of people here, and we only got maybe a couple hundred or so. But to me, that was still good.
This is my,
cool.
my favorite protest sign. My beer shop.
We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it.
So this is where the 2012 Occupy movement had their little festival. That was actually my first time coming out to the Bohemian Grove. There's a bunch of people in the fucking trees right now.
I think it's a guy and his dog or
No,
something.
there's another guy over there.
Oh yeah, two people.
So it was a trip, dude. Like, everything was here. Left, right, center, whatever.
Cindy Sheehan.
That we couldn't go in the street because they don't want anybody to get hurt. My response was, people get hurt every day because of those people up at the Bohemian Grove.
Right!
They should be protecting us from them, not them from us. We don't have any riot gear.
Right!
We don't have any guns. We don't have any helmets. We come in peace, but they don't come in peace. Sorry. I was going to go like,
Which side are you on, officer?
Mark Dice.
Cindy Sheehan was here. Mark Dice was here. Anthony J. Hilder was here. Deborah Tavares was here.
She was here too. Yeah.
It was like this massive group of people, all just meeting together.
We're just like you, you're us. We're you, you're us. We're all the same. We're all the same, officer. We're all American citizens. And for you to defend and protect the Illuminati elite is wrong. You have an oath. You swore an oath to defend and protect this nation from tyrants, foreign and domestic. Do your job, officer. Follow your oath. Visit the oathkeepers.org website and enlist today. Please don't take our guns when they give you the order to do it. Please don't take us to the FEMA camps when they tell you to take us to the FEMA camps. Let us be. We do not want war with you. We are your brothers and your sisters. We are you. You are us. You are citizens of the California Republic.
Back to what I was saying about the unity. There was left and right converging on the Bohemian Grove together as one. Not separate, not Democrat, not Republican, just people. Cindy Sheehan comes from the far left. Some people say she's a communist. Whatever. She's anti-war, she's anti-drone strikes, she's anti-Bohemian Grove. Rituals where they decide on future events for the world. And every single politician that was here, she was calling them out. She was like, well, you guys are here meeting in secret and whatnot, talking about what's going on, in the future of the world and whatnot. And she was just one of those people that spoke out, I guess from the left voice, but the voice reached everybody, left, right, center, whatever. you know, and it was that unity that we had for a moment. You know, everybody met here. There's a big giant festival that, you know, booths. There's booths all up on the side and back of us here, everywhere. It was like everybody was working together. And then the year following, 2012, 2013 came around, and it just disappeared. Where'd it go? You know, where'd Occupy go? You know, they knew that the Federal Reserve was screwing everybody over. Maybe that's why Occupy got infiltrated by the George Soros crowd. You know, I could be wrong. Oh yeah, they're just talking about golf and the latest sports scores. Yeah, probably. But they're also, you know, doing what Adam Smith said. They're conspiring against the public. You know, rarely do we meet for merriment and enjoyment, but when we do, we create a conspiracy against the general public. And that's what Adam Smith was trying to say during those meetings. You know, when those types of meetings happen, yeah, it's a world stage, everybody's on the stage, but you have actors, you have players, you have people that make things move. And when they meet in private, that's when, you know, they conceive these ideas. Okay, let's start World War II. Our Project for New American Century, which was prior to 9/11, you had Karl Rove here. You had a bunch of people that were involved with the 9/11 attacks coming here. Donald Rumsfeld is allegedly a visitor of this club as well. And Donald Rumsfeld was one of the guys that led us into the war against Iraq and also in Afghanistan, saying that, you know, they harbored and helped Al-Qaeda terrorists, which we know to this day is not true, because Saddam Hussein was actively fighting against Al-Qaeda and terrorist people. And I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to lionize Saddam Hussein or make him sound like he's a good guy, but compared to the new dictators that they are trying to install in Iraq to keep the instability going, I mean, I guess Saddam Hussein was a saint, more or less. But at the same time, he killed a bunch of people, you know, with his chemical weapons that he acquired from the United States. You know, so it's like, well, look at the receipts. Where did you get the chemical weapons from? You know. So again, it's just this cabal, I guess you can say, of elite people meeting together for 2 weeks throughout the year to basically decide what the next step for the New World Order is. And if you don't believe in the New World Order, well, that's you. You know, there's plenty of statements out there of them declaring a New World Order and talking about it. I mean, George Bush, September 11th, 1991, clearly said we need a New World Order to combat worldwide wars and poverty and all that type of stuff, with this grand utopia idea of, yeah, peace on earth. Peace on earth for who, though? For the elite? To keep us enslaved? Keep us locked under the Federal Reserve System? It's even a legend that the Federal Reserve not only was conceived on Jekyll Island, but also the rich and famous industrialist tycoons met here as well. So the Bohemian Grove goes back to the late 1800s. This is not a 20th century, 21st century type of thing. This is, you know, dating back to the 1800s. So there's a lot of history here. We're here to do what we can do to expose evil. And if small voices like ours can be heard, I'm pretty sure your voice can be heard as well. So step up to the plate, be strong, be bold. Nothing can stop you. And that's pretty much all I got. Let's take a trip down to the gates and see what we can see. guy in the white truck has been kind of eyeballing us.
That might be our donut guy, actually.
And watching us and seeing what we're doing, so we're already under surveillance pretty much.
Yeah. That looks like the same guy that tried to give us donuts 2 years ago, and we refused. And yet, this year, we wanted to give him donuts, and he didn't want them. Didn't want to take them.
They didn't want them.
So the real question is, what are they doing here?
Yeah, so these are all here from the county of Sonoma. It looks like the county is actually paying for the security here.
Not only that, they're paying to have a...
We have the county sheriff here as well.
They got a speed.
Yeah, they got the speeding sign, so I guess if you're coming out of the Grove and you're drunk, watch your speed.
I wonder if I could run that, actually. You think it would mark me if I... 2 miles?
Probably. Probably got a camera in it. So again, you can see here we got the Sonoma County.
Oh, here they come again.
The Sonoma County.
Let me try to get them on film.
Yeah, so here comes that white truck again. The guy kind of scoping us out and taking a look and whatnot.
We're gonna ask them what's going on here.
He may or may not say anything.
Probably will. Looks like a nice guy.
Yeah, he looks like a nice guy. He's creeping up and down the road. So.
Yeah.
Probably got a good shot of us too.
Hey guys.
Wow, guys.
Hey, how's it going? You don't want to talk with us?
EG01219.
No? Ah.
So they're recording us as we walk up to them. So we got good footage of us. I'm sure they're going to use the NSA data bank to see who we are. I'm sure they're over there taking pictures of our car. So there they are. So yeah, we're being watched.
They're gonna come back again.
We barely even made it halfway there. So hopefully they don't do anything funky to our car. No one's at the car watching it. Again, countless no parking anytime signs.
Yeah. Sonoma County. Yeah. County of Sonoma. Another guy.
Then we got a guy coming out of the woodwork, riding back of us. Some hippie dude.
Oh, where'd he come from?
Walked out of the trees.
I didn't see that guy. The shuttle.
Came out of the forest.
There's another shuttle there. Okay, so now we're entering the Bohemian Grove property here. We're not entering the Bohemian Grove property, but
we're not gonna break any laws. We're just here.
but we're on the line here, and you can see the Bohemian Grove is still going on.
Yeah, the parking lot's full. As you can see, I don't know how good you can see into the forest here. I'm gonna try to zoom in.
Yeah, it looks almost just as full as it was 2 weeks ago. So it looks like there's just as many people here as there were 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there's someone walking in the forest over there.
Oh, good. Well, there are workers.
Might be the security guard.
Yeah, there are. You're gonna see that there's the security guards, which are friendly. All the people are friendly here. It's not, you know.
Yeah, generally the people here are usually pretty nice.
Yeah, they are.
You never know, could just be another front.
Even we got a blue jay or something here on the tree. But,
yeah, so here's the sign here. I'm not gonna break any laws and trespass. That's the no trespassing sign, so we got that. Basically, if you go past this barbed wire fence here, it's
yeah. So you can see.
We're not here to violate any law.
No.
We're here to expose people that park.
It's nice to have multiple languages, though. Somebody tore that down. Still here.
Pretty sad this year. No one else made it.
Still has a cell phone inside. smoker. Why they would park this here still
Probably
open
recording
for debate.
devices in it.
Could be. So we got one.
Talking about it.
Greetings.
No, they said there's two guys out in the front taking pictures.
Is this the final day? No, tomorrow's the final day. It's almost over. Sure, you've seen a lot. It's been a long 2 weeks, I'm sure. What are they doing?
Hello. Ready for another round. Ding, ding, ding. Hello. Thank you.
Trying to record you guys? Yeah, no, what does it matter?
I don't know, I guess it's just like, it's one of the craziest ones. We went to Governor Vargas.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, we went to, just to go cover. I guess the memo got out. They all just stayed quiet. Security was moving around, videotaping us.
We're trying to find out.
Yeah. Some bigwigs.
They got 4 now. There's 4 here now. I've never seen that many.
Yeah.
This is taxpayer money.
Yeah, no, that's the taxpayers. I mean,
And
there's
this is
some
private. I mean, this is private property.
Yeah, some guy in the local town's getting his house robbed.
Exactly.
There's no police. Sorry.
They're
We have
here.
to get back to you. They're all at the Bohemian Grove.
Well, I was even asking him, like, why are you guys here? And she just said, I'm just doing my job. Well, didn't the Nazis say something similar?
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't tell her that, but
Yeah, the secrecy. It was something.
yeah.
I mean, you know, we do this every summer, trying to get as much information.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going
Yeah,
on.
I mean,
That's
you know,
that's
if they're open about it, I wouldn't even be here.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be all watching on fucking TV. You know, oh, it's on the news. New TV. You know. But since it is doing that, it's like, yeah, there's the security guys. Sometimes they come up in here. When we're here in 2012, there's security guards up in the trees, right here on the side and whatnot.
You know, you got some big wigs here with atmosphere.
Right, yeah. Right.
Did you see the video of the ceremony?
Yeah. That's what piqued our interest. But I think the allegation. But it's not.
I heard for a while women weren't allowed in here.
There's allegedly a female version of this stuff.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I'm sure she's part of it. I can't remember what they're called.
Richard Nagel is a real guy, and Richard Nagel is the guy who was allegedly supposed to kill Harvey Lee Oswald before Oswald killed John F. Kennedy.
Life's a trip when you're begging to live. You wanna give 110, they want you to give in. I hate sin, don't pretend that I'm better than men. Done a lot of bad things that I'll never forget. Every day I wear scars, didn't learn from the burns. Didn't think of giving up when it wasn't my turn. Every time I fall down, face first in the ground, I see another false flag and a king uncrowned who got.
There are still many questions, many answers that we are seeking. And with your help, and as long as you don't give up, I'm sure we will find out what the truth is. What really happened to Philip Marshall? Did he really kill his 2 children, kill the family dog, and then kill himself, as the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office has told us? And that is the main question. And what do they base their findings on? How much evidence do they have? Where is their proof? Show me the proof. Well, there isn't any. Little to no proof. Little to no evidence. And the fact that the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office came to this conclusion so quickly should make everybody think twice. Is this just another day in paradise, or is there more to it? We're going to be talking about that right now. I'm going to be reading a couple quotes from a chapter of my next book, False Flag, Philip Marshall. This is something Philip Marshall has said. The official version about some ghost, Osama bin Laden, in some cave on the other side of the world, defeating our entire military establishment on U.S. soil is absolutely preposterous. The true reason the attack was successful is because of an inside military stand-down and a coordinated training operation that prepared the hijackers to fly heavy commercial airliners. We have dozens of FBI documents to prove that this flight training was conducted in California, Florida, and Arizona in the 18 months leading up to the attack of 9/11. That's from Philip Marshall himself. Philip Marshall understood that 9/11 was a false flag event. He wrote 2 nonfiction books about 9/11 and the lies surrounding it. But he also wrote a fictional book titled Lakefront Airport. According to his Facebook page, False Flag 9/11, in Lakefront Airport, quote, Marshall writes a contemporary historical fiction based on actual events, including his early flying experience at Lakefront Airport, his relationship with the CIA, Barry Seal, Pablo Escobar, and the notorious Medellin cocaine cartel. End quote. In his early life, Marshall was a contract pilot at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans, Louisiana. He was raised in New Orleans, the same city where on March 1st, 1967, District Attorney Jim Garrison arrested Clay Shaw for conspiring to kill John F. Kennedy. As a pilot, Marshall was involved in many government operations. Then one day he decided to kill his 2 children, his dog, and then himself, without a motive and without a suicide note. Someone within the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office concludes that the deaths of Philip, Alex, and Michaela Marshall are the result of a double murder-suicide, immediately ruling out the possibility of a triple murder. The authorities' conclusion is reached within hours of finding the bodies in Murphy's, California. In the words of Han Solo, I've got a bad feeling about this. Another independent researcher looking into the false flag of 9/11 is dead. I got a chance to visit the small town where this alleged double murder-suicide happened 1 week after the incident occurred. After visiting twice, it's clear to me that many in the small town of Murphy's have their doubts about Philip Marshall killing his 2 teenage children, his dog, and then himself. Murphy's is a small town full of local business owners, retired military personnel, wine connoisseurs, bikers, and of course, Freemasons and members of the Order of the Eastern Star. Surely in a small town like this, news travels fast. I knocked on the front door of the Masonic Hall, hoping to get a comment about the tragedy. I guess no one was home. There were 3 cars parked in the parking lot, though. Some type of church or temple was attached to the two-floor building where weekly meetings are held. I assume the people inside the hall know as much about the Philip Marshall case as I do, but assumptions are not facts. They're just unanswered questions. I was warned not to involve or question the Masons or the Order of the Eastern Star members in the Marshall murders. But when the spirit moves me to do something, I usually will. To be clear, I was not accusing the Masons or the Order of the Eastern Star of being involved in the murders. I just had a feeling that if I ever did speak to the right Mason, I would get some answers about the Marshall deaths. There is a Masonic building just about every city and town in America. It's their job to know what happens in their area. At least in my opinion it is. I have been told that I am wrong and no one knows anything about Philip Marshall. Okay. I took a walk down Main Street and got a chance to talk to some locals from the town. I was told that people in Murphy's were still in shock and trying to cope with what happened, but many had suspicions that Philip Marshall and his children were murdered. How did you know about Philip Marshall? I was asked. Oh, I read books similar to him, I responded. Be careful, someone from the town warned me. I asked, do you think he did it? There was a slight pause. While recognizing the many questions surrounding the case, this person found it easier to cope with the ordeal by thinking Marshall wouldn't do such a thing. This person also understood that there was something wrong with the official story of 911. The same person understood the risks Marshall was taking in challenging the official story. After I told this person that Marshall had basically expressed some concern for his safety, and we discussed a little bit about the World Trade Center, I got the general feeling that this person had the same doubts as me and many others. There were questions as to why no neighbors reported hearing any gunshots or any suspicious activities. It's possible no one communicated with Philip Marshall or his two children for 2 days before some of the teens' friends found Mr. Marshall lying in a pool of blood inside his house. I couldn't find Marshall's last 2 books, The Big Bamboozle or False Flag 911, in the local bookstore. More copies are on the way, I was assured. I realized I wasn't the only one asking for his books. I still have not found a copy of Lakefront Airport, but I know they exist somewhere. And of course, since the writing of that, I have found a copy of Lakefront Airport, and I have read it, and I did some videos on that too. 4 years ago, Philip Marshall, under the username Flyer82, posted on the truthmove.org forum about his first nonfiction book, False Flag 911. Marshall wrote, 1. My agenda as an airline pilot is to find the culprits in the attack against my fellow aviators. 2. To reopen hearings with witnesses under oath and to uncover FBI files and the blacked out portions about the Saudis in the congressional report. The official story. Philip Marshall allegedly shot his 2 teenage children, Alex Marshall, 17, and Michaela Marshall, 14, his dog, and then himself, inside his home in Murphy's, California, while his estranged wife was out of the country. The last time some friends heard from Alex or Michaela Marshall was on Thursday, January 31st, 2013. On Saturday, February 2nd, 2013, at 3:10 p.m., concerned friends of the 2 teenagers called the CoronaVirus Sheriff's Office after knocking on the front door of the Marshall home. Through the front door window, they saw Philip Marshall lying face up on the floor in a pool of blood. Deputies went to the residency on a suspicious circumstance welfare check. The 2 teenagers were allegedly found on the couch next to each other. They also found the dog deceased in the master bedroom. It seemed clear to me that Philip Marshall was associated with many black operations in the 1980s as a Learjet captain involving the Central Intelligence Agency. A former guest on Coast to Coast AM, Marshall's biography for that site states Marshall has researched 30 years of covert government activities, a revolving door of Wall Street tricksters, media moguls, and their well-funded politicians into every branch of our government. Post 9/11, Marshall has led a comprehensive 10-year study into the technical plan used by the 9/11 hijackers and is the leading aviator expert on the September 11th attack. The same bio also describes Marshall as a former government special activities contract pilot. The Santa Barbara Review's article on the alleged double murder-suicide stated, the veteran pilot confided that he was concerned about his 10-year independent 9/11 study, and most recent book since they pointed to the Saudis and the Bush intelligence communities as the executioners of the attack that defeated all U.S. military defenses on September 11, 2001. Marshall said he knew his book might cause some people to take issue with him. The coroner in the Marshall case told reporters it did appear as though Alex and Michaela were sleeping when the bodies were found. A forthcoming toxicology report will show if Marshall or his two children were drugged. The story of Philip Marshall continues after his death. It should be easy to prove whether or not Marshall fired a gun that day. If he didn't, then perhaps he did not do what he is accused of, obviously. If someone or a group of people suicided Philip Marshall or murdered his two children and dog, then I would call that a professional hit. While I have my doubts about the suicide and murders, I cannot prove that Marshall was suicided, nor can I conclusively say that he was guilty of a double murder-suicide based on the little evidence we have been given. The investigation into the alleged double murder-suicide begins with the assumption that there is no foul play. The investigation is built around this conspiracy theory. In The Big Bamboozle, Philip Marshall writes, as a former operative in the group's notorious covert missions, including Iran-Contra and the sting of Pablo Escobar, I recognized that this smoke rising over Manhattan might add a major piece to my large jigsaw puzzle of evidence. Philip Marshall's first wife, Ann Coluner, told the Union Democrat she did not believe Marshall was a contract pilot. She believes her former husband provided a taxi service for Barry Seal, a man who worked in Black Ops smuggling drugs in and out of the country for the CIA and DEA. So how much did Coluner really know about her ex-husband? In the same interview, she admits that Marshall was not always honest with her when it came to his travels with Barry Seal. He'd be in one city and tell me he was in another, she told the Union Democrat. Coluner, who lives in Louisiana, was also surprised at the allegation. I don't see him doing that without being in an altered state. Philip Marshall began flying at age 15. The young pilot's first flight instructor was his father. On 9/11, after the second plane struck the World Trade Center, Marshall's father called him from New Orleans, a city where Philip was raised. From his Santa Barbara home in Northern California, Marshall picked up the phone. "Phil, thank God you're home." Marshall's father added, "There's more planes missing." In Richard Clarke's gatekeeping book, Against All Enemies, Clarke wrote that on 9/11 there were more than a dozen planes missing that day. As Marshall watched the event of September 11th unfold, he began to make connections between the terrorist attack and the fictional book he was about to publish called Lakefront Airport. Even before 9/11, Marshall had a sick feeling that America was in deep trouble, that a group with this new Bush administration, just like the old Bush administration, was an incredibly dangerous, brazen bunch of well-connected, well-educated ideologists. They were on a power trip similar to others in world history, but as far as I knew, this was the first attempt by what our founders had labeled domestic enemies to overthrow the Constitution and place America under their own absolute power. Many news reports were quick to echo what the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department claimed. Philip Marshall killed his two teenage kids, his dog, and himself. What we know is that there is no motive for the allegation, and we know that this conclusion was made the same day that the three bodies were found. The family dog was found in the master bedroom. The two kids were found sleeping on a couch in the front room, 6 feet away from each other, and Marshall was found face up near the couch in a pool of blood with his gun next to him. The biggest conspiracy theory here is the one that the police have come up with. Calaveras County Coroner Kevin Raggio said the two teenagers, Alex and Michaela, appeared to be sleeping. Joel Metzger of CalaverasEnterprise.com pointed out it's highly unlikely Marshall could have shot one without waking the other. Metzger reported that Sergeant Chris Hewitt was asked about this. Hewitt responded by saying he could not comment on it. It's part of an active investigation. But I thought they had concluded their investigation when they determined that Marshall was guilty of a double murder-suicide. Perhaps the investigation is still ongoing because the police have no motive, no suicide note, and no indication that Marshall fit the profile of someone who murdered the two closest people to him, his own flesh and blood. Some would say that Marshall did this because of the separation and future divorce of his second wife, Shawn Marshall. That is a theory to which there is no evidence. Critics point to a December 2008 dispute Marshall had with Sean and her sister Erin over the custody battle of the kids. Philip Marshall was accused by Sean and Erin of slapping Erin at the Forest Meadows home. Marshall was detained, not arrested, and eventually released. A month earlier, in November, Philip Marshall hid in the shower of his house with a video camera as Sean entered the home and allegedly stole a bottle of 6 20-milligram pills of Cadian, a very strong opiate. The police were called out and eventually arrested Sean Marshall, charging her with petty theft, trespassing, and possession of drugs without prescription. The charges were dropped on September 28, 2009. When asked by police why she took the pills, she told them she hid the pills in a tree and planned on giving them to her lawyer. A divorce hearing was scheduled for February 25, 2013, almost a month after the deaths. Sean Marshall filed for divorce on October 2012. Though the police have no motive, and it's possible they never will, there are theories that one of the reasons why Philip would kill his kids is over the divorce. Again, this makes little sense considering the age of the children. If Philip Marshall was as close with his kids as friends and neighbors claim, then he didn't have to worry about losing his teenage children in the custody battle. Alex was 17, almost an adult who could make his own decisions as to where he wanted to live and why. Though Michaela was 14, I believe the judge would have asked her where she wanted to reside, with the mother or father. And both the parents don't live that far from each other either. Since the two teens went to a high school near both Marshall residences and were active in both social and sporting activities, there's little doubt the teens would want to finish high school at Bret Harte Union High. Philip Marshall was heavily involved in the school activities as well. So for me, the if I can't have the kids, nobody can theory is weak. Very weak. Bob Friel, security guard at the gated community at Forest Meadows, told the Union Democrat, "I would never have guessed anything like this." He describes the Marshalls as a normal family. Bret Harte Union High School's assistant principal, Kelly Osborne, is quoted as saying, "It just doesn't make sense." A neighbor named Mike Brown described Mr. Marshall as a dedicated father, and Marita Calloway of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors said Marshall was very involved with his kids. Joel Metzger of CalaverasEnterprises.com reports that Calloway also said, quote, "The actions don't match the person we know," and, quote, "he loves his children." Next door neighbor Carolyn Greenwood said, "I knew him long enough to know he was a regular guy. He was a good father, always there for his kids and a helpful neighbor." Marita Calloway, who also lives in the gated community, Forest Meadows, told the sheriff's captain that she truly felt somebody came in the house. While visiting Murphy's soon after the incident, Wayne Madsen learned that a side door was open when the bodies were found. The same day the bodies were found, the police released a statement claiming the reason for this murder-suicide is unknown at this time. So where is the motive provided by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office? They have none. The people who live near Philip Marshall and communicated with him have a hard time believing Marshall would kill his two children. There is no suicide note and no motive. Also, no one heard any gunshots between Thursday, January 31st and Saturday, February 2nd, 2013. On February 3rd, Sergeant Chris Hewitt made it clear that the police investigating the crime do not believe there was foul play. Quote, "All evidence and information at the scene confirmed that this was indeed a double murder-suicide, and there was no evidence to suggest there was an outside party who entered the house and committed a triple murder." I hope part of their evidence is gun residue found on Philip Marshall. Of course, the police can't even determine the time of death. They can only theorize on that too. It happened sometime between Thursday and Saturday. The autopsy results by Calaveras County Coroner Kevin Raggio confirmed what we already knew, that all four died from a single gunshot wound to the head. The toxicology report, which would not be released for a few more weeks, was expected to shed some light on what really happened to Marshall and his family. Until then, I don't see how anyone could have concluded this was a double murder-suicide. I believe Marshall, his two kids, and the family dog were murdered 1 or 2 days before the Super Bowl, which happened to take place in Marshall's hometown of New Orleans. There is just as much evidence to suggest foul play as there is to suggest a double murder-suicide. Yes, Marshall had a Glock 9mm registered in his name, but where is the ballistic evidence to prove Marshall fired the weapon? Even then, How could police rule out foul play the same day the bodies were found? On February 19th, Wayne Madsen told Alex Jones of Infowars.com, police said even before they had finished investigating the case, they permitted professional cleaners to come into the Marshall home to clean the premises. After that, there were 2 sets of vehicles seen at the Marshall home still conducting the investigation after the home was professionally cleaned. Madsen, of the Wayne Madsen Report, was in the town of Murphys right around the same time I was. On February 13th, Shawn Marshall and her sister were at Bret Harte Union High School near Murphys for a special ceremony for the 2 slain teens. The sister, Erin, gave some type of eulogy, and Shawn gave the closing statement. It's not clear if either 2 women think Philip Marshall was guilty or innocent of this crime. Shawn was quoted as saying by Joel Metzger, "Being in Turkey and getting this news, it was almost unbearable. When I heard of this devastation, there are no words ever to explain the emotions, the hurt, the regrets. I couldn't hear God at that moment. I couldn't hear his answers. Why? Why would you do this? Why them? Why me? Hug everyone. Love everyone. Be kind." Well, why blame God? Why not blame the ones who murdered Philip Marshall and his 2 kids? Shall we just trust in what the police say? Should we believe without evidence that Philip Marshall murdered his 2 children, his dog, and then shot himself on the right side of his head? Wayne Madsen was in Murphys the same day as the ceremony. That night, on February 13th, Madsen told Infowars Nightly News host Jakari Jackson, quote, "That evening, somebody tried to break in through a sliding door at the back of the residence. It's quite clear that Marshall had something that somebody wanting. Marshall's past brings us to Barry Seal. Barry Seal's wife once said that her husband flew the getaway plane out of Dallas after John F. Kennedy was killed. It's believed that Seal began flying for Black Ops missions in the 50s and hired Marshall in the 80s after Seal lost his pilot's license. Marshall told Coast to Coast that many of the contract pilots did not know what their planes were carrying. Both Seal and Marshall were involved in smuggling arms and drugs into South America. Barry Seal had ties to David Ferry, who was also a pilot at one time. In 1967, David Ferry was questioned by District Attorney Jim Garrison about his involvement in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Ferry lied to Garrison about his whereabouts on November 22, 1963. Soon after Ferry met with Garrison, Ferry allegedly committed suicide. On February 19, 1986, Barry Seal was shot multiple times while attempting to exit his car. Seal was going to testify that George H.W. Bush was involved in smuggling operations. Barry Seal may have been involved in what is known as Operation 40, the alleged hit team that was ordered to kill JFK on November 22, 1963. Philip Marshall's fictional book Lakefront Airport is about Barry Seal and his CIA-connected smuggling operations involving contract pilots. According to page 152 of Philip Marshall's last book, The Big Bamboozle, quote, "Barry had some wild encounters with the world's most dangerous people. That included cocaine kingpins and intelligence community assassins." In Marshall's only fictional book, Lakefront Airport, he told the tales of Barry Seal's dealings and eventual sting on the notorious Pablo Escobar, as well as Mr. Seal's early days of smuggling marijuana and explosives and his dealings with Ollie North and George H.W. Bush's secret operations south of the border. On page 153 of The Big Bamboozle, Marshall refers to Barry Seal as his former boss. "The third man from the left is my former boss, Barry Seal. This picture was taken in Mexico City on January 22, 1963, at the La Forma nightclub. Of the picture," Marshall writes, "here may very well be the founding members of the Intelligence Community's Special Activities Division. This photo was taken 10 months before President John F. Kennedy was gunned down in Dallas. Some independent investigators believe that this was the assassination team, nicknamed Operation 40, that pulled it off." My trip to Murphys. My friend Patrick Henningsen of 21stCenturyWire.com said Murphys is probably the most picturesque town in Northern California. Well said. Wayne Madsen confirmed everything that I learned on my trip to Murphys and so much more. If not for Wayne's excellent work, I might have reserved some judgment for a later date. It's clear to me that many people in the town of Murphys do not believe the official story about Philip Marshall. I hope this revelation will help them consider that 9/11 was an inside job, as Marshall believed. He made direct ties between the hijackers, the flight training they received in the United States, and the Saudi Arabian government. It's believed the Saudis and others financed the terrorist operation that killed over 3,000 people, spawned 2 unconstitutional wars, created the Patriot Act, and made room for the NDAA legislation, where the president could detain anyone for working with terrorists, whether they are citizens of the United States or not. Due process died on 9/11. Even worse, many believe due process died a long time ago. On February 19th, Alex Jones told the Infowars.com audience, I talked to Colonel Marshall of the Defense Language School, different Marshall, by the way. He said, all I know is Muhammad Atta trained in my class. When Philip Marshall saw the second plane hit the World Trade Center, it would set him on a course to discover the truth about 9/11. He came to realize that the Osama bin Laden killing on May 2nd, 2011 was a farce. Philip Marshall was not killed because he wrote a book on 9/11. Many people have done that. Can we prove he was killed as part of a black op? Not at this time. Yet we know Marshall had dealings with black ops, and that he knew a lot of key players in the Iran-Contra scandal and the sting of Pablo Escobar. One of the questions I have is how Marshall's children felt about their father's books. Apparently on Michaela's Facebook page there's a link to her father's books on 911. Finally, we have a tie-in to more gun control. This time, the high school where Alex and Michaela attended has created a bereavement fund that includes a scholarship for future students. One of the considerations for the scholarships is the students' view on gun control regulations in the community. This is a quote here. A bereavement fund for the siblings has been set up at the U.S. Bank branch in Angels Camp. Donations can be made out to Alex and Michaela and mailed to the bank at 580 South Main Street, Angels Camp, California, 95222. The donations will go towards the memorials and a student annual scholarship for Bret Harte High School. The funding will consider students who are involved with the promotion of mental health awareness and gun control regulations in the community, according to the organizers. Students were told instead of paying admission to that Friday school dance, they could donate to the bereavement fund. While I am happy there is a bereavement fund to honor the 2 teens and to help out other students, I am disgusted that the organizers would use such a tragic event to promote more gun regulations. With all the surrounding questions, what is the big picture here? What is the Big Bamboozle? Philip Marshall answers that in his book, The Big Bamboozle. Quote, the big picture was emerging as an empire, with a confederacy of domestic enemies attempting a coup, a revolution against the United States. Phone interview with coroner Kevin Raggio by Chris Gordon. Chris Gordon, investigative researcher and We Are Change San Francisco member. The last facial expression is essential in determining the state of condition that the person was in when they died. Chris Gordon. Investigative researcher Chris Gordon from We Are Change San Francisco spoke to the coroner of Philip Marshall and his 2 teenage children. Chris Gordon called Calaveras County Coroner Kevin Raggio this Tuesday to ask some questions about the conspiracy theories surrounding the alleged double murder-suicide. To allege is to declare without proof, says John B. Wells, former host of Coast to Coast. The first question Chris asked the coroner was why the neighbors didn't hear any gunshots. There are 5 houses within close vicinity of the Marshall home. A neighbor across the street said he heard 2 suspicious noises on Friday night, February 1st, 2013, one day before the bodies of Philip, Alex, and Michaela Marshall were found. The Marshall house sits on a ridgetop facing the Stanislaus River Canyon. Mr. Raggio pointed out there's a lot of driveway in front of the house, which is about 30 or 40 feet off the road of Sandalwood Drive. In response to why neighbors didn't hear any gunshots, Raggio told Chris, you have to walk past the garage to get into the house. The house is all double-pane windows. So with the doors closed, you've got a big garage there, number 1. That's going to insulate the sound. You've got a big, substantial front door on the house. All dual-pane windows. You're not going to hear much. Sergeant Chris Hewitt of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office came to a similar conclusion, where he was quoted as saying, The houses are not very close together, and if they are well built and insulated with all the windows and doors closed, the shots would have been muffled. The coroner told Chris that gunshots, quote, would probably be more louder towards the front of the house. In the front of the house, there's nothing in front of them but a remote river canyon and probably nobody for 20 miles. Raggio also mentioned the neighbor across the street from the Marshall home who heard 2 suspicious noises on Friday night. There was a neighbor that did hear something strange that night, Raggio told Chris. The neighbor across the street heard something that got his attention, but him being in his house and the shots going off inside the Marshall home, you probably wouldn't notice. The neighbor, Jeff Woods, heard something strange twice in the same night, but didn't specify if the noises sounded like gunshots. According to Joel Metzger's article, Woods was in a downstairs room with the television on in the background when I heard an unusual noise. I stopped working and went upstairs, turned the lights on, and looked around. I didn't hear anything else, so I went back downstairs. Not long after that, I heard another strange noise. I muted the television and listened for a second without hearing anything else. When Chris Gordon asked Mr. Raggio if he thought Wood's comments had any credence, Raggio responded, "Yeah, why wouldn't it?" Exactly what type of strange noises did Mr. Woods hear? "The last facial expression is going to be marked on your face," says Chris Gordon. Chris Gordon then steered the conversation towards the 2 teenagers. Both Alex and Michaela were found on a U-shaped couch, a couch that was most likely removed from the home on Super Bowl Sunday, apparently sleeping. Chris asked why the gunshots did not wake up one of the children. "That I don't know. That I don't know at this point. That's something I'd like to think that they didn't hear. I don't know if they did or didn't. The first one probably didn't hear anything because I suspect they were probably asleep. So maybe one of them did hear. I don't know." The last facial expression is essential in determining the state of condition that the person was in when they died. Raggio echoed what police have been saying. "As far as I know, there was no silencer of any kind." Kristen wondered how one of the 2 would not wake up to the sound of a gunshot that was a few feet away from their ears. "Do you find that suspicious at all?" "No." Chris clarified the question. "You don't find it suspicious that a gunshot wouldn't wake up a child?" "Well, I don't, in looking at the scene. I mean, yeah, it's mysterious in my mind, but I don't find it suspicious. As far as, it makes me wonder, Like I said, it's mysterious. It makes me wonder, if one of them heard anything. But do I find it suspicious? I don't find it suspicious. I don't suspect that from what I can see. It is what we determined it was, murder-suicide. Who is they? Or did the coroner simply misspeak before he corrected himself in saying we determined the cause of death? How many people does it take to determine the cause of death? From my understanding, only the coroner determines this. Not they or we. We could have meant the assistant coroner. The next question was if there was a suicide note found at the crime scene. The coroner responded, "Not to my knowledge, no. My job is to determine the cause of death. I don't deal with the criminal aspect of the whole thing." The autopsy determined that all Philip Marshall, Alex Marshall, and Michaela Marshall and the family dog died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Raggio confirmed it's his job to determine the cause of death. Is it possible someone was helping him decide what happened here? At this point, I don't know. Mr. Raggio believed this was a double murder-suicide. It appears to be what it is. Chris then asked about the evidence for the double murder-suicide since there was no suicide note. "Well, one thing I can tell you, and then you'll probably have to get the rest from the sheriff's office, but when you shoot yourself, you're standing up. There's a considerable amount of blood splatter that goes in every direction. The blood splatter, unless somebody was floating, they would have, in my mind, had to have tracked in the blood splatter." Marshall was standing up when he allegedly shot himself? "So from your determination, it seemed like Marshall was standing up when he shot himself," Chris asked. "Probably, yeah." Kevin Raggio doesn't believe a foreign country like Saudi Arabia staged the deaths to appear as a double murder-suicide. I've heard all these conspiracy theories and all this other stuff. In my mind, if you're a foreign country, for instance, and you're coming after Philip Marshall, you'd send somebody in. I'm Italian, so I'd send for the boys in Sicily. They'd come in and, you know what I mean? It'd be like Sopranos. The boy from Italy would come, and he doesn't give a damn if it looks like a murder-suicide or not. They're going to put bullets in your head, and they're going to leave. That's going to be it. But in this case, why would you go out of your way to stage it as a murder-suicide? According to a Santa Barbara View exclusive, Philip Marshall expressed concern for his life, but he wasn't worried about a foreign country. He was more concerned about people inside the United States. And here's a quote from the Santa Barbara View. During the editing and pre-marketing process of Marshall's book, he expressed some degree of paranoia because the nonfiction work accused the George W. Bush administration of being in cahoots with the Saudi intelligence community in training the hijackers who died in the planes used in the attacks. Chris Gordon thanked Mr. Raggio for his time and for answering the questions to the best of his ability. I'm not an expert, Raggio told him. I just happen to be the guy who was the coroner there. He said the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office is doing a very thorough investigation in light of the conspiracy theories so forth. I know they've taken some extra steps, and you'd have to ask them to elaborate on that. That's about all I can tell you. Chris Gordon has assured me he's going to keep asking questions about the strange anomalies in this case. Chris is not satisfied with the official story given to the public. Neither am I. How about you? In the near future, we will try to find out more about these extra steps the authorities have taken. Chris Gordon noticed the autopsy report can be purchased for $10. He asked Raggio, is it possible that we could purchase an autopsy report for Philip Marshall? I think you could, probably, eventually, yeah. It's not available as of yet? Not yet, no. Do you have an idea of when it will be? At this point, no. Chris Gordon has worked at 5 different mortuaries. He's seen a lot of dead bodies up close. He says part of the answer to this case could be found on the facial expressions of the deceased. It would be very easy to determine if one of the kids were woken up by the gunshot going off 6 feet away by their facial expression, Chris told me. It's easy to tell if someone was sleeping when they died. Their eyes would be closed. That was probably how they were able to determine so quickly that the children were sleeping. If they appeared to be sleeping, they probably were found with their eyes closed. But what if someone just changed the facial expressions after killing the 4 family members? I asked. I'm a mortician, Chris told me. I make people's shocked and traumatic faces look like they're sleeping. It's a process. But surely a professional or professionals could have manipulated their faces to make it look as if they were sleeping, right? If it was done, it would leave a trail. You'd be able to determine that, he told me. 1 month later. 1 month after the alleged double murder-suicide, there was no clear motive for the allegations against Philip Marshall. I became impatient waiting for the toxicology reports. Chris Gordon explained to me, in cases like this, where there's a suspicious death, the coroner has to remove the vital organs, take samples, and then send them off to a lab to determine whether or not there were drugs in the system of the deceased. As we waited for the toxicology reports, we still didn't know if the police could prove Philip Marshall fired a weapon in the final days of his life. A ballistic test would quickly determine if Philip Marshall fired his 9mm Glock pistol sometime between January 31st and February 2nd, when the bodies were found. The coroner believed Marshall was standing up when he shot himself. Marshall was found in a pool of blood, lying face up. If Marshall shot himself, then fell to the ground, he would have head wounds to help prove that. But the body has since been cremated. Here's a quote from Philip Marshall's book, False Flag 911. Even if I'd had no other reason to investigate, my airline family deserved an honest account of the attack. I might add that we also deserve this because 9/11 has been used against us ever since, in a running nightmare of contrived bankruptcy, draconian working conditions, and hostile management. Last media release. Police promised that the latest media release would put to rest conspiracy theories about a triple murder in the Marshall case. We waited almost 2 months for their evidence to be released to the public. Evidence that included the coroner's autopsy results, the toxicology report, and hopefully paraffin and ballistics tests. Also, people wanted a motive for the theory that Philip Marshall shot his 2 children, the family dog, and then himself. Sergeant Chris Hewitt confirmed there was no suicide note found at the residence. So the question is, how did the police come to the conclusion that Philip Marshall was guilty of a double murder-suicide? Here's a quote from Philip Marshall on Coast to Coast. "There's definitely a movement going on. It seems like they're planning for something. They're definitely hooking into the counties, local police departments. It's gonna be one big federal eye watching us when we should be watching them." It's Philip Marshall, Coast to Coast AM. Investigative researcher Chris Gordon and the host of Hard Talk, Walter Bradley, traveled with me back to Murphys, California, exactly 1 month after my first trip to the small town. Our mission was to give the people a closer view of the Marshall home and see how far apart the neighbors' houses are. We learned of a 5K run in honor of Alex and Michaela Marshall on Sunday, March 24th, 2013. We spoke to locals in the area. Most of them did not want to talk to us, but a few would. We visited the Marshall house and saw a car in the driveway, 1 box outside the front door, a vase with 2 flowers in it, writing on the front door, and a few empty rooms. We saw freshwater puddles in front of the house and a hose wrapped around the front porch railing. Philip Marshall's silver Volvo was still parked in the driveway. Chris Gordon and Walter Bradley knocked on the front door, but no one answered. Here's some of my notes that I took. A small white porcelain frog sits in front of the front door. On the white door, someone wrote "Love Wins" inside of a big heart. Looking through the front window, you can see all the way to the back porch. A long hallway with hard glass floors leads to a living room, where a black couch faces the back porch. A glass table and black chairs are near the couch, and it's possible some things were removed from this room. Cleaning items were also visible through a nearby window. Behind the living room is the kitchen area. Some of the bedrooms are probably on the level below, and at least one room on this level, the highest level, was empty, except for one white blanket on the floor. The neighbor, where Wayne Madsen took the first photograph of the Marshall house, did not answer the door either. Comparing Madsen's photograph to what the 3 of us saw, not much has changed between the time Madsen was there and when we arrived almost a month later. The barbecue pit and the porch wing had not moved since the photo was taken in early February by Wayne Madsen. There were 2 versions of the media release sent out by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office on Super Bowl Sunday, February 2nd. A 3rd release was supposed to be available sometime around March 22nd, according to what Sergeant Chris Hewitt of the Sheriff's Office told Chris Gordon over the phone. The new media release should include a toxicology report. We hope tests have been done to determine if Philip Marshall fired a weapon before he died. More answers will be found in the police report and testimony of what the friends of Alex and Michaela saw when they went to the Marshall home on February 2nd, 2013. From the media release above, we know the eyewitnesses saw Philip Marshall lying in a pool of blood. I would also like to know if the eyewitnesses saw Alex and Michaela sleeping on the couch as well. The first 2 media releases describe how the police found the Marshall children, but not if the eyewitnesses saw the Marshall children. Independent researcher Dan Hennon found a blog about 3 family members who went to the Marshall home on February 14th, 1 day after Wayne Madsen witnessed someone breaking into the Marshall home. Hennon found this information. 2 family members and a friend of Marshall's estranged wife reportedly entered the home and rifled through drawers and boxes of papers in the garage in search of something. Forest Meadows Homeowners Association President David Turner was alerted to their presence and told them they had no permission to enter the premises. Turner also remarked that they were, quote, making quite a mess. According to a neighbor, the estranged in-laws claimed they were looking for bills that had to be paid. On March 20th, Dan posted in the Facebook group Justice for Philip, Alex, and Michaela Marshall. I was able to get through to David Turner today. He was a president of the association for 3 years and is now the treasurer. I asked him if he could clarify a little further into what happened that day when he had to tell the family members they didn't have permission to be in the home. He responded with, "I'm not interested in getting into that." Now the coroner told Chris Gordon that Philip Marshall shot himself while standing up, quote, most likely. Would that mean Philip Marshall shot himself while standing up and somehow the gun fell under him as his body hit the ground? Because one report claimed the gun was found underneath Marshall. If Marshall was standing up, then the coroner should find some wounds from the impact when Marshall hit the hardwood floor after shooting himself. An employee at a local business told us that Marshall was right-handed and grabbed stuff off of the shelf with his right hand too. This person saw Mr. Marshall sign his credit card receipt with his right hand. We asked for the video that showed which hand Marshall signed with, but the employees said they only keep surveillance videos for 30 days. The space between the Marshall house and the neighbor's house is important as well. Calaveras County Coroner Kevin Raggio told Chris Gordon, quote, "You have to walk past the garage to get into the house. The house is all double pane windows, so with the door closed, you've got a big garage there, number one. That's going to insulate the sound. You've got a big substantial front door on the house, all dual pane windows. You're not going to hear much." I agree that the houses are not very close. There is a long driveway that leads down to the Marshall home. If anyone heard the gunshots, it should be the neighbor next door, the house to the right of the satellite image of Marshall's house. When we arrived to the area, the home next to the Marshall residence was for sale with the sale pending sign. I'm not sure how long the house has been on the market, and it could have been before or after the tragedy on Sandalwood Drive. The writing on the door is the creepiest thing I saw on my trip back to Murphy's. A few people have mentioned that I may be making too much of someone writing "Love Wins" on Philip Marshall's front door. But what do you think? Did love win? I think as long as we keep searching for the truth, love wins. If we ignore the questions that surround the Philip Marshall case, I don't see how love wins. Wayne Madsen told Alex Jones of Infowars.com that Philip Marshall was estranged from his wife, but it was very amicable. The 2 trips to Turkey are interesting. Though the Marshalls' first divorce hearing was set for February 25th, the couple had recently traveled to the country together. Interviewed by Jakari Jackson on Infowars Nightly News, Madsen spoke about Sean Marshall's relationship with her husband. The estranged wife was actually in Turkey, Madsen tells Jakari Jackson, on a trip that Phil Marshall arranged because he was trying to set her up in an import business to import linens and soaps, especially soaps and saffron from Turkey. Her background was in buying such things once for Nordstrom department store. So it wasn't that it was an acrimonious divorce, they were very friendly. He was trying to set her up in business so she'd have something to do. Okay, I'm going to read Philip Marshall's obituary. Philip R. Marshall, Philip Randall Marshall, 54, died tragically along with his son Alex, 17, and daughter Michaela, 14, at their home in Murphy's, California on February 1st, 2013. Phil was born in New Orleans on August 2, 1958, the son of Carl Marshall of Covington, Louisiana, and the late Catherine Olson Marshall. He is survived by his father, his brother Robert C. Marshall, and his sister Virginia Marshall Morgan and their families. A memorial service will be held at 3 p.m. on Friday, March 29th at the Lakefront Gazebo in Mandeville, Louisiana. Phil spent his early years in the New Orleans area. He was a graduate of Mandeville High School on the North Shore, where he was an all-star receiver. He briefly attended Southwestern University at Lafayette and worked offshore before pursuing his passion, flying. Phil worked his way up from a student pilot to instructor, then to charter pilot on Lear jets until he was hired by a major airline. He progressed to become a full captain on jumbo jets, flying around the world for United Airlines. Phil lived in Dallas, Miami, Chicago, San Francisco, Lake Tahoe, Santa Barbara, and Murphy's, California. He was a devoted father to his children and spent many hours on the ball field as a Little League coach. He was a lifelong diehard Saints fan, attending games as a kid, starting from John Gilliam's opening day kickoff return for a touchdown, through the Billy Kilmer, Archie Manning, Saints and Drew Brees days, and culminating with the thrill of the Super Bowl victory in 2010. Phil even organized and flew the free Sean Payton plane last summer and fall. Phil authored 3 books that he self-published, and he definitely was not afraid to tackle extremely controversial subjects. That was published in the Times-Picayune from March 15th to March 17th, 2013. Sergeant Chris Hewitt's third press release on the Marshall investigation became available on March 29, 2013. The release was designed to shed light on the evidence against Philip Marshall, who is accused by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department of a double murder-suicide. Allegedly, Marshall shot his 2 teenage children once in the head, shot the family dog in a bedroom, then shot himself on the right side of the head near the front door, with the gun upside down. The police claim the gun was upside down when Marshall shot himself, where they say, quote, "The Glock handgun was sent to the California Department of Justice Crime Lab for fingerprint analysis and is scheduled for DNA and ballistics examination, result pending on the DNA and ballistics. The fingerprint analysis positively identifies Philip Marshall's fingerprints on the interior plastic carton of the ammunition box and the gun magazine. In regards to prints on the gun, the Department of Justice Lab analysts explained, the only usable friction ridge impressions remaining in this case were 2 patent impressions appearing on the Glock 19 handgun. These patent impressions were visible on the slide area of the handgun upon the initial examination. The patent impressions lack sufficient quality and quantity of friction ridge detail for identification purposes, but are usable for elimination purposes. Subject Philip Randall Marshall could not be eliminated as the source of these 2 patent impressions due to similarities in ridge flow and ridge characteristics in agreement with his left thumb and left index finger." So the lab analyst for the California Department of Justice specifically mentions Philip's left thumb and left index finger. All they say is that they cannot rule out Philip Marshall from being the person who used that gun. Once again, they have no proof that he used it. All they can do is say that we cannot rule him out. So that's a lot of trickery right there. Then they explain how a man could shoot himself with a gun pointed upside down. The investigators also claim it's normal for people to shoot themselves this way, where they're quoted, "The inverted, upside-down positioning of the handgun is a natural body-arm posture of someone shooting themselves and is consistent with him having shot himself." The media release further states that Philip Marshall suffered a point-blank gunshot wound to the right side of his head. Investigators determined the firearm was being held upside down as indicated by the muzzle impression found on Philip's head. The blood spatter and a lack of displacement or disruption found at the scene proved to investigators that no other persons were in close enough proximity to have shot Philip Marshall. I strongly believe that the Calaveras County Sheriff, Gary Kuntz, should make a public statement about the lack of evidence against Philip Marshall. Without a motive, a coroner's report, or paraffin test, Philip Marshall was accused of shooting his 2 children and the family dog before turning the gun on himself. So here's my question to you, Mr. Kuntz. Does it concern you that your officers came to the conclusion that Philip Marshall was guilty of a double murder-suicide within hours of finding the bodies inside the Marshall residence? That should concern every parent on this planet, okay? Pinal Air Park. Did Philip Marshall reveal something he wasn't supposed to? Pinal Air Park is a known CIA front, but Marshall also revealed that he still had connections in the spook world that provided him information. It's possible Pinal Air Park was where some of the 9/11 hijackers trained for their suicide mission. It's also possible that Marshall had information that would prove that the hijackers were trained at this air park, but it's not certain. What is certain is he was working on a 4th book, and I'm sure somewhere out there someone either has a copy or has read it. Possibly Senator Bob Graham. "I have some connections that remain in the spook world," Philip Marshall told John B. Wells on Coast to Coast AM in 2012. "There's a lot of contractors out there. Blackwater is one of them. There's quite a few other operators. So I was getting information from... It's a pretty tight circle. Aviation's a pretty tight circle in itself, but this particular strain of pilot, we keep in touch. Let's just put it that way. And I started getting hints of this Pinal Air Base from about 3 guys that worked in that field. I have to be very careful about that because they still provide information to me." Philip Marshall went to visit the air park sometime between 2006 and 2007. He told John B. Wells, There's this airport out in the middle of nowhere. It's a triangular airport that has 3 runways on it, and there's about 100 airliners there in a storage right now. Now, certain people at Pinal Airport told Marshall that many times people try to take pictures of that airport, and they'll send a car out there and confiscate the camera and all kinds of bad activities. Well, you can visit the Big Bamboozle Facebook page to see the photos Mr. Marshall took on his trip to Pinal Airport. Marshall told John B. Wells that Pinal Airport is a, quote, long-time CIA-operated airport. There's a lot of controversy about trying to shut it down years ago. People that are on the board of directors are CIA people, so it has a long connection, all the way back to Air America. Philip Marshall, 911. No clear evidence against him. The Calaveras County Sheriff's Office prepared a 6-page statement on the Marshall investigation and released it on March 29, 2012. Sheriff Gary Kuntz and Sean Marshall Plummer, mother of the 2 deceased children, reviewed the 3rd media release prepared by Sergeant Chris Hewitt before it was given to the public. When officers arrived at the Marshall home, they found Philip Marshall lying face up with a close-range gunshot wound on the right side of his head. Police claimed the gun was inverted, upside down. Marshall was found face up near the couch where his deceased children appeared to be sleeping, under blankets on a U-shaped sectional couch. The gun was found with a bullet in the chamber, with an empty magazine. In Marshall's bedroom closet, police found a 50-round box of ammunition with 43 unused bullets. 3 expended casings were found in the living room near Marshall and his children. 1 expended casing was found in the master bedroom near the dog. A 5th unexpended bullet was found on the laundry room floor, so 6 spent bullets are accounted for, with 1 round missing from the 50-round box of ammunition. The box of ammo was found on a shelf on top of an open safe. Outside the safe, where they found the box of the ammunition, they also found a wedding ring resting on top of the box. According to the new media release by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department, there were no signs of forced entry into the Marshall home. All the doors were closed, but some were unlocked. Quote, it did not appear that the house or any of the furniture had been ransacked. Police are relying on directional blood spatter to help prove their allegations against Philip Marshall. Blood cast off from his head was found on and around his body. Many people might find it strange that the Glock 9mm handgun was found underneath Marshall, because they are quoted as saying, Marshall was found lying on his back in the living room behind a sectional couch. The gun was located under his right side midsection. Now, the muzzle impression left on Philip Marshall's skin helped determine the proximity of the gun to Marshall's head and the angle of the muzzle. Based on how they found the gun impression on Marshall's head and the, quote, lack of voids and blood disruptions, end quote, investigators concluded that no disruptions or voids were found in the high and low velocity blood spatter patterns. And this proves to them that there was no 4th person involved in this incident. Let me repeat that. Based on how they found the gun impression on Marshall's head and the lack of voids and blood disruptions, investigators concluded no disruptions or voids were found in the high or low velocity blood spatter patterns. And this proves to them that there was no 4th person involved in this incident. Apparently, Marshall held the gun upside down. The only fingerprints lab analysts found were of Marshall's left thumb and index finger, located on the slide of the gun, also known as racking the slide. This only proves Marshall cocked the gun. They could not positively identify Marshall's fingerprints on the trigger of the Glock 9mm. The weapon. The Fiocchi Glock 9mm handgun is the alleged weapon used by Philip Marshall. In October 2011, Marshall purchased the Glock 9mm handgun from a gun store in Turlock, California. The gun was registered to him. On January 27, 2013, Marshall was videotaped purchasing ammunition from a Big 5 sporting goods store in Sonora, California. Police believe Marshall was wearing the same clothing on January 27th as he was when found on February 2, 2013. He paid cash for the ammunition, and police found a receipt for the purchase inside of Marshall's car. This is the same car 3 independent investigators saw in front of Philip Marshall's home on March 9, 2013. The Calaveras County Sheriff's Department believes Philip Marshall's gun was upside down when he shot himself on the right side of the head. Philip Marshall suffered a point-blank gunshot wound to the right side of his head. Investigators determined the firearm was being held upside down as indicated by the muzzle impression found on Philip's head. The blood spatter and a lack of displacement or disruption found at the scene proved to investigators that no other person were in close enough proximity to have shot Philip Marshall. The department also mentions that ballistics tests are still forthcoming according to the latest media release, where they say the Glock handgun was sent to the California Department of Justice Crime Lab for fingerprint analysis and is scheduled for DNA and ballistics examination. Results pending on the DNA and ballistics. The fingerprint analysis positively identifies Marshall's fingerprints on the interior plastic carton of the ammunition box and the gun magazine. The placement of the patent impressions is very important. They are visible on the slide area. Subject Philip Randall Marshall could not be eliminated as the source of these 2 patent impressions due to similarities in ridge flow and ridge characteristics in agreement with his left thumb and left index finger. The report specifically mentions Marshall's left thumb and left index finger, but they tell us Marshall shot himself on the right side. Now here comes the lack of evidence. There is no sufficient quality and quantity of friction detail for identification purposes. In other words, they cannot positively state that Philip Marshall's fingerprints were found on the weapon. Except for the left thumb and left index finger, there's proof he cocked the gun, but no proof he shot it. Ballistics tests are still forthcoming along with the DNA examination. As of today, the Department of Justice results and possible conclusions are still pending. This is more reason to prove a quick and incomplete conclusion presented by the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. The investigators determined it was possible for the children to be shot within 2 seconds, within a few feet from each other, without one of them waking up. They also believe that 4 gunshots would be muffled inside the house, and that's why neighbors didn't report hearing any gunfire. The closest neighbors live about 50 feet away from the Marshall residence. Police performed tests inside Philip Marshall's house to see if one neighbor would be able to hear gunfire from next door. The unidentified neighbor did hear gunshots, but didn't think the noise would be loud enough to wake him if sleeping. The neighbor went on to say that despite the fact that the neighbor is a very light sleeper, the neighbor would not have been awakened by the noise. Nothing is mentioned about the suspicious noise one neighbor heard. According to one of Joel Metzger's articles on the Marshall case, quote, the neighbor, Jeff Woods, heard something strange twice in the same night, but didn't specify if the noise sounded like gunshots. End quote. Now Woods was in a downstairs room with the television on in the background when I heard an unusual noise. I stopped working and went upstairs, turned the lights on and looked around. I didn't hear anything else, so I went back downstairs. Not too long after that, I heard another strange noise. I muted the television and listened for a second without hearing anything else. Philip Marshall was last seen on January 31st. Alex's last documented communication was by instant messaging on January 31st at 10:40 p.m. Michaela's last documented communication via cellular phone was on January 31st at 10:10 p.m. She took a cell phone self-portrait at 10:55 p.m. On page 1 of the 6-page media release, the police go into details about the sister of Philip Marshall's wife, Sean Erin Chamberlain's allegations against Philip Marshall during late 2008 and early 2009. How this relates to the incident that happened about 3 years later is unclear to me. Most of the incidents reported are from Erin, not Sean Marshall. The bias against Philip Marshall is clear, as the police do not even mention Philip Marshall's incident a month before the alleged physical altercation in 2008-2009 with Erin Chamberlain. In that incident, Mr. Marshall tried to have Sean arrested for breaking into his home at Forest Meadows. Marshall accused Sean of stealing Cadian pills from the house. Here's a quote. In 2008, Philip Marshall hid in the shower of his house with a video camera as Sean entered the home and allegedly stole a bottle of 6 20-milligram pills of Cadian, a very strong opiate. Now, it was right around this time that all of the other allegations against Philip Marshall were reported to police. Why was there no mention of this incident in the third media release, while there was an extensive detailed account of the allegations against Philip Marshall? In fact, in the entire list of police involvement during late 2008 and early 2009, there is only one mention of Sean Marshall reporting anything. In fact, in the entire list of police involvement during late 2008 and early 2009, there is only one mention of Sean Marshall reporting anything. December 7, 2008, Sean Marshall reported that Philip violated the emergency protection order. After reading the 12 reports mentioned, I'm left with a strange feeling that the police are trying to mold a motive out of circumstantial hearsay. Do they have the evidence to convict Philip Marshall of a double murder-suicide in a court of law? The answer is no. From January 2009 to February 2nd, 2013, when police arrive and find the deceased, there appears to be no further police involvement with the Marshall family. January 2nd, 2009, there's a civil standby is requested by Philip to pick up Alex from Sean. He requested that deputy call Sean and tell her to turn the kids over without a problem. So what was so special about 2008 and 2009? As police report, Sean Marshall initiated divorce proceedings against Philip Marshall in 2008. She withdrew the request in 2009. In October of 2012, she reinstituted the divorce process, at which time Philip Marshall moved back to his house in Forest Meadows. There was a divorce hearing set for February 25th, 2013. Debt kill. The police explained Marshall's financial situation based on documents they found on the kitchen counter. Here's what they say. These documents included a list of financial debts he owed, dated 2/01/13 and totaled $67,000, as well as child support related documents and information. Doesn't say much. Marshall wrote in a spiral notebook, "Debt kill." Wayne Madsen reported that Marshall's house payments were up to date, and the police do not mention any issue with the Internal Revenue Service. But they do say that a handwritten note was found inside of a spiral binder noting the debt amount and a handwritten comment stating debt kill. Authorities confiscated a laptop and a desktop computer and sent them to the high-tech task force in Sacramento for forensic analysis. The results are still pending. The police said the computers, described as a desktop and a laptop, were seized by detectives during the search of the home and sent to the law enforcement high-tech task force in Sacramento for forensic analysis. The results of the analysis are pending. So it's possible the police removed the bloody couch from the house to perform some type of tests in a crime lab, but they never state if they removed anything from the Marshall residence. The police returned to the scene of the crime recently to recreate how Alex and Michaela were killed. This leads us back to the mysterious cleaning crew that Wayne Madsen talked about. Madsen reported that a local professional cleaning service was at the Marshall house on Super Bowl Sunday, February 3rd, and spent a couple of days cleaning the Marshall residence, which was also a crime scene at the time. I suppose the only motive the police have is that Philip Marshall was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. They believe Marshall suffered from some kind of mental illness and point to his prescription narcotic pain medication as evidence. Here's what they say. According to records obtained, Marshall was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Additionally, the report stated that he suffered periods of depression and mania, which led to his dismissal or grounding as a pilot in September of 2006. Detectives also shared some information about Philip Marshall's medical records, where they said his medical records suggest that he also suffered from some sort of mental illness, drug dependency, anxiety, and depression. He was prescribed antidepressant medications for his mental health. During mid-year 2012 through January 2013, he frequented the medical clinic seeking additional pain medications. The media release states that Philip Marshall was under the care of a doctor for several years and speculates on mental health issues Marshall allegedly had. Yet this was not enough evidence for police to come up with a clear motive for the allegations of a double murder-suicide. It's unclear if the detectives talked to Marshall's doctor, but they did consult a different doctor about what might happen if Marshall combined antidepressants with prescribed narcotics. The police even sourced the FDA's research for the sudden outburst that led to the alleged double murder-suicide. The Food and Drug Administration, which has not been friendly towards natural medicines, agrees that changes in psychotropic medications could result in suicide, hostility, or psychosis. This hasn't stopped the approval of psychotropic medications, of course. So here is the final conclusion of the investigators in charge of solving this crime. Yet in my opinion, from the beginning of this case, investigators have only sought to prove their theory, not to find the truth. Here's what they say. There was no evidence to support a theory that anyone else could have committed this crime, or that any other persons were present at the time of the shootings. Michaela and Alex Marshall both appeared to be sleeping at the time they were shot, indicating no signs of a struggle with a possible intruder. There was no evidence of a struggle with Philip Marshall and no signs of forced entry into the home. Various items of value were still present inside the home and no evidence of any additional weapons was found. Lastly, there was no evidence that Philip Marshall or his children were moved or repositioned after the shooting, which would also indicate an altered crime scene. Based on the final findings of the investigators, evidence shows that Philip Marshall and not an outside fourth person shot and killed Michaela, Alex, and the family dog, and then himself. To conclude, it is determined that this case was a double murder-suicide. Wow. Based on what? There's plenty of evidence to suspect that a fourth party was involved, in my opinion. This is mainly due to the lack of evidence against Philip Marshall. If the police cannot conclusively prove their own theory, why should they rule out all other theories? No matter how crazy those theories may sound to investigators, it is their responsibility to find the truth and bring justice to this tragedy. It is not their job to assume within hours that Marshall is guilty of a double murder-suicide and then search for evidence to prove their theory, which is based on circumstantial evidence with no clear motive. Ballistics tests and DNA tests are expected shortly, but don't count on it, because it doesn't seem to matter for those who have concluded Philip Marshall is guilty of a double murder-suicide. Am I the only one who believes the authorities are ignoring the possibilities of foul play? I doubt it, and I know for a fact I'm not. We will have to ask Sheriff Gary Coons for an interview to explain the actions of his officers. To secure the interview, we may need a resident living in Calaveras County, California, or one of the family members of Philip Marshall. Their reasons for ruling out foul play are very weak. Police cannot prove that Marshall fired the Glock 9mm, and the only fingerprints they have of Marshall do not conclusively prove anything. Where they say Marshall shot himself on the right side with his left hand, the gun inverted, it makes no sense. The tests only conclude that Philip Marshall could not be ruled out as the one who shot the gun. This does not mean he fired the gun. The fingerprints found on the gun were not on the trigger, but on the slider, which is used to cock the gun. A bullet was found in the chamber of the Glock, but the magazine was empty. The police finding no evidence of a struggle or forced entry does not mean Philip Marshall is guilty of murdering his two children. The police have already admitted that more than one door of the house was unlocked. So there is little need to look for forced entry when you already have established a means of entry without force. Isn't it possible a fourth party simply walked in through one of the unlocked doors? Video of the Marshall house shows how many doors there are in the 2 to 3 story home. There are quite a few. The ridiculous, prepared media release by Sergeant Chris Hewitt concludes by stating they base their entire theory of a double murder-suicide on the final findings of the investigators. Will the final findings match the initial findings and their conclusions within hours of arriving at the Marshall House? If the purpose of this lengthy media release by Sergeant Chris Hewitt was to put conspiracy theories to rest, then in my opinion, you have failed, sir. Perhaps you should wait until ballistics test results are in your hands before you conclude anything. Do you seriously believe you could convict Philip Marshall of a double murder-suicide in a court of law based on the evidence in the possession of your department? I challenge you to do so. I believe a jury will find Philip Marshall innocent based on your lack of evidence. As always, the truth resides in the court of public opinion. The bigger false flag may be due to Philip Marshall's stance on 9/11. He believed it was possible for the World Trade Center to be demolished by the impact of a jetliner and jet fuel. I do not. Marshall also believed this was a Bush-Saudi operation. I believe the 9/11 conspiracy goes much further. Regardless of our differing views on 9/11, that shouldn't stop me or you from investigating the death of someone who understood 9/11 was an inside job.
I can never count the lies that I told, the times that I stole. Told another bigger lie, won't be coming home tonight. Many people ran away to see if you care, to see if you were telling truth, said you'd always be there. Or truth is like a diamond, we mine it and find it. Watch the sun shining to get to the blinded. Greed that lives inside of me, inside of my dream. It's a rock without a value, the value of kings. I could be anything, but all I wanna be is me. Liberty, democracy, republic, now we're living free. The bad economy pays for the bombing, but we don't got no money for the homeless on our streets. And money is an object to make me an object. I'm part of the problem or I'm part of the process. People losing hope when I look in the face. They don't wanna do the dope, but it's harder to change. Something's wrong, so we write a new song to try to lift the people up and show them love is a bomb. Who's got a lighter for the peace to ignite us? And if we wanna find the truth, start by looking inside of us. And plus, don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. How are people gonna pay the rent when a dollar ain't a dollar isn't worth 2 cents? 2 jobs just to cover the bills, part-time, half-time for the minimum skills. Low wage, low income in, it's a 10th of the month and you can't pay rent. 3rd job for the broke and poor, prices going up more than ever before. They make cuts but they start at the bottom, looking for a bonus at the top, they got 'em. House in the hills, $1 million bill that kills with free will, call it making a deal. Bugs in the phones, a world full of drones and cameras in the bathroom in all of your homes. Global occupation replacing the nation, people on the front line trying to save them. And plus, don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Everything concealed will be revealed. The sun is coming soon. In the darkness I find my blind eyes, and all I ask of you. And plus, don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me. I won't give up on you. Don't give up on me.
not have fallen, I would not have found you. Angel flying too close to the ground. So I patched up your broken wings and hung around a while, trying to keep your spirits up and your fever down. I knew someday you'd fly away, for love's the greatest healer to be found. So leave me if you need to, I will still remember. Angel flying too close to the ground. By Willie Nelson.
I didn't say that. He said that. Last year they gave us donuts. We just wanted to return the favor, but they didn't want our donuts. So, whatever.
I thought the guy was very reasonable.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay, that's reasonable. Reasonable that we never said his donuts might have cyanide in them, but he made it very clear that ours might.
Well,
so.
yeah, he was intimidated by the numbers of us because we were such a big gang.
Sure. Okay.
It was my hat that scared him away.
All right.
You could tell I might be an Illuminatus.
Well, you definitely, you look like a British Illuminatus to me.
Well, indeed. Where do you think it all started, buddy?
All right. Anyways, donuts are going to waste, I guess.
I think I might even have one. I'm really, really hungry.
Please.
I don't know. You might have cyanide in them or something.
And now you believe their theories.
Well, you know, he was very reasonable, like I said.
Cyanide donuts, please. Yes. All right. Give them back to Sean now. All right.
Can I ask you a favor? Consideration? We got a bad name. We have this. Well, then tell them this. My name is Peter Alexander, and I will move this in 30 minutes. And because of this, I'm here talking to whatever you, I'll be gone. And if you can be nice about it for 30 minutes, I'll be out of the way. I'll pull this back up. You already said that, and I already understand. I'm just telling you what I'm prepared to hear.
They're already trying to kick you out of here? You just got here. 25. First bully tactic of the day. It's a nice truck. It's an employee truck.
It's actually a nice spot right there.
It's just there. For some reason they have a massive truck here.
It must be some extreme right-winger because they have a oh no I didn't sticker. We got like a right-wing extremist here.
Nice.
You have your other camera, Greg?
What's this?
Maybe you can help me with mine then.
Sure.
You're gonna come back and do an interview, so
you want me to help
I want to
you?
get some of this stuff on film.
Sure.
I'll probably record it too on my phone.
Alright. I've got a Joe. I've got this one.
Why is my one on the mic?
You are my God, because you're with me, because you're with me. my treasure. My friend and king, anointed one, most holy.
I had to turn down now. I'm just pressing it when I talk when I turned the volume first, then I talk. No, I had it down first.
Unless they come back.
You obviously had some good dialogue with the sheriff, right?
I always try.
Yeah, so we had actually really good dialogue with the sheriff last year too. They didn't have any areas that much.
Yeah, it's just to make things beautiful. And the confusion reigns supreme. We're born into a world of lies.
So let's just take the Bible right out, right? Let's not even go to the Word of God, which was inspired by Him directly. 501c3s, I agree. That's going to be the downfall of the church. It's through greed.
If you want to have an intelligent
Absolutely.
conversation, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay,
If you
wait
want to have
a
an
minute.
intelligent conversation, let's have a
If you
conversation.
want to have an intelligent conversation, don't interrupt somebody when they're trying to explain something to you. See, you already lorded over me by you thinking you're smarter than me.
I never
Don't
said that.
question
Again, you're
my
putting words in my mouth,
intelligence.
although it might be true.
I put words in your mouth. Looks like you got plenty of your own in your mouth.
Okay, that's good enough.
How's it going?
Daniel, get
I am
behind
well.
me.
I'm going to take a stand for the Bible here. The Word of God is our direction, our only direction. We stray from that, we have problems. That's why we're in the mess we have today.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
You can.
Just what is your reason for coming out here to the Grove today?
Because there's a stone owl in there that's been sitting there since 1872. Maybe even longer than that. I like to know where the origin of that thing came from. Did they make it here or did they bring it in? We know from the gods of the Old Testament, which were detestable to Jehovah God, that God said, do not have anything to do with them. Do not worship creatures, worship the Creator, me. The whole Buddha statue takes away from Jesus Christ being Lord and Savior. Jesus Christ is our ruler. He is the only one we are to worship. And I can tell every elitist in there and every people, even the gentleman in the white hat here, every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Thank you.
That Christine is a well-meaning person, is sincere, and it would be wonderful for someone with that sort of dedication to be very open in her heart and realize that that there's a book that every Christian person should see, and it's called The Bible Fraud by Tony Bushby, which is a comparison between the ancient Sinai Bible and this New King James Version, which was written by a guy named Shakespeare, Sir Francis Bacon, and it was done in Masonic codes, and that there's no less than 14,800 changes and alterations in this book, and that from that time, from the way back in the day, it was spoken of to beware of religious deceivers, of which this country has no shortage of, and that if we were really seeking to serve, that we would do just that, as powerfully and as humbly as we can, and maybe sometimes not so humbly. What we need in this country is to be spiritual, not religious. Religions are for pigeons. To be sheep, you got to go deep, and it's a lion's roar that's going to shut down the corporate store of war.
A bohemian,
a bohemian club pencil.
Very cool. Sharpened too.
Yeah, ready to use.
The eraser.
It's probably got Illuminati cooties on it. I'm gonna probably come down with some Illuminati disease just from holding it.
You got a gift.
You better not touch me ever again.
You're contaminated.
Yeah.
You just found that
baby.
right here on the ground.
Yeah.
Huh? All right. Paraphernalia.
The constabulary officials coming by.
Oh, good. Good. I wanted to ask him a question too.
He's better.
Oh, come on.
He wasn't in a conversational mood.
I just want to ask him why they're why they're here. What are they doing
He
here?
didn't want you to be asked that question.
Yep, talking with Mr. Greg Fernandez Jr., author of False Flags, and what were other?
Serve No Evil. Serve No Evil is the book that I'm currently working on right now.
Awesome.
So, which has a whole chapter dedicated to the Grove and to the Bohemian Club. Some of the history of the Bohemian Club, their history, maybe not the true history, but from what they say and how the Bohemian Club got started and all that good stuff. But today I find it a little weird. It's a little strange that they would have, well, not so much the no smoking sign. I mean, obviously, if you're inside there, you can do whatever you want. You know.
Yeah.
You can pee on trees. I don't know. Maybe you can't smoke in there. I really don't know. But
I'm sure they're smoking in there, Greg.
I'm sure they're smoking something. But
They're smoking tobacco in there, Greg.
Well, they might be smoking other things
I
too.
think marijuana may encourage a little too much free thought and that kind of thing.
There's always crack. Crack is the rich man's drug, right? So, or no, that's coke.
Yeah.
But what
OxyContin,
really,
I think. Is
OxyContin?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so they're popping pills.
Probably, yeah. They go good with alcoholic beverages, I heard.
There might be some pharmaceutical company CEOs in there. We just don't know really. You know.
I bet you a nickel there's one or two pharmaceutical company CEOs in there.
You might
Maybe
be
not
right.
today, you know, I don't know. If a lot of the important people gone home already today.
They could be, or maybe they're getting ready for the big ceremony tonight, because tonight is supposed to be the big cremation of care that brings everything in, you know. So you get to throw away all of your cares for at least 2 weeks.
But that young busser we just spoke to a few minutes ago, didn't he? Well, I thought he said that the cremation of care happened last night.
He did, but when I asked him, so it happened on Friday, he said that he didn't really know. So it's possible. It's usually on the first Saturday. That's usually when they do their.
And that was a week ago yesterday then, huh?
It better not have been.
That was a week ago today then, huh?
It's supposed to be tonight.
Oh, okay.
Tonight is supposed to be the big shindig.
I was thinking today was Sunday.
Yeah. Well, if it was Sunday, I'd probably be in church. Hopefully, I'd be in church.
This is July 11th, 2015.
7-Eleven.
And we're in Monte Rio, California, at the site of the Bohemian Grove, the Bohemian Club Encampment. They got badges that say Encampment 2015. Very prosaic.
2-week summer camp, right?
Yeah.
We found at least one pencil.
Yep, I personally
Yes, you did.
discovered, purely by accident,
He sure did.
a Bohemian Club pencil.
But this is new. This is something I've never seen. They parked their car here, and then at the same time put a no parking sign here. So how can we assume that any car that is parked there is going to be towed when they clearly have a car parked here that's not being towed?
There's an Orwellian aspect to it.
There is, right? Yeah. I thought that was a little strange. And why? What is the point?
Freedom is slavery.
I guess so. I mean, we never really park our cars here. Why they would park their truck here, it just doesn't make sense to me.
To show their brand loyalty to Ford Company, which has historically been associated with police and with intelligence, like, you know, FBI and stuff.
That would make sense. Well, we tried to ask the cops why they were here and why they are pretty much guarding the Bohemian Grove. We have at least 2 sheriff's deputies out in front there, and we stopped one of them, and he told me that he was going to be right back, and he never came back.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting. I don't know how much longer I can wait, but I would like to know, like, why are the sheriff deputies here? What are they doing here? Are they here in case something goes wrong inside? Are they here in case something goes wrong outside?
No, I think probably they just are assigned. It's just a detail that people in good status in the local force have a chance to get assigned to. You know, it's just a way to earn money this day. I don't think they have any ideological attachment.
I don't know. I sure hope not. We were told that Chris Matthews is here. Was here yesterday. Might be here today again. But I think I hear the bottles crashing.
Oh, that sky just is disgusting.
Look at that, the cloud.
love having that vocals thing.
Tequila Sunrise.
No. Wrong country. I saw you yesterday. No, I saw you in my dreams. We were walking hand in hand on a white sandy beach of Hawaii. We were playing in the sun. We were having so much fun on a white sandy beach of Hawaii. Sound of the ocean soothes my restless soul. Sound of the ocean rocks me all night long. Those hot, long summer days, lying there in the sun on a white sandy beach of Hawaii.
Trees are singing with you.
Massive, like redwood tree, like just huge, like old, like tall, just like wide, like tree. Kind of like you've seen a.
And I think the good bands were here yesterday too. I have a suspicion that the good bands, like the jazz bands, are on Friday night.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. But it's supposed to kick off this Saturday, like now. Today's supposed to be the kickoff.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know. It's
But the
this
guys
year,
have been in camp already, probably. If it's like a
It seems
retreat,
like
they came yesterday and they had a nice sleep in their tent. And today is the day when the real party is, and they don't even leave the premises probably.
We had one guy stop and pretty much told us that what's going on inside the Bohemian Grove is just silly. It's just a bunch of people acting silly. Thomas Keane has said that what they do here is silly. Lawrence O'Donnell has said what they do here is silly. So there's a lot of people that come here that aren't taking it seriously. It seems like the ones who are outside here, the ones that showed up here to protest, we're some of the only people that are really taking it seriously here. And all that we're taking seriously are these questions. What are they doing here? You know, it's a big difference in just asking what is going on here than to just say we know what they're doing here, because we don't know what they're doing here. The people inside there do, and probably many of them have no idea what the cremation of care really stands for. And the guy basically laughed, and you know, I said, so it's a play. What you're saying is that the cremation of care is just a play, and you know, it's just a lot of laughs, a lot of giggles, but you know, they said the same thing about September 11 too. You know, that was all fun and everybody was laughing at all these different theories and stuff. But when we really try to, you know, separate facts from fiction, what do we find? What do we see that's really going on here? They are doing lakeside chats. They're called chats. They're not called policy discussions. They're called chats. They do have a 40-foot owl here that is not called Mullet, but it is a 40-foot owl.
I forget, what do they call it again?
Owl of Bohemia.
The Owl of Bohemia. Oh, Owl of Bohemia. And they sacrifice care. And when I asked the guy, you know, why sacrifice care? And it's like, oh, we're just, you know, it's just to let everybody know that for these 2 weeks we're gonna throw our cares down. We don't have cares. And I said, but do you need a ceremony for that? You know, do you have to burn something before a 40-foot owl to symbolize that you're sacrificing care for 2 weeks,
Maybe
then
those
why
folks do.
sacrifice care? But if they're doing lakeside chats here, and if they're talking, that's not sacrificing care to me. I don't know.
How about the Italian consulate? Why were they here, and then what other consulates are here?
Yeah, who else is here? Who else
Well,
is here?
well, Italy is right behind Greece. They're the next country to probably default in a blatant way, so that it's like a question of will they exit the European Union. And so they're looking at Greece. And of course, they're a bigger economy by far than Greece. And after they drop the bomb, he came home and married Mom.
I didn't think about it. I was like,
You're like, it's gonna be a hot day. Sorry. I know, that's what I
And
think
not
too.
too
But I always just like bring a jacket and sit on.
After
I don't know,
that,
it's windy around here.
I was just like, oh, it's
he became
it's California in the summer. We'll be fine.
Usually it's like that, but I don't know. It's been kind of weird lately. It's been like, what's the term? It's bipolar. It's really weird. At least where I was living, where I'm staying at right now. Like one day it's just like really hot, next day it's just cloudy as hell. And it's like 80, 70 degrees out. I'm like, what the hell? It was like 90, 100 degrees out the next day. And it's like something 80, 70 degrees out. And it's windy and cold. I'm like, it's all you guys breathing.
Can I ask you why you decided to come here to the Grove today?
Spirit called me to come here. I was going to go to San Francisco. I've been here on and off for about 10 years. And as I said earlier, if you Google my name and go to the video, the 6.5-minute video, I was interviewed here 2 or 3 years ago by Anthony Hilder. And that interview, along with 2 international lawsuits, one filed out of Sacramento and one filed out of Minneapolis by Jeff Anderson, is what knocked Pope Benedict off the throne. The first pope in 600 years to get kicked off the throne. So I'm here on behalf of helping to open the eyes and be supportive and hope tie together the efforts of well-meaning people that seek to make change for the better.
Have you ever been inside there?
I was inside, yeah. I was inside there once or twice in the 80s, and one of them, as I said, if you Google my name, Peter Cherneff, it's TSCHERNEFF. You Google my name, go to videos, find the blue 6.5-minute YouTube. It describes a particular event that I participated in here, which included some very powerful people in a private ceremony and the termination of a young missing San Francisco boy by the name of Kevin Collins.
Thank you. Okay. Is this just a big party? Is this just a big club? You know, or is it something more? Are they building something here?
By definition, I think it's insulting for them to expect us to assume that there is a secretive meeting of ostentatiously powerful people from around the world to meet in a cloistered environment, and that we're supposed to agree that it's just innocuous, that nothing of consequence is discussed.
That's it.
It's insulting to us that we're supposed to accept that.
There's nothing going on here. There's nothing
to see here.
Nothing to see here.
Move along.
Keep moving. And we're like, no, there is something going on.
These aren't the Satan worshippers we're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. You know, I think.
But I think they're able to do this partly because there's 2 levels. The spiritual element, which I think is fundamental, and maybe you agree.
I do.
It doesn't have to be imposed upon the rank and file that come here. For them, did you hear that?
Praise Moloch, and that's kind of some of the things that we've been getting today. And these are kids.
Well, it's like it reminds me of those. It reminds me of the gay protesters who, like, you know, they crucified themselves and stuff or something just to tick off Christians and stuff. To let people know that they're doing this partly to offend morality and to offend people who are religious.
It's like stabbing yourself in the heart, and that's all these kids are really doing. When they walk by and they run by and they make comments, but they won't stop and actually chat with us.
Mm-hmm.
Now they say Moloch. This kid at least twice has driven by and said praise Moloch. What does this kid know that we don't know?
Well,
obviously
he probably likes heavy metal, you know, and Satan rock.
Well, but what I'm saying is he's made the a bond between Moloch and this 40-foot owl.
Mm-hmm.
So, You know, why? Like, why would he do that? You know, what are we talking about?
He's having a good time. To
A
him,
lot of
it's
people are having a
associated
good
with
time.
getting good things.
We might have saw one of the guys.
The devil's
here,
more fun than God.
might have saw David Rockefeller. Look just like David Rockefeller. We don't
You mean
know
an
if
old
it was
bastard,
him.
you mean?
I mean,
A little
really,
guy.
really old.
Yeah,
Kidding.
Yes.
The elite grimacing at him.
He only grimaces. His face is like a perma grimace.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is it. This is what you have to deal with here. You know, a lot of, I mean, this is like, it's not even high school. This is like middle school. This is like grammar school stuff. And you can't, I can't blame these kids for what they're saying and how much they laugh and how much they, you know, think that this is all funny. That's a tactic. That is a tactic.
Yeah.
That is the same
Yeah.
way people
I was
do.
thinking of them, though.
I was thinking they were making, what's California? The minimum wage is like what? But they got to make money. You know, we all need to make money, and these kids are trying to make money too. But one day they will realize that this is not all fun and games. This is real life. And when you grow up and you turn from a child into an adult, then you start taking things like this seriously.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a very selfish thing to just not care about what's going on in here. To have a whole ceremony dedicated to murdering care, to sacrificing care, whether it's a play or not, is just weird to me. And then you talk about the people that are coming here. These are very powerful people. These are very powerful people, not only within our country, but around the whole world. So they're not just coming here to just, you know, have fun for 2 weeks. No. Everybody knows what happens on the golf courses. Anyone who knows about business is done on the golf course. Well, welcome to the Bohemian Grove Golf Course. Here it is, you know, and this is a very, very serious thing that is happening here. And this is not about me trying to prove that I know what's happening here, or that Sean knows what's happening here, or anybody else.
Sean definitely does know what's happening there, though.
We know Sean knows. But, right, Sean?
Hey, I just linked to my YouTube video, just as in the notes.
Yeah, baby. Sean Ackley, ladies and
Sean
gentlemen.
Ackley. Yeah, Sean Ackley, who brought all this up, and you know, it's a little frustrating when you see people driving by and they're laughing, giggling, and smiling, and it's like you're smiling while you are being, you know, just being a jackass, basically. You know.
Don't stop believing. By Greg Fernandez Jr.
No, by Eric. It's Eric Galoob single.
What, you see another camera or something?
The guards are usually over here. I like to talk to them when they come by here. I do see another one. I see a motion sensor over there that I didn't see before. I don't know if the camera will pick that up though.
I heard a former president of the United States made allegations that homosexual behavior happens here.
Yeah, well, it looks like 4 military men just cruise
Oh,
by,
man,
just
I missed
cruised
it.
in there.
I would have saluted.
But yeah, well, so anyways, we're just trying to find out what is going on here. We're not going to stop coming here, and every year Sean sets this up. You know, we are going to be here every year. So don't ever let anyone tell you that there's nothing happening this year at the Bohemian Grove. No, there's something happening every year. Right, Sean?
That's right, Greg. Look, we're going to be out here every single year. We're going to talk to people. You come out here and be with us, and no matter what your political persuasion is, we're going to talk to you, we're going to network, and we're going to figure out what the hell these elites are actually doing, and we're just going to continue to talk about what happens at Bohemian Grove, because ultimately it's Bilderberg West. Bilderberg East happens, and you know, we have people that fly out there. There's tons of coverage of Bilderberg. in all of its European locations, but Bilderberg West is in our backyard. And when stuff happens in our backyard, we're going to be there. And that's what happens. So we're going to talk with staff, we're going to talk with any numbers of the participants that are here. And more importantly, if you're a group that wants to have interest in the Bohemian Grove, what the Bohemians do, talk about political talks, lakeside chats, any of the activities that they might try to put together politically, because guaranteed, Greg, there is political interest that happens here and political policy that gets made here. And let nobody tell you that that's not the case, okay? Political policy is happening right here at the Grove, right now and throughout the next week, okay? The Italian consulate that was here last year is in absolutely no way here because they want to frolic in the nude in the trees, okay? No. They're here because their corporate masters said, we want the Italian government to be here, okay? And who on earth knows who else came last year, who comes come this year, and who comes next year? But you know what? We're going to be here. And you want to send us information? We're up on YouTube, we're up on Facebook. Just get us the information, tell us what's going on, and we'll just share it. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Look at that.
Veterans and retired law enforcement, okay? And the way they keep doing that is by getting some kind of 18-year-old, black or white, from somewhere around the country to do a mind-controlled shooting of something that's going to garner sympathy only because
I've seen that before. That's
on
on
the
tail.
TV for
No tail immediately behind it, but it turns into the real fat.
like you're doing with this young lady. I'm sorry she got shot, but the reason this is all happening is to make Sheriff McCready look bad, make the police department look bad, and they have done nothing wrong. This is an MK Ultra program. This was people like Dianne Feinstein are deep into this. She's CIA. She's as corrupt as they come, and so is Jerry Brown. And
Never seen one so.
of course, there are a bunch of Jesuits. Jerry Brown's
My old man.
The bottom line is I was born in the MK programs since I was born into them. I was pulled out of them by some very powerful spiritual people about 1989, 1990. And I have since turned a lot of the information of things that I was forced to do under multiple personalities, things I didn't even have memories of until 2003. I've turned around and since made them very public, and my writings and efforts have had a variety of effects, not excluding, of course, including the termination of Pope Benedict from the throne, first time in 600 years. I've written things about a lot of local events, the missing case of Amber Schwartz Garcia, Kevin Collins, and there was at least one or two others, and that people have actually been murdered over the information I put forth in the courts, which goes into a whole nother level of stuff. But I'm sure you'll be able to review a more lengthy interview that I have with Sean right here today. So I'll be glad to answer anything else real quick if you wish.
What about, I know you probably read the Franklin cover-up and know all about that. Some people say that ties into what goes on here, or to some of the people here, child rape and.
Well, it's way bigger than that. It's been given that 100,000 kids go missing every year in this country, and they disappear into a variety of vortexes. Some of them are otherworldly, like black holes, but a lot of them are underground. We have underground cities people don't know about. We have a lot of underground projects, programs. We have a lot of experimentals going on. There's a lot of people that use the word eugenics, but see, that's not really what's happening. It's transgenics is what they're doing. It's not that there's people that are superior. It is black, brown, white, all kinds of colors. People that are the superior families in those races around the world, they are involved in transgenics. They do the eugenics thing in order to have people focused in the wrong direction. And there was a guy named Joseph Mengele who was very powerful in this country. He had several names. He came under the name Dr. Green, Dr. Greenbaum, Dr. Felix Polk. I knew him. And so in Los Angeles, what's that one church, Dianetics, what church is that?
Scientology.
Scientology, they have a museum of psychiatry which deals with all the crazy mind control stuff and the physics stuff they've done since the 1800s, and they got pictures of all these dangerous or notable psychiatrists and doctors, except for one. You know the one they don't have? The one that they have worked with in the past that's top secret, Dr. Joseph Mengele, who died in California in the early 2000s. A guy named Adolphus Hitler, otherwise known as Hitler, died in Lake County, California in 1986. They were both brought over here on the hidden side of Project Paperclip.
Have you seen the Big Al in there?
I'm sure I have, but I don't have any memory of it. But in regards to what was the name of the book you mentioned?
The Franklin cover-up.
The Franklin cover-up. One of the children I was involved in was the Amber Schwartz Garcia case. Her picture is in that book. I have had the pleasure, so to speak, or the fortune to meet and speak with Senator John DeCamp on at least 3 occasions over the last 15 years. Actually, longer than that.
Is he still investigating this, or do you know anything? Because I haven't heard much about him recently.
No, he's had a lot of back pain. He's had a lot of back operations, and he's getting quite a bit older now. Yeah. And he was good friends and worked with Ted Gunderson, former head of Los Angeles FBI, for a long time. And Ted, rest in peace, left us 2 years ago.
Yeah, that book made me cry. It really made me cry. It was hard to read, really hard to read.
Well, it touched upon things that allowed other people to bring in things from other directions. That's one of the positive things about it. And it also named names. George Herbert Walker Bush is, I mean, he was on the ground with the guys down there at when Bush was, when Kennedy was terminated in Dallas. And what's interesting, if you really want to know who Frank Sturgis. If you Google Detective James Rothstein and Frank Sturgis, you'll find a very interesting story about what got James Rothstein to become famous and also originally fired from the New York Police Department because he was ordered to protect a woman who was going to testify in a Kennedy-related matter in the East Coast, and they actually sent in someone to take out this woman. He caught the person, which he was ordered to protect her. He caught this person. He had some sort of an Italian name, but his AKA was Frank Sturgis. Frank then made a phone call out of the jail to the White House and was released in half an hour and never to be seen again. So if you Googled Detective James Rothstein, Frank Sturgis, or Detective James Rothstein, Pope Benedict, you'll find some very interesting stuff. And one more, Detective James Rothstein, followed by Human Compromise.
Maybe this is a training ground here for something bigger, for something better. We'll just have to wait and see. But the one thing that we do know is something is going on here.
Bring everyone inside when the rain comes over the mountain.
So who here says they know John Jekyll? Yeah, it's amazing.
So right now we're driving back from the Bohemian Grove 2015. Eric, what did you think? First time at the Grove.
It's an enjoyable time meeting some interesting people and going into God's country.
What is God's country?
The Sonoma County Redwood Forests.
It's cool to hear you play some songs too. I like that.
Standing under the redwoods in the canopy with the sun wafting through, strumming my ukulele, crooning a couple of melodies. It was very pleasant.
Yeah, it's very, very peaceful, I thought. There was a strange vibe that I kept getting at that place. It just felt something felt off. I'm still not sure what that was, but
it might have been a very eventful day yesterday at the Grove.
Yeah.
That might have been part of what we were sensing in the people who were there going in and out. What they knew or didn't know. What they had heard or hadn't heard about what had happened. Maybe they had information here the night before, we don't know.
Yeah, there was at least 2 members or 2 guests who actually stopped and kind of talked to us. So they didn't talk for very long, and they didn't like what we were saying or some of the reasons why we were there, but at least they took that time to kind of stop and talk to us. Like the one guy was saying that there's nothing going on. They're just a bunch of silly people doing silly things. That was basically it.
Well, he may have actually believed that too. That maybe is all that really matters to him.
Yeah, well, he definitely didn't want to hear anything
Just
about...
a chance to hobnob with powerful people.
Sure. Why not, I guess.
We did see those hawks circling too, which made one wonder whether there were some carcasses.
There had to have been, I'm guessing. At least 3 or 4 hawks were circling.
Well, there was that one moment where there were 5 or 6 or more, it looked like.
Yeah.
After we first saw the hawk circling, and it was 10, 15 minutes after that, I snapped a couple of pictures. I can't wait to get home to see if, when I blow them up, whether you can really see them. It's a nice clearing in the redwood grove in the sky, and you can see them circling over there. It might have been over a meadow or something.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see that. We saw some chemtrails for the first time in 4 years of going to the grove, at least.
Very prominent ones. In fact, that one plane we saw that had that kind of trail where no trail behind it except for quite a few degrees away, and then it was a very powerful double trail.
Yeah, it was almost like it went off and went back on or something.
Like they had the ability to make it invisible from some distance from the plane.
It was like the higher the plane went up, the less you could see the trails for some reason. And we did try to give them back donuts. Like I said, last year they gave us donuts and we didn't eat them, and we tried this year to give them donuts. They wouldn't take them, so that's too bad. Thought there might be cyanide in them, I guess.
He said cyanide. There might be cyanide in them. It seemed odd that someone would think of that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They still have that view that we're there for some terrorist purposes, basically. We're just standing outside.
I don't see any irony in that.
I'm sure they do. That was a little weird. The guy at the restaurant was a little weird too. But like I said, we were just sitting there eating, and he comes out and acts like he's looking at the sunset or looking at the river or something. But he's listening to everything that we're saying. And then after we leave the restaurant, then he comes outside and starts asking us about if we're like in a music band or something like that.
So, you guys are in the music industry? And you all said no real quickly. And then I interrupted and said, yes, I am. And for crying out loud, I was the one guy in the group carrying a musical instrument, which had attracted attention explicitly from others already throughout the day.
Absolutely.
Including from the couple when we walked into the restaurant and went out to the veranda.
Yeah, and he didn't make eye contact with you, or he only shook my hand too.
Yeah.
What was that about?
Well, getting a DNA sample.
Oh, great. That's all I need.
No, he needed it.
He needed it.
It's being analyzed as we speak. You're being checked through the international Interpol terrorist database. See if we get a match.
How does he get the DNA from his hand off, you know, to where he can test it or whatever?
I don't know. I'm sure there's some kind of technique.
Yeah, maybe he just gave me cancer or something.
They know what his DNA is, and he's scrupulously avoided any contact with anyone else. Therefore, they can extract the DNA and all of the DNA that's clearly not his then, and that agrees with itself. Now they know it's this person that he shook hands with.
What would be the point of that?
I don't know. But I don't know what the point of any of that was. I think people are just weird and spooked.
Yeah.
I don't think he was up to anything concrete, really.
Yeah.
He was not competent enough, I don't think. I think he would have engaged me when I spoke up so loudly like that. He would have engaged me figuring that I'm talkative. He'll find out some useful information, whatever it is, just by engaging me. But that wasn't what he was about at all. He was just about seeing you bear a slight resemblance to one of the guys in Metallica.
Is that true, though? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I think there's a slight resemblance because of the way your hair is looking right now. You kind of let it go kind of long and wavy there. I think that's it. The combination of that and the way your facial hair is groomed, there's a slight resemblance to that one guy who kind of looks Hispanic in Metallica.
Interesting.
But it's not a strong resemblance.
Yeah, he's probably taller too. Come on.
I think he's taller, older, and more kind of stony rock musician looking too. You know. So it's not a strong resemblance.
He wouldn't wear a Captain America shirt.
He wouldn't hang out with four doofuses like us either.
Well, we had some employees come up to us and engage with us. Were actually talking to us.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting, really. All those groups of looked like restaurant help coming out to have their cigarette out there in the creek bed.
Yeah, which
like,
usually,
why aren't they allowed to have the cigarette inside the encampment?
I guess not. Usually only a few of them will come out. I've never seen so many come out at the same time. And they're all in the same area, too. So, and it's weird, like, why would they not let them smoke, considering everything else that is going on?
Sure.
That's a little strange, too.
But I think there probably just isn't a place that's set off apart from the activities there where they just wanted to make sure that when they're on their break time like that, they're just away from the activities.
Yeah.
So that they don't get any more ideas or decide to start peeping, like listening in or making it, getting their iPhone out and making a video. In fact, now that I think of it, I don't think any of those guys with their cigarettes, I bet they aren't even allowed to bring iPhones and stuff like that.
No.
When they work there, that's probably one of the agreements, because such a large group and there were a lot of young women there. There would have been iPhones out there when they were smoking, but I didn't see a single iPhone. So.
That's true. Yeah, I didn't either. Very curious. And we have one guy tell us that one employee told us that the workers are not allowed to make eye contact with the guests or the members of the Bohemian Grove.
That's weird. That would just be weird.
Yeah, like why not? Why wouldn't they be able to make eye contact? How? And I think you said it, or somebody said, well, how can they serve them if they can't see them?
Yeah, how can you provide personable and gracious service without giving any eye contact?
So they're probably like serving pre-set up dinners or pre-set up,
yeah,
like
exactly,
tables and stuff. So.
Yeah, everyone is seated at the table with their own spot.
Right.
And so the orders are, the person at chair 6 gets this item, and it's simple as that. There's no need to ever look at them.
Right. You just go there, you put this on the table, and you walk away.
Yeah. Put the plate down and walk away. Do not look anyone in the eye.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Straight to jail. one kid who actually told us that he worships Moloch or prays Moloch. So, I mean, come on, man. You just have to.
That.
Well, of course, but it's like.
But I mean,
it's childish.
It's nothing. That doesn't disagree with what he's learned on his favorite heavy metal band's album. There's probably heavy metal bands that do have lyrics about Moloch and stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure their parents are proud.
You know, this is not a waste of time. You know, and for anyone to say that, more often than not, those people, the naysayers, are the people that never take action and just sit in their living room watching Fox and Friends all day thinking that, you know, that's their salvation.
Or CNN.
Or CNN.
So a lot of the staff here looks actually to be new this year, because I was actually talking to some of them, and they were coming in for their first time to do wait staff and you know, get all the tables ready and everything.
Oh, those guys have already came in.
They've already, well, they come in early in the morning and they leave a little bit, and they come back later after lunch, right? Because everything's already set up. And
dressed in red.
Dressed in red and white and black. It depends on what kind of service they're performing. Whether it's, you know, meat server, not that kind of service. Meat
server. Okay.
Yeah, that didn't really help. They're serving up a lot of sauces.
That must be red.
Roast beef, or whatever they're serving.
Filet mignon.
Potatoes, or whatever else they're serving, is my point here. And then, and then, some of the staff was actually, I think, a lot happier, a lot friendlier today. They seemed to, some of them were talking to us, not about stuff that was inside. I think a lot of them were just serving food and stuff, and maybe changing chairs around and stuff.
Yeah, let's film them.
Do they like to be filmed?
Get those cameras rolling, boys.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey guys.
Here we go. We have
What you
some
got
extra
here?
Donuts.
You do?
Absolutely.
Wow,
Very
thank
nice.
you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I didn't bring any napkins, but.
Oh, nice.
You guys staying cool?
Okay, guys,
Whoa.
I didn't do that.
That was not us.
Okay.
Whoa.
A tree limb just
Might be
broke
able to
right
pull
behind
that
us.
Yeah, Sabbath, you guys, Sabbath, hey, give me those donuts back. Give me those donuts back. You guys trying to kill us here.
How's it going, sir?
Well, you know, the funny, I think it might have been my mental
Jeez,
ability.
I think those vitamin things you're taking work.
Because I was looking at that sign and I was going, you know what? Maybe we
It's
can
pretty
help these
weird.
guys next year, and I'll bring a machete out, and
Well, I don't think this is our.
we'll chop some of this down or something, and then all
That's
of a
what we were
sudden-
trying to figure out, where the property line is actually.
there.
That's
yeah,
the.
we know
okay.
that.
Okay. Oh well.
Wow. I think I might have brought that branch down. That's pretty awesome mental ability.
That doesn't happen every day. It's a good thing you parked there.
Yeah. Okay, boys.
Hey, thank you very much.
Anyways,
Just
I was thinking, though, that actually that tree is kind of blocking your sign.
Yeah.
You might want to chop it.
Just appreciate if you don't hassle the members or especially the employees.
Absolutely.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That hasn't happened yet, right?
Nobody's complained about us. Okay.
We're trying to be nice to the staff, actually.
No, that's good. No, just start putting those emails.
Well, I appreciate the donuts. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, they try to kill us with donuts, it looks like.
Did anybody eat those donuts?
No way. Hey, they could be. Can we test them?
Right. There's something about school there, exactly. You come out and offer donuts?
When that branch fell down, that was awesome.
That was like a sign from God: do not eat the donuts.
God, dude. Like, yeah, don't eat those donuts.
It's okay. I need to find a verse about a broken branch.
I'm sorry.
No, dude, it's on Revelation.
I was
the
telling you,
branch will
I
break.
literally, I was just thinking I was going, that branch and those leaves right around that area have got to come down because that sign is being blocked. Not that I care about the sign, but it was just a thought going through my head.
And so you made it happen.
I guess I did.
Telekinesis.
And then the donuts came, and it's like, okay.
Psychic warfare.
Why would they bring us donuts? That's a little odd. Huh?
They just probably wanted
I don't know. Maybe they're from Kissinger. Maybe Kissinger told them we would look hungry out here, I guess.
Well, he was gorging his face. He's like, I'll spread the wealth.
Well, now the sign is completely down. They told me this is the actual line here, so we're going to respect that line. No trespassing, not a through road.
Did you get the branch as it was coming down?
I think it was, yeah, I was recording. I don't know how much of that I got. I'll have to check. Become our buddies.
I did earlier. I saw him come back earlier. He sent back? Yeah, he had to come back. Yeah, he did. Who the hell was that? You were, I think we were talking at that time. And he just kind of drove right by. It was that, I think during that time when those one people were talking to us in the car when they came back around and wanted that information back from North Carolina.
God is merciful, that's all I know. So they brought us donuts. One of them has
Hey, it's just a one-night stand.
jelly. I'm sure there's something in that jelly donut, if anything.
It's jelly.
And they're probably just laughing at us because now they want us to get all paranoid about the donuts. So there's probably nothing in it, but after the tree broke, I think that was a clear sign.
Number one rule of a Vietnam soldier: never take food from the locals. No matter how good that pho looks, don't take it. You're not supposed to take it.
Welcome! How many do you have in there?
Yeah, that was a big rig in there.
What's the thing for? Pizza?
Maybe they had like pizza.
That's what he said, pizza.
What?
They had the Italian delegates, so what if...
So anyways, we're out here at Bohemian Grove by the gate and just chatting people up, you know, mostly staff. But one of these guys was coming up here from a walk, and turned out that he was from the Italian consulate here in San Francisco. So we were just talking to him about the Grove and about, you know, the people that attend, and turns out it was his first year. But then he gave us some information like it was his first year, and they wanted to have up to 6 delegations here at the Grove. So there possibly could be up to 6 national or foreign national delegations here this year.
Did he say why?
Well, he said he was here for a talk on Vladimir Putin.
Lakeside chat.
I think the Lakeside chat is
It could have been a Lakeside chat, but it was literally a talk that was happening like at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Because I don't know where it was in the Grove, but anyways, he was there for that specifically. And then he also mentioned something about how Putin is a little bit of a warring personality, which obviously makes sense, and he's a very volatile person. And what else? Anything else important about that encounter? I mean, he was just a nice guy, you know, but hopefully his mind is going to be totally changed when he leaves there. You know, I'm not sure he'll have access to talk to, but we did give him a magazine, just one of the latest InfoWars magazines this year.
Cool.
So, you know, maybe he'll read some stuff and maybe he'll learn what's going on. So
Did he seem happy about the talk?
Well, he didn't know because he hadn't been here before, and so he was just arriving after he had a walk, but he was just arriving for his very first talk, it looks like.
These are the folks who are all benefiting from martial law.
Sure.
The use of force as he determined to be necessary.
So what do you think they're doing here?
What are they doing here? They're having their annual 10-day celebration of their mutual admiration society. I don't know how else to say it. I used to work here for years with my horses and carriage to take the body and the cremation of care. Tonight is a cremation of care presentation where they present a casket and have a big fire
and the effigy.
Right, and I used to provide all that for years until I started, till 9/11.
Then
and
you
I started handing out my literature, the truth about 9/11. They didn't want me around anymore.
Our presence will be felt by the Bohemian Grovers, and anyone that decides to take it upon themselves to meet in secret and violate the Logan Act. Like we have the foreign consulate from Italy here, and I guess there's several other delegations that are from throughout the world coming here to meet with high-level politicians and company execs, where they meet in somewhat secret is an act of subversion and pretty much treason as well against the United States. So
they can't talk about Putin. Just
yeah, if they want to talk
some
about
recommendations.
Putin, why aren't they doing it in the public's eye? Why do they need to go behind closed doors and talk bad about Putin? I'm not trying to glorify Putin or anything that he's about, because he has an iron fist over the hold of Russia. He's somewhat of their new dictator. But he is challenging the Illuminati power structure. One of the first things that the whole Ukrainian conflict started with was the Nazi separatists trying to take Ukraine into their power, and they received the aid from the West. They got the money from the West to run their operations. So it's this gigantic game of chess, and this is one of the places where they meet in secret and decide what pawns are going to be moved, what bishops are going to be moved, what knights are going to go into action. Some of the knights that we see in action is Blackwater, Z, or Academy, or whatever you want to call them, and they're one of the chess pieces. And right now we see the conflict in Iraq with ISIS, and everybody that has a brain and knows history knows that ISIS was trained and funded by the United States CIA as an insurgency group in Iraq. So again, another created enemy that we're potentially going to have to reinvade Iraq to go fight. It's just like the creation of Al-Qaeda in 1979, when Zbigniew Brzezinski met with bin Laden in Afghanistan and gave him the weapons and gave him the funding and gave him the power to engage this jihad against Russia, who was occupying Afghanistan at the time. And that's one of the first examples of us creating this freedom force, quote unquote, these freedom fighters. Well, I guess in a sense they are freedom fighters because they're fighting against freedom, So if you want to use some verbal gymnastics, maybe that's what they really meant. These people are fighting to eliminate freedom. They're not really fighting for freedom, they're really fighting against it. And as we've seen with the events of 9/11, that boogeyman was, you know, paraded around, even though Dick Cheney is quoted as saying bin Laden had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. The American people have been bamboozled into believing, because of Fox News, because of CNN, because of all the major, you know, networks, the government-controlled networks, you know, they continue to tote that line. So, you know, all these false flags and all these terrorist attacks, you know, there's definitely elements of Islam that are radical. Don't get me wrong, terrorists do exist, but when you have handlers and people that, you know, pretty much open the door for them and let them, you know, run amok and do whatever they want and give them the funding that they need, you know, it's becomes nefarious. And that's what, you know, hopefully with us coming here, we can try to bring some light on, is the you know, deals being made in the shadows, the smoky room deals, where, you know, you have the consulate of Italy here, and you have, you know, politicians and big industrial types here, you know, working together to create this one world corporate prison gulag, I guess you can call it, where, you know, it's a one world government, everyone's trading in SDRs. The one world currency is already here, you know, and not trying to get biblical, but that's one of the goals of the Illuminati and the elite, is to have this one world currency that they're all working hard on. So,
SDR?
Yeah, with the SDR, the special drawing rights.
It's come out more in this week, so.
Oh, they have?
There's more news on it, yeah, just look it up.
Oh, yes, yeah, look it up, you know. And people look at me like a three-headed snake, you know, talking about these things because they've never heard of it. It was never on Fox Business. Fox and Friends didn't mention, you know, oh yeah, now we're going to switch over to an international currency known as the SDR, and the IMF is going to be the one handling it through the World Bank and the World Trade Organization. You know, you don't hear them talk about that. You know, they're constantly talking about how good the economy's getting and invest now because the stock market's going to hit 1,700 points and all this, you know, false hope of making it rich overnight with all their pump and dump scams like we've seen with Facebook being one of the IPOs where, you know, you had rampant insider trading going on, something that Martha Stewart was locked up for. Yet when, you know, Zuckerberg, a puppet of the CIA, many say, he engaged in insider trading and knew when to sell and when to keep. So gangster capitalism is what their game is. You know, they don't believe in the free market. They don't believe in the free market at all, because if they did believe in the free market, they would eliminate, you know, the Federal Reserve, you know, the monopoly, you know, main winner. You know, in the game of Monopoly, you know, the players don't win, the bank always wins, it never goes bankrupt. So yeah, hopefully, again, like I said, hopefully we could bring some more light to this.
And it sounds like at least they're talking about Putin here.
They're at least talking about Putin so far. That's what we know about.
Said one consulate.
Right, and we know, I mean, if you look at even this morning's paper talking about Israeli forces getting ready for some type of incursion or something like that, we know that they're obviously getting ready for some crazy war or something. I mean, it's pretty obvious with all the stuff that's going on. And then if you listen to, I was just listening to an economist, when was it, 2 days ago, Wednesday or something, Wednesday or Thursday? You know, he was mentioning, you know, talking about the stock market getting up to a little bit over 17,000, and then all of the indicators are showing that this is when you talk about the big collapses and everything. You know, not that we're going to go into road warrior or something like that soon, but a lot of people who invest a lot in the wrong markets are going to lose a lot of money. And it's happened many times before. It's pump and dump, right? So it's happened many times before. There's nothing to suggest that it won't happen again, which means that it is going to happen. So, hey, you know, look, if you're an investor and you're looking into your money, I think the safe money goes into commodities, things you can actually hold tangible with your hand. What was this guy was talking about Warren Buffett, right? So Warren Buffett has actually gone out and bought a railroad, and he's bought oil refineries, a lot of stuff to do with oil and railroads. I haven't even researched all of the story yet, so go out and do some research into that, because think about it. If you have a railroad and you have oil refineries, you then have a pipeline to anywhere that railroad goes. So you don't need to build a pipeline, because you can make your own.
Well, yeah, that's to, well, here,
So-
let me just add
Yeah,
in
yeah, please.
what you're saying. With that big purchase and acquisition, and due to the massive protests against the Keystone Pipeline, the pipeline's irrelevant when you own the railroads. So if you own the railroads and the refineries, why build a pipeline when you could just, you know, have a mobile pipeline that is going to transport, you know, billions of gallons of your petrol, you know? So that's part of the control. And Henry Kissinger also said in, I think it was Memorandum 200, you control the nation's energy, you pretty much control the people. So if they have total control over the energy and resources of this country like that, you know, they have the power of shutting down power plants. They have the power of, you know, monopolizing on that type of industry. And as we've seen throughout history with Standard Oil, monopoly is their game. I mean, they call it, you know, you hear these people with Occupy, which I myself am involved with, they constantly say, you know, capitalism is bad and capitalism this. But in actuality, the capitalism that these industrialists are engaging in is monopoly capitalism.
Crony capitalism.
Crony capitalism, I guess
Just
you
as
can
good,
say.
yeah. Go with it.
I mean, one of the biggest capitalist nations in the world, and everyone calls it a communist regime, is China. China is a monopoly capitalist state where the government is all means of production, all means of transportation, all means of energy, and it's controlled by the inner party. So we have these industrialists like Warren Buffett who are heavily invested into energy and pretty much controlling the so-called green movement, which kind of just sold out to Al Gore and Richard, what's his name? Sir Richard Branson, I think his name is. And they're all involved in the carbon credit trading scheme. So, you know, in order to fully control your opposition, the best way to do that is to fund them. So that's nothing new. And we've seen that in the past. So, you know, hopefully by coming here, people always say, you know, you're wasting your time, it's pointless. I look at it like this. ABC is not here. CNN's not here. Fox News is not here. Someone has to be here from the American press. And the First Amendment grants the press to be all American citizens. And that's pretty much what we are doing here is acting as the press, where the corporate-controlled, government-controlled press will never venture off into, because, you know, when you look at who owns NBC, who owns Fox News, I mean, it's General Electric, it's the big corporations.
Well, now it's
the
a
power
Comcast
structure.
with NBC.
Yeah, NBC is owned by GE, and then they have investors from, you know,
Hey, how's it going?
other companies like the Rand Corporation and all them. So, you know, it's this monopoly capitalism structure. So yeah, that's pretty much my take on what's going on.
Welcome to Bilderberg West. So other countries are already trading with each other outside of U.S. currency. Do you know why the gas is high? Do you know why your hamburger costs more, okay? Hamburger doesn't cost more because the cows got together and decided that they wanted to raise the price of meat. No.
Oh yeah, the farmers.
That's not what.
The farmers didn't get together and create a monopoly and say, hey, we're gonna automatically raise the beef prices.
That's correct.
What basically happened was, like Sean was saying, the dollar. You know, the dollar is pretty much on its deathbed, and
I like to blame the cows. I think that's.
well, yeah, that's easier. That's an easier way out, to just blame the cattle. But in a sense, you know, the elite look at us as if we're the cattle, and as if we're the useless eaters to be preyed upon and used for, what I guess the term cash cow. You know, but fortunately for the world's sake, and not just our sake, but just the world in general, is that people are waking up to that fact. And the days of slavery have been here. Everyone thinks the Civil War ended slavery. We're all debt slaves now. We're all slaves to our mortgage. We're all slaves to our car payment. We're all slaves to whatever frivolous debts we have ran up. Credit card debt, student loan debt, whatever debt you have, you're pretty much, you know, indentured servant working to pay off that debt, minus, you know, signing your life to a contract of 7 years of labor on a farm in a plantation in Virginia. You know, they've gone beyond that. They've refined the methods of slavery to where there's an incentive. You know, you have the 2008 bubble where all these people bought houses that they couldn't afford, And by them signing the dotted line, they automatically gave their life to pay off that lifelong debt of 30-year mortgage at a fixed rate or adjustable rate mortgage or whatever. And a lot of them came to the people came to the realization that their house wasn't even worth as much as what it was refinanced for, what they purchased it for. So they're stuck holding the bag while the markets crashed and collapsed, and then we had the banker bailouts and the TARP bailouts in 2008, which pretty much bankrupted the country. I mean, the country was already going bankrupt prior to that. We're still paying off World War II debts. When World War II came around, the United States government, via the Federal Reserve, needed money to fund the war. There's a good movie, I believe it was either Letters from Iwo Jima or The Wind Talkers, where there's a scene in the movie where you have all these generals talking about we're running out of money for the war. And in one of the conversations, they say, well, we'll just print more money and, let the government take care of it, and, we could fund the war forever. But the side effect of them doing that is we, the American people, through the strong arm of the IRS, are forced to pay interest, pretty much the inflation tax through taxes. We pay our money into taxes, the value of the currency goes down, and what a dollar bought 10 years ago today buys 50 cents worth, or even worse, 10% of that actual value of the dollar. That's why people they're starting to get it, but they look at me funny when I say don't save your money in the bank, go buy silver, go buy gold, go buy real money, something that's solid, that'll never lose value. And we're headed towards Zimbabwe scenario where you have runaway inflation and a super high amount of stagflation where the value of the currency goes down, and you have products and commodities just sitting on the shelf because no one can afford to buy them, or they're just scared to buy them. No one wants to invest $5 million on an HP computer system like they did 10 years ago when they knew the water faucet was on and loans were being given out like candy. So we're coming to a critical point. Hopefully we will not go into World War III. A lot of the indicators are saying there's going to be a major conflict starting off in Ukraine.
If they're meeting about Putin, what do you...
They're going to be meeting about Putin this year. So, I mean, that to me is another indicator that, hey, keep your guard up and do your best to invest in things that are solid. Buy ammo, buy food, buy gold and silver. I have an emergency supply of food. When I got laid off, that's what I ate. When people say, oh, you're crazy, Manny, why are you stockpiling all this food? Well, if it wasn't for that stockpile of food that I had when I got laid off, I probably would have starved or been eating top ramen all day.
Guess what? I did the same thing.
Really?
Really?
I did.
We resorted to the emergency rations.
We mixed it in with the other food that we were buying, right?
Mm-hmm.
To extend the...
Yeah.
To extend it. So, you can do like noodles. My pack included some really cool vitamins and also an orange drink.
Nice.
Non-GMO orange drink and everything.
Wow.
No high fructose corn syrup and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, that emergency food comes in really handy. And
you have a lot of patriots in the movement that are like, oh, I'm going to buy 6 years of food for, SHTF scenario. Well, sometimes SHTF means you got laid off, and you need food. So I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible. The elite, there is a very strong chance that they'll collapse. Corruption breeds corruption. So, you have all these elites at the table, arguing amongst each other. And we've seen in the past, I believe it's so far been 6 months now, where you have all these elite bankers dying. Even a Rothschild was killed in his airplane. So something big's going on. There's something on the horizon. I'm not trying to sound like a doomsayer because I'm very optimistic about the awakening that's happening. And as that awakening continues, they're scared. It scares them to death. I mean, Zbigniew Brzezinski and Hillary Clinton both talked about the people being awake is one of the biggest threats to their whole operation and program. Hillary Clinton is quoted as saying we need to engage in an information war and attempt to pretty much win the hearts and minds of the people through propaganda.
And that's because they're losing that war,
and that's
right?
because they're losing that war, yeah. And she even said we're losing the war of information. So, grassroots people like ourselves and you, the viewer out there, the more we do you know, many hands make the burden less of a burden. So, you know, you have us here. I know a lot of you out there are doing your own research and trying to figure out what's going on and make sense of it all. But the more of us that do it, the bigger of a threat it is to them. And don't ever think for yourself that, oh, I'm just little me, what can I do? There's a lot that you can do. Because all it takes is 1 or 2 pawns to put a king in chess, to put a king in check in the game of chess. So if you want to call us pawns or whatever, we're one of the most powerful pieces on the chessboard, and the elite tend to ignore the pawns because they use us for their wars while they sit back as kings and queens watching the battles from afar. And we're in the trenches. You know, we're the ones that are paying, you know, $4 to $5 a gallon for gas every day. You know, they're not worried about that. We're the ones that work in the factories and in the warehouses and in the, you know, what's left of industrial America here. You know, so we see what's going on. Our jobs are being shipped to China. They're outsourcing work. They're using the illegal immigration influx as pretty much a cash cow for the 1%ers. The 1%, Walmart being one of the biggest donators to a lot of these illegal immigration groups, it just suits their needs. You know, you pay for people to support illegal immigration, and then you go around the back and hire them through temp agencies and hire them with IDs and social security numbers that they know are stolen, and they just turn the other way and, you know, hire these people. So this, you know, argument of, you know, hey, the illegals are not taking their jobs. Well, it's not that they're taking our jobs, it's that the corporations are selectively choosing them over citizens who know what's going on. So, you know, we're just engaging in this battle for, you know, waking people up in information. So hopefully, again, like I always say, I'm optimistic. Hopefully today we'll bring some light to what's going on.
Tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality it wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. They spread lies, but they don't know about the people who were planting seeds. Try to tell the truth about the killers of economies. I think about the present when I look at the past. I can't tell you what's in heaven or say where it's at, but I know that 9/11 was an inside job, and I know the day you give up is the day that you lost. Soldiers sold to the devil, but it doesn't belong to the evil one who runs the world. Everything comes from the one who made the heaven and dimensions of earth, and made the first human being from his breath in the dirt. And all these products of the government to brainwash kids with false hopes and false morals, to make them forget about the things that really matter. At the end of the book, you got your silver gold platters, but you're only a crook. You didn't build that, you stole that, then you took credit. It'll be easy to forgive you, but they'll never forget it. So let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. I'm not sorry about my past, cause it made me who I am. I'm sorry about the pain you had to go through as a kid. All this wishing on a star never got me into Mars. Relying on a dream only gave me fantasies. There's no easy road ahead. Every mountain that you climb is a battle to be won, but it's all a part of life. Every day I go to battle in the spiritual war. They call me sheep, they call me cattle, but I gotta ignore them. They can't defeat us, so they're making us defeat ourselves. They said survival of the fittest, it's survival of wealth. They want materialistic problems to take center stage, and everyone who don't agree is just a rat in a cage. But I was born a human being, and that's how I will leave. Put on this earth for a reason, and it's not to deceive. And all these government lies, they disguise all the treason. They always get caught, cause nobody believes them. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your still yesterday. Woke up, I was thinking about the price we paid. Got our fake freedom like a sacrifice. Don't talk about the government, cause that ain't nice. People getting tortured still. Found another war on Capitol Hill. Raised the debt, created Osama. Killed another patsy, gave us Obama. Where do we go from here? Turning off the news, there's feels like I've been real. waiting so long. Every time that I fall, every time that I won't be unbreakable. Every time my goal slips out my hand, pick it back up and fall again. Add a scar on tainted skin, another day that I don't win. Starting over from the bottom, truth is lost, but someone's got them locked inside a box of lies. Box of riddle for the eyes, box of candy for the weak, and a suitcase for the more deceived. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality, he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was a race by the color of his light skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky.
Club, man. That's awesome.
I got ass raped.
Does that say woof on it? The little one?
Yeah, I'll be back
that's
up here
one of
in
the
August
camps.
too.
Okay.
That is pretty cool. Wow.
No, I'm gonna come up and I'm gonna go over.
got other
Crazy.
stuff, too.
They're taking shots and.
How did you get this one? That's one. Maybe I shouldn't ask.
Let's get real, people. Bohemian Grove is about control. Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property, okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private Grove here. It's not just their own personal security. And they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, So, it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
Lots of maintenance today.
Got that? Okay, I'm gonna get in there, Greg, and oh, you know what? I have to check my seat. Hang on a second here. I'm at dusk dawn right now. Let's see. I think I could just do normal portrait right now. Okay, there we go. Ready?
Mean anything when there's
Okay, so there's my 720p.
Nah, dude, here's one of my favorites right here.
Okay, then I better get a couple of those. So, Walking Bohemia's Home.
Dude, you'll trip out.
So, Lookout Mountain. Huh.
See if I can
Yeah,
Lookout Mountain.
Actually, let's get this piece down here because I can actually
Yep, there you go.
look that up for public records, right? I'm just going to kind of get on your side over there. Huh.
Or you want to do the other one too, or?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean.
He was just 24.
This is what we need the bullhorn for right here. Hey, we got a bunch of magazines and cool information over here. Let us know if you can help.
Dude, we're the fucking world's third largest economy.
flyers that we hand out.
Like China was number 1 in 6 years. Yeah, that's so when it comes to the Democrats, we got a mailing list to sign up on.
Hey, all
How you
right,
doing?
how's it going?
Thank you.
We're with
Beautiful.
InfoWars, and we are Change. If you have any information about the Grove, so.
I don't.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. He almost stopped.
Rejected at the Grove.
You probably might be an employee. He's got to park all the way down there and walk
Absolutely, man,
all
right?
the way back.
It sucks. You know, take care of their own employees.
How
Oh,
you
is that a
doing?
woman?
We are Change InfoWars. Let us know about Bohemian Grove.
That's a lady.
She might be in.
Yeah, but she might be parking
There's
too.
actually one. There was.
Well, think
one
about
time-
it. If you got a husband that's a member, so you would drive him down
True,
and leave,
and
right?
then leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
There was actually one member who was actually a female at Bohemian Grove. I think
Yeah.
in the 20s or 30s.
Yeah, yeah.
One time, and that was it.
yeah, I've heard about that.
So what does it take for conservative Republicans to worship in front of an owl?
Thank you.
The global elite plan for a global takeover. Yes, this is Bilderberg West. Summer camp at Bohemian Grove. Come on down. Weaving spiders. Bilderberg West.
Oh, what's that?
Welcome to
Hey, look.
Bilderberg West.
That looks like a big fireplace. Wonder what they're burning in there.
That must be where they're burning this. I don't know.
Billy Bob from Texas. That's it, Billy Bob from Texas. See, everybody wants to have a photo op. Billy Bob. Okay. Somebody that was inside the group. And you too, come on.
Are you coming back for tonight?
I'm gonna come back about an hour. And then I'm gonna call 911. Get a picture.
You gonna be here for the cremation of care tonight?
Yeah. And
Tim, get over here and
I
get a
lined up
picture.
for a job. I did have a green card. Gotta love Billy. Didn't like me. You know, Billy, you're one of the rebels. I can tell already. Billy, nice meeting you, man. My name's Dave. You know where town is, Billy. I don't gotta tell you. That's right. Town drunks gotta know that. Yeah, all right. Whatever, Billy. Nice meeting you, Billy. Okay. You're always running from something. Billy, nice meeting you, man. My name's Dave. You know where town is, Billy. I don't gotta tell you. That's right. Town drunks gotta know that. Yeah, all right. Whatever, Billy. Nice meeting you, Billy. Okay. You're always running from something. Tell us a story. Huh? Tell us a story.
From the inside.
Oh, from Texas? Well, we battled the Mexicans at the Alamo. Gotta love Billy Bob. You know the last thing we said? The Mexicans are coming and we don't have jobs.
What you guys doing here?
The Mexicans are coming.
And we don't have jobs. So then, you get it? So then they came down to Houston.
No, there's no picture. I don't know.
We're roasting marshmallows, and we're playing with Ouija boards, and we're practicing hook slides. Hook slides are very important as you get older. I'm 72, and you got to learn how to hook slide, which means you go on the butt like this, to lift your feet up, and you come up like this. And therefore, all your lifting's done from here. It's not done from here.
Well, Billy Bob, I'm curious. I'm Doug Millar.
Hi, Billy Burge. Nice to meet you.
And so you're from Texas?
Houston.
And so you just came in for this
Hey,
special
Billy, you got an email address? I do, but I don't know it.
Of course
I
you
promise
don't.
you don't know.
I just had to ask.
No, will it be on here? My email? No. Check, when I get messages, people email me, and it shows that they email me on that.
Okay, Billy Bob?
Yeah.
Here is I put together a Bohemian Grove.
Okay.
Okay. And I know that 95% of you have goes on the top, just like the Masons. Are you a Mason?
No, I'm a Baptist.
Okay. Well, Masons, only about 5% of the top know about the human sacrifice the 33rd degree Masons do.
Okay.
And here I give you a background on what the Bohemian crowd leaders, the Druids,
All right, hey, nice to meet you too. Yeah.
do. Human sacrifices of children.
Who is he?
I'm going to give you a copy of a report. We have 3 written reports now from 3 guys from 3 states who've never met each other. And all 3 of them have been at human
nice to Billy
sacrifice
Bob
here at
now.
Bohemian Grove as children.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, I've donated my body to Baylor Medical School.
Wear glass.
But I gotta die first.
Okay.
That's what they told me.
Yeah, I know.
We had a big discussion.
My
I dragged
ex-wife
him off
tried
the
to
road.
poison me. Ever tell you about that?
No.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, here's 2 written
Like, I'm gonna ask him and he's gonna say no.
Here's 2 written reports that were submitted in court in San Francisco, August the 1st, last year, August 2012. Okay, 2 guys, one from here in San Francisco, one from Iowa, and the other one's from San Francisco. But these guys have all been at human sacrifices. So there's more than you want to know
Put your
about.
arm around this young lady here.
Okay.
All about
One,
Bohemian Grove.
2, 3.
So,
Hey, Bill Bob, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you a Freemason?
too far on the road,
My boy.
Are you a
Here,
Freemason?
one more picture.
One
more
free
picture.
agent, yeah.
A Freemason?
Here, one more
I don't
picture.
know what that is.
No?
One more picture.
You don't?
No, what's a Freemason?
I don't know. I was just asking.
Press Democrat?
I'm Irish.
Press Democrat, yeah.
Oh, you're Irish. That's enough right there, Billy.
That means I can drink.
That's right.
Well, you guys are great. I'll come to your club in Houston. Do you have a club in Houston?
I'll come to your house.
Okay, I live with my ex-wife.
That's great.
Yeah. She puts me on the 3rd floor. See,
You have 3 floors then?
Yeah, The 3rd floor is an attic with no air conditioning.
Dave here said you're gay?
Gay? Well, I used to be.
Okay.
And I got on hormones. And after I got on hormones, then I figured out being gay was...
I love it.
If that didn't work?
I love it, Billy. Billy.
I love you
Hey,
too,
Dave.
Billy.
Okay, you guys...
I'll see you tonight at the cremation.
Okay, and then I'll be...
How many children do you have?
I'm 2.
Okay.
Son and a daughter, and 2 granddaughters, 13 and 15.
Here's my book cover of my releasing next week. So there you go.
Share it inside, all right?
Yeah.
They won't bring you out alive.
Well, I got Obamacare. Don't worry.
Okay.
Obamacare says it's cradle to grave. He takes care of me.
Right.
That's what he said. And so I
Free
signed
health
up
care.
on my job on his job fair, and I got a job.
Uh-huh.
Passing out brochures at the ballot box.
You gotta do a passing out.
Okay, gang.
See how you're jogging.
Okay, you will be. I'll go in the morning. Before it gets
Yeah, it's a little too warm today.
What is it? What do you think?
Here we have a FedEx
I mean, you're here with us.
car leaving.
With us. Look, what's your name? Anna? Anna, what do you think, Anna?
I think that you can do
Wait, so you're saying that we can... You're saying that
How conservative can you actually be and worship in front of an owl? That's what my question
You know,
is.
my grandpa knew the guy was following
I don't care all about the other disinformation.
Hinsky.
Global elite, take notice that we will not follow your directions.
Alright, so we have here what appears to be a light. Some type of light in the grove.
How you doing?
Very well.
How you doing? I'm a little tired right now because I've been standing all day. It's about 4 o'clock. We've just been hanging out here at the Bohemian Grove, Bilderberg West, the Illuminati, as some would call them. And I'm just here to expose and bring light to this as best as I can. I'm not a hero. I know people out there are better than me and can do a way better job. But I'm just flesh and bag of bones here, you know, another body, doing my best to photograph and cover what's going on. So hopefully the fruits of our labor will actually, you know, expose what's going on. And, you know, we're not the first people to do this. They've been doing this for years. Over the past 20 years, they've been trying, even longer than 20 years, they've been trying to expose this. But now, being at an understanding of where I'm at in life, in terms of how political decisions are made, who's in control of things, the men behind the curtain, the political elite, throughout my own personal research and reading other people's research and coming to the conclusion, I've come to the conclusion that yes, a lot of policies are being made here. This is where the atomic bomb was discussed, and they put that plan into fruition. Presidents are selected and chosen here. Major media people are basically blackballed. You know, major media outlets do not cover this place. Complete blackout in the media. I haven't seen any Fox, ABC News, CBS, CNN reporters out here. So that just shows me that, you know, tons of powerful people meeting together. Shouldn't it be a sensational news piece or a newsworthy topic? But apparently it isn't in this day and age. So it's up to us, the independent journalists and real freelance people, to come out here and document what they can and do their part in the American experiment known as the United States Republic, and utilize the First Amendment. Because the moment you stop utilizing your rights, well, you just say, hey, look, I don't want them anymore, so just take them. So we're out here doing that as well. Again, I'm Eddie from We Are Change East Bay, and those are just some of my 2 cents as to why I'm here and why I'm doing this. So hopefully within, I don't know, we just don't know. We don't know when we're going to defeat them, but I feel it coming pretty soon. It's a long time coming. These people have been doing these things for over 100 years. I believe the first meeting was in 1872, if I'm not mistaken. And ever since then, it's been going on here. We have wealthy, rich oil tycoons, business tycoons, banking elites, and the like. So you can look up the former guest lists of who was here, and see where they are in terms of where their career went. You know, so it's up to you. Again, I know a lot of you out there are better than me. I know you could do a way better job than anything I can. So I encourage that. Get off your ass. Go do something. Make a better YouTube video than what I'm doing. Get your ass out here. You know? What are you doing on a Saturday? Next week. Come out here. Stop by. You know, it's all about having presence. And I don't see it this year. There's a lot of weird things going on with the websites on the net. I guess they said there was no event or whatnot, but we were here. And tonight is the cremation of care. So we'll just see how it goes. I'll see you next time.
So, so here we are in front of Bohemian Grove for yet another year. I would, you know, we're going to be up here every single year until some of this crap stops. You know, these guys call themselves conservative Republicans. I mean, they vote Republican. And the thing is that they're not. I mean, they're worshiping Canaanite idols up here, and they're doing God knows what. But the worst thing that they're doing is they're weaving little plans and everything of public policy statements outside the venue of, well, the public. And that's why we're up here. We're up here because we're trying to expose this stuff. We're trying to expose the Grove, or resist the Grove, as my Facebook page says. And Bohemian Grove is something that's going to attract a lot of people over this 2-week period. It's always like this second week to third week in July. And we're going to be up here talking about these guys who are not conservatives. They are mostly Fabians. They're mostly anything other than conservatives, quite frankly. You know, I don't know all the politics that these guys have inside, but all I know is that they're trying to control us. They are taking back their corporate directives. They're taking back their governmental directives back to all their respective little boroughs throughout the country and throughout the world. And they're making us follow those policies. There's no voting inside here. There's nobody inside here taking notes. There's no stenographers. Nobody is sitting down and saying what these guys are talking about. They're just talking about it. And then they get to go back and magically come up with all these policies back at our government houses, back at our Senate, back at our House of Representatives, back at their representatives, England, if they have people from there, or Germany, or wherever they're coming from. and then they get to say, oh yeah, well we just came up with these ideas. Well, no, they didn't. I mean, they came up with these ideas here at the Grove, and you know they've been doing this forever. Nixon and you know nuclear policy for Manhattan Project and all the popular stuff that's already in the newspaper. So, you know, I know Sonoma County Free Press has got archives. There are archives on Bohemian Grove, so I encourage everybody to go look at those archives that are online, and then we are also going to find more archives as well and put them online. But I encourage you to do research. Do research into the owl. Do research into why they come here. I mean, why do these guys come here in the first place? I mean, it's not just to get together with a bunch of guys and pee in the forest, okay? I mean, there's other reasons why these guys are here. And it's not just a big summer camp, guys. I mean, we call it Bilderberg West. The Bilderberg West Bohemian Grove Illuminati Summer Camp. And it's, yeah, I mean, look, if I'm going to go on a summer vacation, I'm going to go with my family, right? And these guys are here, what is it, kind of like a Boy Scout camp, except for rich elitist guys who want to control everyone. So...
See the endless lines of Sonoma County here on both sides. Don't know why. It wasn't like that last year. Nothing sinister about it, but it does seem. Hey guys, how's it going? You don't have to leave. It's all good.
You guys must have a power trip, real power trip, protecting the elite in there, huh?
You guys don't want to talk to us now?
Yeah, real good, real big, real powerful, guys. You're just another pawn.
See you later.
Huh. I like that one. For home.
Hey guys, welcome to the Grove. Hey, have you guys ever heard of something called the cremation of care? We got 2 guards here, 2 security, Bohemian Club security guards. Young kids, don't have a zit on their face. Please do not sacrifice your care. Keep your care. Two young kid. What's up with all the young kids, man?
I know, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. They have so many. They're being brainwashed to think that this is some kind of cool thing to come support.
Yeah, just like joining the army.
Yeah, exactly.
You get to fucking live Gears of War, whatever the fuck the latest game is, right?
You guys are almost close. Why don't you just come over here on this side and just come chill with us? You love the Grove, huh?
They're over there talking about their how they can.
Just make sure you don't sacrifice your care, okay? Do not engage. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you guys aren't worthy enough for that. You might as well be over here with us then.
Who do you guys think you are?
They're not your friends.
The wrong side.
There is a 40-foot owl. Have you guys seen it?
You guys seen the 40-foot owl?
I'm missing a 40-foot owl. Somebody stole it. I hear it's in here. It eats children. It barbecues and roasts them.
That's what
Yeah, you guys get paid for this? It's a great job. It's awesome. We got some guards over here paying close attention to us. I don't know what they're doing over here, if they're trying to intimidate us or just walking around or what. I guess so, yeah. We're not gonna sneak in, don't worry.
If we would, we'd go on the other side.
I don't even want to sneak in. I wouldn't want, you couldn't pay me to go in there, man.
No. Who knows how long we've been there?
It's true.
I thought it was me.
Got a couple of the guards here wondering about seeing what we're up to. We're trying to see what they're up to. So, and they're just doing their job. Keep peeking around the corner, so I guess this is what they get paid to do. Why not? Hey guys! They're over here somewhere. Let's go meet them. Greetings! Alright, got one to wave. Guess they just really don't want to be bothered with us. Probably don't want to be on camera either, but that's the way it is. You guys heard about this thing they call the cremation of care? Some crazy stuff, man. Sacrificing care? It's like a little baby, and they put it on this thing, and there's this big owl, a big 40-foot owl. I'm sure you guys have seen the 40-foot owl.
It's not really a baby, but it's a mock human sacrifice. So it's a metal effigy, a metal skeleton that they wrap with paper mache.
It's pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. These guys don't care. They're zombies.
Pretty strange.
Leave them uninformed. It's alright, guys.
I'm gonna look it up.
Look up Dark Secrets inside Bohemian Grove. You'll get everything that you guys need, man. I'm just trying to help you out. Alright, brother, take it easy. It's a job. Have you seen the big 40-foot owl? No? Never saw it? It's huge. It's big. And you know, before they had the 40-foot owl, they had a 70-foot Buddha statue. Tall. I guess they're doing some satanic stuff there or something. Some type of ritual there. So just be careful. You have to be careful here. Are you a Christian? Do you believe in God? I believe in God. What they do here really bothers me. It should bother us all, though. Big 40-foot owl. That should freak people out. That should really freak people out. That would bother me. Especially if I saw it up front, up close and personal. Well, you have a good day. We're on our way out. Just keep that in mind, what they're doing here. We all have to work. We all need a job. But they're sacrificing care.
If I can, I will. Oh yeah, dude, I gotta get my flag back. I just remembered.
Just remember that God loves you, and the devil does not.
I always talk about end the Fed and the Federal Reserve, and why are we spending money, and where's our inflation going, where's our taxes going? This is all connected, guys. It's all connected. The global elite get together at East Coast for Bilderberg or Grove Motel. I'll call it the Grove Motel because it's a bunch of roaches that showed up. And they come to Bilderberg. Maybe they go to Bilderberg to run around in their little roach motel, and then they come over to the summer camp so they can pee in the forest. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just what the kind of thing that gets them off or whatever. And so we're done with it. We're really done with it. We're going to tell you, you're not going to keep on getting away with it because we're going to hold you accountable. And people are going to keep on learning about this, and there's going to be more people that will learn about it. There's nothing you can do to stop it. So you just take notice. We're going to be out here every year. We're going to be out in San Francisco. We're going to be out at the Bohemian Club protesting. We're going to be everywhere you are. And We Are Change International is going to keep on you no matter where you go. So if you're listening as an individual, I want you at the next We Are Change event. And if you're one of these globalists who think that you're going to be controlling the world with some cabal, you're on notice. Just the way it is. And there's nothing I can do to stop it because everyone's fed up with you. So
one of the workers actually didn't really appreciate the fact that I brought up that they're sacrificing care there. Possibly sacrificing people. It's like, oh, I doubt they're doing that. Well, I doubt they're doing it too, but it's still possible. So I'm not just going to discount it. It's because it sounds crazy. Of course it sounds crazy. Life is crazy.
stay for a long time.
Hi, I'm Richard Gage, AIA, member of the American Institute of Architects and founder of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. I represent 1,900 architects and engineers who are demanding a real investigation of what happened on 9/11 at the World Trade Center. There are many theories that people have put forth, and I've been asked to comment on one of them, mainly the directed energy weapons theory. And this is a theory that relies mostly on a denial of our most basic evidence on the part of Dr. Judy Wood, who denies that there's thermite or nanothermite at the World Trade Center towers when there's plenty of evidence, which of course is documented very carefully in our latest DVD, 9/11 Explosive Evidence, Experts Speak Out. She denies that there's evidence of explosions going off, and there's hundreds of witnesses, many of which are in the same DVD. She denies that there's extremely hot temperatures and molten metal, which turns out to be molten iron, which is very well documented as well. So when somebody comes forth with their own theory, and which has very little evidence, by the way, if any, and denies the most basic evidence that is very well documented, forensic scientific evidence, I can only presume that what she's purveying is disinformation. I can't come to any other conclusion. Now, we have written a 4-page paper on this subject. It's on our website. If you go to ae911truth.org, you can search Judy Wood, and you will come up with our paper there about this. It's a frequently asked question. So one of the features that she cites as evidence for directed energy weapons is the dustification of steel, specifically citing the spire that remains after the initial collapse or destruction of the towers. Core columns still standing, and then they receive a shake from below, and the dust is knocked off of the steel, and then you can clearly see it descending. She calls that the dustification of steel. She also cites that most of the steel is missing. A good percentage of it is missing. It's not missing. It's ejected laterally with explosive force, clocked by physicists at 60 miles an hour laterally. These perimeter steel, structural steel sections, landing 600 feet away. So that this steel is not in its footprint. We agree about that. It is distributed in a 1,400 to 1,600, and a 1,200 to 1,400 foot diameter about each of the twin towers. So that's where all of the quote missing steel is. In addition, she cites a large mushroom cloud, as she describes it, above one of the towers. Well, there's a lot of thermite heat released. 4,500 degree molten iron is the byproduct of thermite. Molten iron droplets are found throughout the World Trade Center dust, found by official sources, the USGS, in small microspheres of molten iron, which has this chemical signature of thermite. So this is found, and it is very well documented, and several tons of thermite and or nanothermite, for which there's evidence found throughout the World Trade Center dust in all the 4 samples collected by the international team of scientists led by Niels Harrit in Copenhagen. There's evidence of nanothermite, there's evidence of thermite. Thermite can create, especially in all this quantity, massive heat, which would rise. That's how mushroom clouds are created. Massive heat rising creates a sort of a shape up there, somewhat akin to a mushroom. That's accountable by the thermite incendiaries, which there's all this evidence for.
She gets into the cars too, like there were cars like down the street or something.
So if there was thousands of thermite cutter charges going off under these explosive conditions, the atomized byproduct of thermite, liquid molten iron, would be formed into small spheres, just like when you sneeze. It's an explosive force, liquid due to its surface tension, forming itself into spheres, almost as diameter of a human hair, which is what officials find in the dust. So these cooling, falling molten iron droplets could easily account for the so-called toasted cars. So that's one accountable mechanism for that phenomenon. Well, I don't know what Dr. Wood's motives are, but when a well-trained engineer like herself denies the most basic forensic evidence that exists for the World Trade Center, that NIST also denied, and that the so-called mini-nuke theorists also deny, I can only suggest that what they're purveying is disinformation. I don't know what their motives or their intentions are.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. This is going to be a very special episode here, as we approach 50 years since John F. Kennedy was murdered as a result of a conspiracy involving more people than just Lee Harvey Oswald and a few crazy gunmen. We have to talk about the cover-up too, because the cover-up to this crime is a big part of the overall conspiracy, the real conspiracy. There are conspiracy theories. One of the conspiracy theories is that Lee Harvey Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. 50 years later, I think many people understand that that conspiracy theory cannot be proven, has never been proven, and will never be proven. Partially because they killed their patsy, Lee Oswald, but partially because they helped cover up facts about JFK's assassination. Military intelligence. How intelligent could it be? Richard Nagel is a very important figure in the JFK mystery. Richard Case Nagel was alleged to be a double agent or a triple agent, however you want to look at it. In his own words, he believed that he was betrayed by his government. He believed that there was a conspiracy to kill John F. Kennedy, and he believed that he became a target himself because Richard Case Nagel was supposed to kill Harvey Lee Oswald before Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. Why didn't Richard Nagel kill Harvey Lee Oswald? There's a reason. He knows those reasons. Richard Nagel believed that the government betrayed him. He was not even sure who he was working for by the time that he walked into an El Paso, Texas bank, a federally insured bank, with a loaded firearm, raised the firearm into the ceiling, fired 2 shots into the ceiling of the bank, walked out of the bank, got into his car, where he was apprehended by a local police officer. Author and researcher Dick Russell wrote the definitive book on the assassination of John F. Kennedy, The Man Who Knew Too Much. In large part, Russell wrote in the preface of the book, this book is the story of a former military intelligence officer and CIA contract agent named Richard Case Nagel. Richard Case Nagel was a CIA/KGB operative who believed he was working for the good guys in order to stop an assassination plot against John F. Kennedy. In the book, The Man Who Knew Too Much, Nagel tells Dick Russell he warned the FBI about a plot to kill the president in September of 1963. Nagel added that there would be enough details to warrant the arrest of the eventual accused assassin Lee Harvey Oswald, as well as others. Nagel became a CIA operative whose mission was to infiltrate the Soviet intelligence community. Working as a double agent, Nagel was allegedly ordered by the KGB to assassinate Oswald before Oswald could murder President Kennedy. The Man Who Knew Too Much leads us closer to the truth about who murdered President Kennedy, how the assassination was planned in the shadows, and why Oswald was blamed as the lone gunman. Richard Nagel walked into a bank in El Paso, Texas on September 20th, 1963, after many attempts to warn authorities about a plot to assassinate President Kennedy. He aimed a Colt .45 pistol towards the bank ceiling and fired 2 shots. He calmly put the gun away and walked out of the bank into his car nearby. He is arrested by Officer Jim Budred and charged with robbing the State National Bank. Being a federally insured bank, Nagel was handed over to the FBI. Nagel was quoted as saying to the FBI agent, "I would rather be arrested than commit murder and treason." Murder and treason. Interesting. Nagel was found with a notebook that had the address and phone number for the Cuban embassy in Mexico City, as well as a newsletter from the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. As we know, Oswald was handing out many leaflets very publicly for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Oswald had been in contact with the Cuban embassy and was seen passing out pamphlets for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Nagel was trailing Oswald. After being arrested in El Paso on September 20th, 1963, authorities also found a military ID card on Richard Nagel, but the card belonged to Oswald. So the question was, why was Nagel carrying Lee Harvey Oswald's uniform service identification card? Now this is different than the identification Oswald is found with after the assassination of President Kennedy. Nagel's card has the same card number 4271617 as the one Dallas police seized from Oswald. But the photograph and signature of Nagel's card were different. A photograph of this can be seen in The Man Who Knew Too Much, because many people have seen Oswald's Department of Defense, Department of Defense ID card, and Nagel was found with an ID card that had the same number, but looks a little different. And the picture is very grainy, so I haven't really found the best picture of that yet. We need a good copy of that. Officer Bundred didn't believe Nagel intended to rob the bank that day. During one of Nagel's preliminary hearings, Bundred was sitting next to the alleged bank robber, and he asked Nagel, "You really didn't want to rob that bank, did you?" The officer felt like the incident was some type of diversionary tactic. Nagel told the officer he was glad to be going to prison because, quote, "I really don't want to be in Dallas." The officer responded, "What do you mean by that?" "You'll see soon enough," is what Nagel told him. Jim Bundred later told Dick Russell, "Oswald's name came up. I can't tell you whether Oswald was mentioned before or after the assassination. I remember Nagel saying something to me about that." In The Man Who Knew Too Much, Bundred recounted what happened next. "A few days later, after Lee Harvey Oswald was killed, what Nagel said came back to me. I thought, this had to be what he was talking about. How the hell would he have previous knowledge of it? How would he know what was coming down in Dallas? I talked to an FBI agent here about it, but a lot of this was just QT, not at liberty to discuss it. I was just a young cop. There was nothing I could do. I just feel Richard Nagel knew a lot more about the assassination than he let on, or that the government let on. It's bothered me ever since. Nagel insisted that the pistol used in the El Paso bank was not his, but the FBI knows who it belongs to. Nagel was eventually found guilty of entering a federally insured bank with intent to rob. Before being convicted, it's possible Nagel met Lee Harvey Oswald in the late 1950s when both were stationed in the Far East. Working for military intelligence in 1958, Richard Nagel was loaned to another intelligence agency, according to what Nagel told Dick Russell. The other agency gave Nagel assignments in Japan, Hong Kong, Korea, and Formosa. Russell writes, this was precisely the period when Oswald had been stationed in the Far East. The CIA then tasked Nagel with monitoring Oswald's activity after Oswald left the USSR in 1962. It's believed that Nagel had an audio tape of a conversation with Oswald and several conspirators, and he may have had a photo of himself and Oswald in New Orleans. So it's alleged that Nagel died in 1996, and that a lot of the truth might have died with him. The Man Who Knew Too Much. This is a great book. Eric Galoob recommended this book to me. It is a fascinating read. I had to read it a few times to try to piece all the different things that tied in Richard Nagel and how he was involved in this major plot to kill John F. Kennedy. We know that there were several plots. He talks about several plots to kill John F. Kennedy. There was at least 3. It is one of those testimonies that has stood the test of time. Because Richard Nagel was so public and did these things before the assassination happened and actually took some steps to try to stop the assassination of John F. Kennedy, it gives a little more credibility to what he's saying and what he's not saying. It's possible that Richard Nagel was still holding back in what he told Dick Russell. If you read the book, you will definitely see that. The things to focus on with Richard Nagel are not just the allegations that he makes, but the things that he did to try to warn people about what was coming in Dallas. He specifically mentions Dallas. He knows something is going to happen in Dallas. Richard Nagel was working for U.S. military intelligence, working undercover as a KGB officer. Probably felt at some point he was burned either by the CIA or the KGB, and he felt like his only hope was the FBI. And you can see that as the reason why he walks into that bank. I believe everyone who wants to know about JFK should read this book. Give it a chance. The government has their theory, and it's 50 years since JFK was murdered, and they're going to be out in Dallas trying to sell their theory 50 years later. And they'll be doing this 50 years from now, 100 years from now, unless we get the truth out. Unless we let people know that JFK was murdered as a result of a conspiracy. People within the government covered that conspiracy up. People within the government and outside of our government were most likely involved in the conspiracy and now are desperately trying to keep their conspiracy theory alive. But it's dead because it's not true. It has no roots. It has no value. All it has is a nice hollow shell. That's it. There's nothing inside of it. People like the hollow shell because then you don't really have to focus on what's inside. It's easier to think that JFK was killed by one person than to think that he was killed by people within our own government. It's a serious accusation, and we say it because the evidence is there. The evidence of the cover-up is there. There is no good reason to cover up somebody killing your president. None. Because if they can do it with one person, if they can do it with the commander-in-chief, they can do it with anybody. And they will. And they have. And they continue to. Look at all of the murders. Look at all of the assassinations after John F. Kennedy. Up until the early 70s, maybe. Maybe even later. There was a war going on. Those who did not fall in line with their agenda were taken out systematically. we know that without Jim Garrison's trial of Clay Shaw, we would never have the Zapruder film. It would have been locked up and it would have been gone. Like Kennedy's brain, it would have mysteriously vanished. Like the evidence. There's a reason why everybody was running to the grassy knoll. There's a reason why there was a nightmare on Elm Street. Kennedy's motorcade was not supposed to go down Elm Street. It was supposed to continue on down Main Street. It was never supposed to go down Elm Street. Who changed the parade route? Who knew that the parade route was going to be changed? How would Lee Harvey Oswald know that the parade route was changed? He wouldn't. And of course, the grassy knoll will always be the biggest question. Officers, citizens, everyone was running towards the grassy knoll. Behind the grassy knoll, there were train tracks. There was a railroad depot. There were people that saw hobos being taken off of the trains, almost escorted into the police station, and then quietly let go. George Bush Sr. doesn't know where he was that day. There could have been a lot of people in Dallas that day, including Richard Nixon. This was a turkey shoot, and many people know. You don't think Kevin Costner got some backlash from playing Jim Garrison in Oliver Stone's JFK? I'm sure there was a huge backlash for anyone in there. And look at the people that are in that movie. And look at what they're doing now. I'm surprised Charlie Sheen wasn't in that movie. He might be the only one missing. John Candy's in that movie. Sad to say, he's passed on now. Both of the guys from The Grumpy Old Men are in that movie. Come on. These people know, and they're waiting. They're waiting for us to awaken, to arise, and we will. I'm not going to live in a country, in a place where my children believe that JFK was killed by a lone gunman. I don't want to live in a country, in a world, where my children will be forced to believe that 9/11 was carried out solely by Osama bin Laden and 19 hijackers. I don't want my children to grow up thinking that it's normal for a plane to hit a building, a 100-story building, and fall in less than 60 minutes, and fall, free fall speed, in 10 seconds down to the ground. I don't want them to think that Building 7 collapsed in the same way as the Twin Towers did due to structural fire damage. There were bombs going off in Building 7. There were explosions, explosives, whatever you want to call it. Something was happening in Building 7. Why? Was another plane supposed to hit Building 7? Flight 93? Who knows? There were a lot of planes missing on 9/11, and there were a lot of people missing when JFK was killed. The Secret Service was ordered to back off. That's very clear in some of the videos that we've seen of a Secret Service agent shaking his hands, raising his hands, and asking why he's being told not to ride in the back of the Kennedy motorcade like he should have been. There's a reason why they have handles on the back of the Kennedy motorcade, because the Secret Service is supposed to be riding there. There was no reason to have the top down in Kennedy's motorcade either. You needed to get rid of the Secret Service agent behind Kennedy because that's where one of the shots was going to come from. It's possible one of the shots came from the school book depository, but it's highly unlikely that the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald. And even if the shooter was Lee Harvey Oswald, the kill shot itself did not come from the school book depository. The kill shot came from in front of Kennedy. That's very clear. Richard Case Nagel tried to warn everybody. He tried to let people know what was happening, what was coming. And it was coming. There were gunmen on the ground, but there were conspirators in a pyramid, in a circle, not locked in some room. This was a huge conspiracy. This was a declaration of war against this country, against the Republic, against freedom, and against all free people. We did not hear the sound of war because we were not told what really happened. Same thing happened on 9/11. Same thing happened with the Federal Reserve Board. All the same. They lied. Some lied because they were lied to. But let's look at the father of that lie and how deep that goes and how far back this goes. Who could really pull off 9/11? Who could pull off the JFK assassination? It couldn't be one person. It had to be many, many people. It had to be planned, orchestrated, with the cover-up in place. Everything was in place. They trained for this. They practiced this. They saw Kennedy coming before many other people did. Probably because they wanted him to come. Probably because he was a part of some of those social structures. It's not that because they killed him, he was a good person. It's not that because they killed him, he must have been real. It happened, and the ones who made it happen have to live with that, and they have had to live with that for their whole life. And they know that if this shadow force can kill the president of a country, of the winners of World War I and World War II, then this shadow group is a huge threat. How deep does the conspiracy go? It all depends on what you think is true. As a follower of Jesus Christ, obviously, it's easy for me to see where the conspiracy came from, to see the root of all evil, the father of all lies. That is the one who pulled off this murder. He's pulled off many other things, but it's not because he has power. It is because we have choices. We have free will. Nobody forced anyone to kill John F. Kennedy. That was an act of free will. Maybe there were circumstances why they did it. Maybe they felt pressured or whatever. Regardless of the circumstances as to why they did it, and they have to live with that. And they have to realize who they are serving. When someone dies because you made them die, you have to live with that for the rest of your life, whether it's justified or not. Maybe it's the second biggest sin, because obviously the biggest sin as a follower of Christ would be to not be a follower of Christ. And yes, there are many who say that they are and are not. But God knows who they are. And if we trust Him, and if we have faith in Him, and if we have open eyes, we will see. He will show us who is good and who is bad. Just kind of wrapping this whole thing up here. We know devil is real. We know God is real. Let me tell you, God is real. And if you don't believe God is real, that's your own choice. Don't ever try to tell me God is not real. So, with Richard Case Nagel, this man who knew too much, obviously, he knew a lot. And what we know about him has only just begun. So thank you. We're going to continue this fight. It's 50 years. They murdered our president. We're not going to let that go. I'm sorry. But what we are going to do is continue to fight for truth. I will continue to fight for you. This is for our children. This is what we do. No surrender, no regrets. Sacrifices will be made, but our Lord and Savior made the ultimate sacrifice for us. And the ultimate sacrifice was that He died on the cross for our sins. We have nothing to fear. We've already won. All we have to do is just keep going. All we have to do is love. Spread truth. Spread the word of God. Be kind to your neighbor. Love people as much as you can. And never, ever give up. Never give in. We sin, but we remember that we are sinners. And that's what sinners do. Knowing that we sinned helps us to learn from that sin, so we don't make the same mistake twice. It's very important. And even if you do, never give up. God never gives up. Never gives up on us. We can never give up on ourselves. This is My Mighty Soul Radio. Thank you.
between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Hey everyone, I just want to remind you that if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. It's free. There's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer. Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many, many more. I'm trying it out now and I love it so far. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. Come on, download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started.
The Gray Stage by Greg Fernandez Jr., Mind Body Soul Productions 2020. United States Army veteran and Minnesota filmmaker David Crowley was accused of murdering his wife and daughter before taking his own life in December of 2014. The Apple Valley Police Department suspects the bodies were inside the Minnesota home for 3 weeks after they were found by neighbors on January 17, 2015. Within 24 hours of finding the bodies, authorities assumed this was a double murder-suicide. The culprit was deceased, and the public was not in any danger. On the day the bodies were found, authorities did not see a bullet hole in the living room ceiling or a bullet in the living room carpet. These were two of the most important items in this case, as they were tied to David Crowley and his daughter. It was only after investigators were told of their existence that they returned to the crime scene on 2 separate occasions and retrieved the 2 spent rounds. What did authorities find in the Crowley house that proved David Crowley murdered his wife and daughter and then killed himself? Without a motive, and with the absence of guilt, the case was closed with the status of exceptionally clear. If David is truly guilty of this crime, then authorities should be forced to prove their theory. The Gray Stage exists solely because of the official conclusion as stated on page 92 of the Apple Valley Police Reports PDF. With the conclusion of the review of digital devices, Detective Brian Bone reported on October 7, 2015, there is no other information available for further investigation. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. This book, The Gray Stage, is a direct response to the allegations against David Crowley. Due to the lack of evidence against David, I felt it necessary to write this book. One of the reasons I decided to write The Gray Stage was to help convince the Apple Valley Police Department to reopen case number 150000303. Either the Apple Valley Police Department should be forced to prove David Crowley guilty or they should admit the case is unsolved. Because the official investigation failed to prove David Crowley guilty, I can only assume he is not. What other conclusion could I possibly reach under the current circumstances?
My name is Dan Hennon. I live 30 minutes away from the Crowley family crime scene in Minnesota. I am the creator of the Facebook group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I created this group on January 19th, 2015, a day I'll never forget. Almost 5 years later, we have roughly 2,800 members. And my closest ally in the search for the truth is Greg Fernandez Jr. Although Greg lives in California, and like me, has no connection to this case, he has been drawn to the bizarre nature of this case. On a personal trip to California in 2016 to conduct interviews relating to the Philip Marshall family murder case in Calaveras County, I was able to meet Greg personally, as we are researchers in that case as well. I was struck by the similarities of these two horrible cases. As Greg and I are both Christians, I'm grateful that our paths crossed. We conduct faith-based research on several unsolved crimes. I consider Greg a brother and feel honored that he asked me to write the foreword to this book. As an accountant by trade, My focus is on banking transactions and anomalies that come into play relating to means, motive, and opportunity of a crime. Who benefits? Why was the crime committed? My attention to detail is something I take pride in. I'm continually amazed with Greg's tenacity to dig deeper and find the real deep details. He asks the hard questions and is persistent. Greg's attention to detail is something he's been blessed with and is a very important skill that makes this book stand out, in my opinion. The chapters Suspicious Activity, Chapter 9, and 21 Questions for Detective Gummert, Chapter 11, are very interesting. The chapter Suspicious Activity is extremely significant, and to this day is the #1 area where the law enforcement investigation fell short. The lack of follow-up on essential details was stunning. The fact that friends were in the Crowley home prior to the professional cleaning being completed is nothing short of astounding. Once the investigation ended, Greg summarized the remaining questions regarding the case that weren't answered in the police report. Greg's relationship with the lead investigator, Detective James Gummert, allowed these questions to be forwarded to the Apple Valley Police Department to be answered personally by Mr. Gummert. He took the time to answer the 21 questions, and that was appreciated by both of us. Regardless if we agree or disagree with the findings/conclusions, we were able to have a cordial, respectful dialogue with the AVPD. The Gray Stage book is a well-written, extremely well-researched book that doesn't answer the questions, but instead forces the reader to use critical thinking and challenges the reader to jump into this case with both feet. This book is more of a research tool and guide for those following the case, and leaves the conclusion up to the reader as to what may or may not have happened in the Crowley home in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Greg's straightforward approach and writing style make this a quick read and one that could be accessed again and again during the reader's research. This is not a whodunit mystery book, but instead, it meticulously details the errors, missteps, and peculiar actions by family, friends, neighbors, law enforcement agencies, and various media outlets. Greg is careful not to point fingers, but accurately provides evidence why certain concerns are valid in a polite, respectful way. Greg has written many articles about this case, but he makes sure not to make this book a compilation of those articles. After poring over lab reports, ballistic reports, DNA analysis, and investigators' handwritten notes, Greg can pull tiny nuggets of useful information into the broader picture. Greg has appeared in numerous internet podcasts and radio shows relating to this case, and he and I are both interviewed and appear in the Netflix documentary A Gray State, produced by Eric Nelson. This book is a one-stop shop for all questions surrounding the case. The reason this case stands out is simple. It isn't a case that took place in the past, but a case that took place in real time on social media that evolved during and after the actual investigation was completed. This group uncovered Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal page that were hidden or removed after the bodies were found. We've tracked the dishonesty that family and friends were caught in the aftermath of this, and have exposed inconsistencies in witness statements provided to police. Our ongoing investigation continues to this day that involves dozens of talented citizen investigators on various media platforms that could lead one day to the actual solving of this crime. Much has been done to get this story into the hands and minds of the general public, but to date, there hasn't been traction on a case that we feel is exceedingly important. Getting a book like this published is crucial to raising the awareness of this case. Greg wants the readers to share this material and the book itself with others. This book is not intended to collect dust on your bookshelf, but instead be a resource that can be utilized, marked up, and sections highlighted to use along your journey to find justice for David, Comel, and Rania Crowley. The index to this book alone is 10 pages and provides the sources for each piece of information provided in the book. The title, The Gray Stage, is a well thought out name for this book. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that multiple rooms in the Crowley house were staged following this triple homicide. The living room, office, bedroom, and bathroom show that pre-planning and care was taken to confuse and throw off detectives in this case. Crime scene staging is a physical manifestation of a person's imagination for how things should appear when trying to turn a murder case into a legitimate death scene, says criminologist and death investigation consultant Laura G. Hetler, who is also vice president of the American Investigative Society of Cold Cases. Although it is not clear who committed the crimes in that home, we do know that the scene was in fact overstaged. A mistake often made by amateur criminals, and this should have been picked up by seasoned investigators. Examples include leaving the marijuana on the bedroom dresser, leaving the Quran opened up on the living room floor, writing the Islamic words in English on the wall in blood, leaving an alleged suicide note typed on a computer with no signature, playing a 53-song playlist, playing on David's laptop in a loop in the background, using hollow point bullets for a suicide, removing the dog dish water and water bowls from the home, leaving the rear slider to the patio unlocked and slightly ajar in winter, and finally, taking body parts from the scene, resulting in some to believe that the dog ate them, was all far too much for one to consider plausible. I personally believe the ugly truth will come out one day regarding what really happened to this family, and this book is a big step in that direction. I thank you for reading The Gray Stage and urge each one of you to get this book into the hands of at least one other person. Dan Hennon, October 2019. Hello and welcome. This is The Gray Stage new book written by Greg Fernandez Jr. It's a book, first of its kind, on the Crowley case in Minnesota. Today we're joined on the podcast by Stephanie, Sophia, Greg, and myself, Dan Hennon. We'll be going over the book in sequential order, in chronological order here. And tonight's episode is basically going to be chapter 1. We'll go through it in sequence and see where it leads us here with information and notable items here going through this book that we'll find interesting. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead?
According to Apple Valley Police reports, the last time anyone saw David Crowley alive was on Christmas Eve of 2014. Between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., a neighbor across the street told authorities he and David looked at each other through their window. The neighbor, Brett Millay, did not see any activity at the Crowley house afterwards. Brett was going to close the blinds on the front of his residence, Detective Tommy Booth wrote in his report. When he looked out of the front window and saw David standing in the front window of David's residence, he said that they looked at each other and then Brett closed his shade while David had turned and walked away. Mr. Millay did not notice the Christmas presents on the front steps of the Crowley home until the day the bodies were found. Millay and his wife did not socialize with the Crowley family, but would exchange polite waves. A few days after speaking with Brett Millay and his wife, Officer Tara Becker reported, "I attempted contact at 1048 Ramsdale Drive to follow up with the Millays, but they were no longer at the residence."
When I was reading all of this stuff, it makes it seem like Brett lives directly across the street from David.
That's
right?
what I thought reading it, if he could see right across to the front window to see him standing there.
But it's totally off, and Brett's windows are really small too. And this is supposed to happen between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Christmas Eve.
And this is Dan. This was the focus of that City Pages article, that front page of that illustration that was done, looking across in through the window, was supposed to be that Brett Millay impact. So this is a very impactful photo. This is the one that they used on the local City Pages article.
Did anybody ever get in contact with him at all after all this happened?
I talked to Brett Millay instant message a couple times, and I think I was on the phone once, but that was it. Then he didn't return any other calls after that. Yeah, he was interested in speaking, and then that was it. Then next thing I know, I tried to contact him, and it said that on Messenger, this person's no longer available.
That's weird.
So he just deleted his Facebook or blocked you right after he said he would talk.
Yeah, deleted or blocked or something, and it got back to the question that we were looking at back at the time was when the officer says that Malays were no longer at that residence, and we were wondering if they moved, if they left, what happened, and he had clarified that they put the home up for sale. It didn't sell, and they ended up taking it off the market, and they stayed there and then ended up selling it a year or two later. But the question was, after a triple homicide like this, they were quickly, we thought, did they move out that fast? And he said, that wasn't the case. We had previously planned to put our house up for sale, but it was Tara Becker's statement that was strange because it said we tried to follow up, but they were no longer at the residence. And then some people interpreted that they just weren't home, they were busy shopping that day, or they were out at a movie. What did that mean? They weren't at the they were no longer at the residence. So I think what really drove the question was her verbiage that she used in the police report.
If they're no longer at the residence, that means they're not coming back. That's the way that I would interpret it.
That's how I took it too, and a lot of people on the group says, no, they maybe, they stepped out for the night. And I said, well, she wouldn't have specifically used that phrase that they're no longer at the residence. Right. It also leads us to believe that the detectives never followed up saying, oh, they moved, they're gone, and we'll go on and, get key witness statements from the next neighbors. We'll skip over these guys. So it raised questions on two fronts. Why did she use the phrase, and why didn't they follow up? Even if they did move, they still should have followed up to get information about this case. And Tara Becker made it sound like we're done. We checked that off the list. We'll go on to the next neighbor. So that was very odd. And I do like the way, by the way, Greg, you started this book. Those 3 or 4 paragraphs right there are very, very, a very good introductory to bring the reader in to the story, because it's very odd. I do like that intro though.
Thank you. Because he's the last one. He's the last one that ever sees David, or that claims to have.
Does Brett Millay wear glasses at all, or does he have really good vision, or is that?
He's got a telescope. You need a telescope from that angle. I don't know.
Because from my house, if my neighbors are at their window, I can kind of see a shape, I wear glasses, so I can kind of see a shape if I'm in my house looking out the window. But if I'm in my driveway and they're at their window, I can actually see who it is. So if he wasn't directly across the street like my neighbors are, how did he know for sure that was David?
It sounds like they connected. They either made eye contact, but they, from what Brett is saying here, according to Tommy Booth, they looked at each other.
So he must have really amazing vision if his house is not directly across the street from David's, to be able to have looked at him and made eye contact and visually recognized that it was David standing there.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, how did David see him back? Because it's got to go.
Right. How did he know that David saw him back? Did he wave and be like, "Good night" or anything like that?
Well, isn't their house kitty corner anyway, towards or across from the Crowleys? I believe I have a Google Maps of that neighborhood.
Yeah, that's really the best way. We had a member, Taylor, actually was the one who sent me a video where she actually pointed that out to me, and she's like, okay, look, this is where Brett's house is. This is where David's house is. How the heck could they possibly see each other? And that was just like, I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking, because if I'm looking at my neighbor's house that's kind of kitty corner to my windows, I can't see who the person actually is, much less look at their eyes to see and recognize who they are. I can see a shadow. That's odd that he was able to. Maybe it's not odd. Maybe he's got really good eyesight to see that far. I don't know.
And it's too bad he just never clarified.
Right. That's really too bad.
I think what he...
Because that would be interesting to hear.
I think what he saw was an adult male across the in the window, and it wasn't that clear like it made it sound. So it's the whole entire comment is very suspect. I think personally, my opinion, it's kind of half right and it's kind of half wrong. It's partially right. It's not the direct view that he saw David standing there and they made eye contact. I think it was kind of kitty corner and he saw someone standing there, but it obviously wasn't a child or a woman, so he assumed it was David. I think he saw someone else, though.
Well, that's so dangerous, though, in a case like this, to assume anything.
Correct. Exactly.
Assuming is what happened. That's where mistakes are made, when you assume things.
Well, that's what
I could assume that, the police department hid this.
Yeah,
and said David did it. That doesn't mean it's true.
The investigators should have drilled in farther onto that question with Brett Millay to say, did you see a figure of a man or did you see David? And if you saw David, how would you know that? If you were to get him on, if this was a court case and you get Brett Millay on the stand, the defense would rip him apart because how could he safely conclude that it was David Crowley? Because there's so much.
Right. They would look at how far away the houses are and what his vision is like. They would be like, well, listen, if I was standing at my neighbor's house, I couldn't see exactly who it was unless all the lights were on. And, I've got 20/20 vision, if not better than that.
Yeah, so that
it reminds me of my cousin Vinny. that part in My Cousin Vinny where the neighbor is supposedly looking out her window while making grits or something like that and could see the getaway vehicle, but then it turned out that they were basically blind and making the story up. I'm sorry. It just reminds me of that.
There's hundreds of neighbors around serious crimes that, they'll call and report that they saw something just to get some kind of attention. It doesn't mean that they actually saw that, which is why the police are supposed to do follow-ups to make sure that what is being said is the truth. That's their job. That's what I think of when I picture what an investigation is, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so how come there's like this? This is where one of the dots stops. It doesn't connect to anything else because they didn't follow up with him. He just moved. Did they never want to find out for sure if it was David they saw, to find out, like, you know, a 100% sure date of death or something like that?
That would make sense because, I mean, why would Tara Becker even follow up? What was she attempting to make contact? What was the reason she wanted to make contact with Brett?
Right.
There was a reason, and then because they're no longer there, so maybe the reason wasn't that important to where she felt she didn't need to follow up. But there was a reason why Tara Becker wanted to talk with Brett, and I think it really is what Dan's talking about. They wanted to probably see, how does this guy know that who he said was David? Did he see David like this? Did him and David make eye contact like this other times? Would he know because he's seen David walk through his house so many times that, okay, it had to be David, I can tell David's walk, or something like that. I don't know. But that's what kind of made this really stand out to me.
Because, like, you can look at a blind person and make eye contact, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you. You're seeing them, but that doesn't mean they're seeing you.
Right.
The other
You can see somebody you recognize in a passing car, but that doesn't mean they saw you. If you look at them and see their eyes, ask them about it later. It's very possible that they didn't see you, even though you saw them see you.
Greg, the other notable thing in this first few paragraphs is the Brett Millet's allegedly great eyesight here. It did not, over 3 weeks, notice any gifts on the front steps, which police say that they were there for 3 weeks. We've now, for the most part, come to the conclusion that those gifts were probably there just for 1 week, planted around the 10th or the 11th. That's just my opinion, and that would make it reasonable for Brett Millet to miss those gifts on that front stoop for up to a week. I think that's reasonable. Highly unlikely if they were sitting there for 3 weeks with that great window shot and his great vision that he wouldn't have seen the gifts. So that's another very important piece of this, that the neighbor with the great eyesight did not see any gifts at all on the front stoop.
Right, but they were supposedly there for 3 weeks.
Yeah, so that's that important. Those first 4 sections, paragraphs of the very first chapter, there's already 2 good nuggets in there already. And that, like Greg, what you said is Tara Becker may have honestly wanted to go back with her, wearing her detective cap. I'm going to go back and do a follow-up. And once she got back and says that they weren't there, it could have been, allegedly, I'll say, that the higher-ups in the police department said, you know what, let that go, let's move on to something else. If it was some part of the setup to make this case go away, maybe she did want to pursue it. No one was there. It would have been certainly something her higher-ups would have said, nope, focus on the next thing, let's move on, we don't have time for this. And that's how these things get successfully covered up on things like that. Because Tara Becker certainly would not go back and say, oh, no, I don't think so, I am going to go back. Because that's that chain of command again that's much like the military. You do what you're told and you don't question it. So that's all I can say.
So if she, for instance, had the thought of, well, how does he know for sure that that was David there? Let's go and find out. And she went to, whoever is her boss and said, hey, I'm going to try and find these people. I haven't been able to locate them because, it seems they've moved. They're not there. Can I go do this? And the higher-up could have possibly said, listen, we already know it's a murder-suicide. Don't even try and track that down. Don't waste time.
Yeah, whether intentional or not, I believe that was probably what would happen in this case. We got other fish to fry. Let's move on. But if it was part of the cover-up, the post-cover-up, that would certainly be the case, to not be digging in to anything further. And then
Right.
Sarah Becker was the unwitting victim in that case, and probably she did have good, well-meaning intentions to do her detective work, but was told not to. But you're right, Greg had the best point there. There was a reason she wanted to go back to that home and do a follow-up of some sort. This wasn't something that she just wanted to bop in and follow up. She made a point to follow up. But then for some reason, it just ended. There was no follow-up, and there never was any follow-up. That's the thing that concerns us as investigators looking into this. Why not the secondary follow-up? Why didn't that ever come to fruition? Why did that never did happen? And there's your answer. It was probably told by some higher up not to do it. Don't waste your time. And let's move on to something else. That's probably how these chips started to fall into place. All right, this stands on a good spot. All right, Officer Tara Becker. Once again, we're just talking about Tara Becker, but Officer Tara Becker also spoke with the neighbors who lived directly across the street from the Crowley family, William and Anne Marie Hickson. Mrs. Hickson didn't know their names, Officer Becker reported. She only indicated that a white male lived there and that he appeared to be a good father to their little girl, who was approximately 5 years old. Mrs. Hickson also saw a light or candle come on inside the Crowley house every day since Christmas, according to Officer Becker's report. Teresa Shepard lived behind David Crowley on Lowell Drive. According to her interview with Detective Brian Bone, Shepard was out of town until December 23rd, 2014. Unlike Mrs. Hickson, Shepard did not see any lights on at the Crowley home and wondered if they were on vacation. Shortly after Shepard arrived home, Detective Bone reported she noticed that the rear sliding patio door was standing partially open. She said from her vantage point, she could not say if this was the patio door or the screen door that was standing open, but she could see a door was ajar at the rear patio door area. Shepard did not hear or see anything else unusual at the Crowley residence. At the end of his report, Detective Bone noted, quote, Shepard did not call the police about the door that she had seen ajar.
You have this other neighbor who sees this light or this candle, but Brett doesn't talk about a light or a candle or anything like that. So maybe that was another reason why Tara Becker wanted to follow up, because maybe to ask about this light. What is this light? Because what lights were on there? What lights were on in this house? Just the one kitchen light.
That's what I was wondering, is what light she could have been talking about. Because if it was a candle or a light, would she have been able to see it on during the day if it was just left on?
I agree.
Did we notice anything in the crime scene photos that would have been on a timer?
That's
I didn't.
also,
Yeah, that was one of that was one of the good theories. Was that maybe there was some timer? Maybe those Christmas lights that we see strung behind the back, maybe they were on some type of a timer. That would.
And I also have an issue with the whole door being ajar, because it was slightly cracked open, a fourth of an inch, supposedly, from what the police reports say. How would she be able to see that from her window?
Well, now
it was.
That's Shepard.
That's a different person. That's Teresa Shepard, who lived behind David.
My thing with this is, Detective Bone noted Shepard did not call the police about the door she had seen ajar. If she didn't know anything was going on over there, why would she be suspicious that their door's open?
So here's what I think.
If she didn't hear anything and there was no, like, serious signs that something was wrong over there, why would she call the police when her neighbors had their door open? That'd be like calling the police on your neighbor for their car not being in their driveway.
Yeah, these are some good points. I'm going to circle back and finish up with the Hickson item, and I don't know, Greg, if you have anything more with Hickson either, but here's what I see in the Hickson. One is important for what we see in the notes. And the other thing that's even probably more important is what isn't mentioned from Miss Hickson. Number one, what isn't mentioned? Her view is directly across the street. It leads us to believe it's actually a better view than Brett Millay. Hickson doesn't mention anything about gifts for 3 weeks being on the front stoop. I think that's the big thing that's missing from Hickson. And then the other thing she says is that light or the candle, and I agree with Stephanie, it could have been something that's on all day long. She just wouldn't have seen it during the day because the sun is out. And she would have seen it, of course, every night when the sun goes down. That could be easily explained away as something on a timer as well. So I don't know what that relates to. Hickson's account really doesn't give us anything. Now the shepherd, if we can move on to the shepherd, the house behind, I think this is where we get some good information. We get the first instance of a sliding door that's ajar on the patio. Now when we know that the officers first appeared on the scene, the back rear slider was slightly ajar. We're talking a quarter of an inch, something very, very small. Shepherd's account says that the door, whether it was the glass patio door or the screen door, one of those or both of those was open from her house, which means it was a lot larger than a quarter of an inch. She wouldn't have taken note of something being just open a quarter inch. I'm thinking this was 6-7 inches open or something. Would have been noticeable from the neighbor's house. That's pretty
right. It would have had to been open at least enough for somebody to fit through it or an animal to fit through it for her to be able to see it from her house.
Yep, and she didn't notice anything unusual. She didn't call, and that would make sense. I don't think I would call if I saw a neighbor's door open a few inches or something either. So, but
right, like if it was a couple days open, she probably would have thought it was weird.
Yes.
But if it was just open one day and then closed the next, she wouldn't have thought it was weird, which is why she wouldn't have called the police.
Yeah, they hadn't been there.
And she had been on vacation, out of town. She got back and then saw it open. So the question is, if this was the 23rd, out of town until the 23rd, and then shortly after she arrived home, that door was open at one point. So then the question is, was it when the Crowleys were still alive, or was it after that someone was opening and closing that door? So the timing here hurts us because we can't narrow down. But I do think it's safe to conclude that it wasn't open just a quarter of an inch, enough for her to notice that it was open, which means, and this is January, or this is December once again, winter in Minnesota, regardless if it's December or January, your patio doors are not open at all.
I yell at everybody who leaves the door open in my house. That's heat getting out. So I don't know why anybody, even if it's not like down below freezing, if it is still like a spring warm day in January, I'm still not leaving my doors open. They had a dog. I have cats, so I mean, not only that, but again, that's heat leaving the house. So, I mean, you might leave it open for a couple of seconds, but then you're going to close it. If somebody was going in and out of there, they would have closed it, and maybe not closed it all the way. And wasn't it broken or something, like the latch on it?
It's not in police reports. I think that would have been mentioned if it was.
It's only been mentioned by the friends saying that it was broken, and everybody who knew David and Kamel knew that the back door was broken.
I think that's quite interesting that it's not mentioned that it's broken in the police reports, but all of the friends say it was common knowledge.
Yeah.
If it was broken, that would have that would have forced them to look at signs of somebody breaking into the house, right? Forced entry.
And they make very, very sure to put in here that there are no signs of forced entry. They made it a very big point.
Yeah.
They didn't, beat around the bush about that. We didn't see this, broken. This didn't seem messed up. No, they make it a very solid point. No forced entry was observed.
There
so
would
if they can
need to
do
be
that,
forced entry.
right? So
It
the
was
door was open. So why would you need to have any forced entry? You're not going to need to bust open the front door if the back slider doesn't lock, and you know that. I had a sliding door several years ago, and I put a bar because the lock it didn't always catch. It didn't always go down. It was old. So I would put like a curtain rod in there, like in the track of it. So even if, you pulled the door, it would only open like a quarter of an inch.
Well,
So,
David built his own bathroom. He built a lot of stuff. Are you telling me he didn't know how to fix a broken rear slider? I'm just not buying that either.
That's
Especially
a good point
with
too.
the child in the house and it's winter. No, that doesn't make sense. But I don't see any proof that it was broken either. So, and I think if it was, I think they would have said so. Anything else on Shepard? It's also kind of weird how Shepard, she doesn't see any activity in the house from December 23rd once she gets back. Were they already dead? I guess that's when I read her statement. That was my first thought was, well, maybe they were already dead. But then you see Brett, who sees David on the following day. So, but
And
then
see,
like Christmas, nobody
That's what
sees.
leads into the theory that they were taken out of the house or they were being tortured because none of the neighbors noted any activity at weird random times that don't match up with how long the bodies had been decomposed for.
Right. Nobody's saying, okay, we know, this is when we last were, or the family was gone from this time. Everybody just thought that they were gone. For Christmas, what was the date that everybody was last seen? It was December 19th when they picked up their daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much
From the school.
Yeah, from the school. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with that there, but anything else on Shepard?
Just to clarify that Shepard didn't see anything unusual at the house. It doesn't say that she didn't see any activity at the house. She just said unusual. So that can be taken a variety of ways. And because they're behind the house, Shepard seeing the gifts would not come into play here.
I see.
Right. She wouldn't see the front of their house unless she was driving by over there.
That'll tie in, I guess, with what one of the other neighbors behind their house sees, too. So, okay, I'll go next for Larry and Lorraine Tuppy. Larry and Lorraine Tuppy lived one house east of the Crowley family on Ramsdale Drive. Officer Tara Becker spoke with Lorraine Tuppy the day the bodies were found. Her husband was at their cabinet up north, and Mrs. Tuppy didn't see the Crowley family in over 3 weeks. Did not know the family very well and couldn't remember the name of David's wife. And Mr. Tuppy conversed with David more than Mrs. Tuppy did. According to Officer Becker, David Crowley told Mr. Tuppy about a screenplay he sold. Tuppy stated that she knew David to be somewhat of an artist, wrote Becker, in that he was doing some work with screenplays and films and had told her husband that he had sold a screenplay and was working with some lawyers and that it had something to do with guns and gun control and or possibly the gun industry. Directly behind David's house on Lowell Drive lived a father and daughter. Both spoke with Detective Michael Tietz and Detective Sean McKnight. According to Detective Tietz, Mark Torkelson and his daughter said the Crowley home had been dark since Christmas and that they hadn't seen any occupants in a long time. The daughter said her room was on the back of the house and that lights on the back of the neighbor's house would shine into her room if they were on. This female stated she hadn't seen anyone at the Crowley residence since the weekend before Christmas school break, which started 12/19/14. Also, the daughter told the detective she never heard David and Kamel fight. At some point, the female was going to babysit for Rania, but thought David was against the idea.
Did anybody ever find out why she thought David was against the idea? Was that followed up on?
No. No. Never followed up on.
So why are all these neighbors' accounts not matching up? Like, they say the lights were off. The other neighbor said she saw either a light or a candle.
This daughter says that she would see any activity if there was any activity in that house, if there were any lights on. So the other neighbor, going back to Shepherd, and she doesn't see any lights on.
Right.
At the same time. So you have some people seeing lights on, other people not seeing lights on. And it can drive me crazy sometimes thinking about that. When was the last time these people saw them? Go ahead, Sophia.
Would it make a difference whether it was people in front of the Crowley house that were seeing lights versus the people behind the Crowley house?
Well, I think that the people who lived in front of the Crowley house should have the same story, and the people that lived in the back of the house should have the same story, in which the facts should meet up on whether or not the lights were on.
Shepherd didn't see any lights. Neither did the other neighbors behind. They didn't see any lights. So it was only one person who saw lights, and they were at the front.
People in the back aren't seeing lights. People in front are.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I wonder if it could have been a flashlight.
That's just on?
I don't know. It's just weird. Unless there was something that had been on a timer.
If you go with the theory that they were out of that house, it is possible that whoever committed this, if it wasn't David, that they were in there staging things. Like the blood on the wall and I don't know, who knows what all they did. Who knows what all, maybe they're the ones who neatly put everything back on those shelves. You know, who knows?
But this is a small town, and if you're going to put a body back, to move a body back into that house and then to stage, they would still have to stage a lot of different things.
But at night, if you think about it, at night, if you knew the yard you were walking through with, like, the back of your hand, you could walk through it in the dark, right?
Right.
And then over a 3-week period, those footprints of somebody walking through the backyard would have disappeared if it snowed or the wind blew or it rained or anything. So theoretically, you could, under the cover of darkness, get into the back of this house without neighbors noticing you, put the bodies there. Before you put the bodies there, go in there and, like, stage things, and maybe that's the light that they saw, and then, you know, go and draw open the blinds and call Dan up and say, hey, come on, let's put those presents there. Nobody's found them yet. Or however it was done, you know, because this is theoretical. We can't find the proof yet. We're trying. That's the whole point. You could almost write a whole book of just questions on this.
You'd go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you could. 500 pages of 500 questions. Question each page.
Just on questions while you're reading this. You know, start at the front of a notebook and don't stop till you get to the end of this book. I mean, just questions, not facts, not anything. Just questions you come up with. They'll add up. And I bet you'd have more questions than any of these detectives asked, or at least that we're seeing the proof that they asked.
The other thing with the Tupis family, there's one thing that's interesting once again, and one thing that's interesting that's not mentioned again. They're the next door neighbors. Neither the husband or the wife have seen gifts at all. Not mentioned. And the husband, Larry, makes a very fine observation here, which turns out, after the information that we know now is true, the very fine information says that David Crowley sold a screenplay. We know that now to be fact. He did. And he also said that he was working with some lawyers on a film that he was working on, also a fact. And it's something to do with guns or gun control, also, for the most part, fact. So, Mr. Larry, kudos to him, 100% spot on. So David was telling him honest-to-goodness things that was going on that even the Gray State Project guys weren't even aware of, that he had sold the script and was working with lawyers and moving forward with a contract. That's huge.
How was this like? How be telling them? Yeah, I'm working with lawyers and I sold a screenplay. You know, if it's just a neighbor that you don't really know any personal information about, why would you give that much personal information?
I don't know why, but the fact of the matter is that he did. So that's all we need to look at, I think.
Yep, he did.
And it shows right there that, I mean, he wasn't, I mean, at least to me, that statement said he wasn't, like, down in the dumps and ready to just, like, blow everybody away.
Right. And he didn't walk away either.
Right. He didn't walk away either, like he told his father, supposedly, in the text messages.
That's a great point, too.
And then I think with the other house, I think the daughter about the babysitting, I don't think I see a daughter that age telling police, you know what, I think we weren't going to do babysitting because I think David was against the idea. That, in my personal opinion, I think was a planted narrative seed added to the police report after the interview was done.
I was wondering if they maybe...
I don't want to babysit, or they didn't want me to babysit, or they never followed up with me potentially babysitting in the future. But I have a hard time thinking that she said to police that David was against the idea. I think that was edited in later as part of the cover-up, because once again, it's planting that seed that he is the bad guy.
Right.
Okay, but do you think that they could have phrased that question to her to kind of create that, to get that response?
Like leading? Yes.
Yeah, definitely. And do we know how old she is?
She was underage. She was actually taken out of the 94 pages, and I did not put her name in this book. But it is out there. But I think she was 16 or 15 at the time.
She wouldn't have voluntarily opted that up of, oh, I never babysat because David didn't want me to. She wouldn't have opted that up. Have you tried getting information like that out of any girl under the age of 18?
Well, they're all different, so you never know.
They are, but they don't readily just, you know, you've got to ask them questions certain ways to get the information you want out of them. Because otherwise, they just give you base answers. Fine, okay, yes, no.
Yeah, maybe they weren't getting the answers that they wanted when she's saying, you know, the house has been dark since Christmas. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's actually an answer that they would want. So,
they could have said, like, if she said, well, I was supposed to babysit one time, but it fell through, they could have said, well, why do you think it fell through? Do you think, like, you know, it was something against you, or, like, what was the situation? You know, plans changed or whatever. That way that idea is there for her to say, well, I think maybe it was more of a David didn't want me to, so it just never happened. That could have happened.
Yeah, her big statement for me is when she says that she hasn't seen anybody in the house since December 19th, which is the same day that anybody has ever seen David, or any of them.
Yeah.
It's an interesting date. So I don't know. I never thought about the fact they could be leading.
And is she the only one who said that?
Yeah. Yeah. But even to babysit, even for it to be a consideration, wouldn't you think there is a relationship there, right? I mean, somewhat of a good one to even think, oh, well, maybe we could have this person do it. Or do you think
I've never asked my neighbors to babysit my kids. I always ask somebody I know, like intimately, that they're a good kid.
Yeah.
And we don't have teenagers babysit our toddler. It's
Right.
adults that babysit.
Where I live, you can actually go and take classes and get certified, like in CPR and whatnot. You've got to be at least 14, but you can actually legally be a babysitter with that card.
But I can tell you right now, we won't allow anybody under the age of 18 to watch our 3-year-old.
Oh, I don't blame you there.
Yeah.
I'm very leery about leaving anybody with my kids because they're monsters.
But how about a 5-year-old? Not a 5-year-old?
No, not even a 5-year-old.
No.
I wouldn't. My 5-year-old, I would not leave with my next door neighbor's kid. I wouldn't do it if I didn't know them intimately, if we hadn't been around them to see that they're a good influence to be around a 5-year-old.
Well, let's see. Unless you have anything else on this.
I've got one last comment, Greg. The comments, and the ladies can maybe help me out on this one. The babysitter girl, this is the young girl now, said that she doesn't remember seeing anyone at the Crowley house since, quote, the weekend before Christmas school break. She was interviewed here probably January 19th, I'm guessing, 18th. Hasn't seen him since December 19th. That's a month. I think if you were a teenage girl, when's the last time you saw someone at the neighbor's house? I think the answer would be, I haven't seen someone over there in a week or two. Heck, maybe it was 3 weeks. But to say, since the weekend before Christmas break, that seems to be either something that
quite specific.
Once again, to plant that seed, that I don't see a teenage girl saying, since the weekend before Christmas break, the 19th of December. That's something that happened a month ago. And a teenage, they probably, they're not thinking too much, probably forgot what they did the week before at that age. Boys and girls.
Unless something specifically, important to that girl happened around the time that she last noticed anything at the Crowley residence,
and
I do not believe that in a month's time she would be able to recall, and that's just based on her age. I don't know her. I don't know if she's an exceptionally smart kid who's got a photographic memory. We don't know. But for her to be that young, if she had imprinted in her mind that the week before Christmas school break, she had to have had something significant happen within the few minutes of time that she
remembered it. There's an accident.
Right, that should have been in there.
Nothing else was in there, so it seems to me that it's just inserted in there for God knows why, what reason. But I just saw that. That struck me as odd. That's all.
Yeah, I agree on that one.
Me too.
To be that specific.
I kind of think because it's Christmas school break, that's a big deal, right? I mean, you would kind of know. It's kind of like a marker. You're like, hey, I'm out for 2 weeks now. Of course, that's one of the days I would remember. No? I always look forward to it. It was always a Friday.
Well,
this was a Friday.
I agree she would look forward to it. The teenage daughter would.
Yeah.
But would that tie directly into when she last saw some activity in the neighbor's home in the backyard?
Oh, I see.
Right.
I'm just saying from that, it doesn't correlate. What's the correlation there?
If somebody was to ask you, Greg, where were you April 7th, 1997?
Right.
Did you remember?
No.
Right off the top of your... No. Nobody would. They'd have to sit and think about it.
Correct.
So think about a month ago.
Right. But
a month ago from
date,
today.
Okay, but first of all, this date that was added, I think you guys are right. I think some of this is kind of creative writing.
It was put in there to kind of build up.
Yeah, because I think they put in this date, and they put in the date wrong. They put 12/19/15. I'm the one who, in this book, put the correct date, so they didn't get it right. They didn't have the year right, so, yeah, I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they did that often throughout the reports, because you'll notice that on the search warrants, too, that the date and year is wrong.
I really was hoping we could just chalk that one up to the fact that it was a new year. But the more you look at how many times they got it wrong, you really have to wonder if it is in fact just a coincidence.
I think the thing to consider, in going through this book that Greg wrote is the creative writing in all these lines here, because we do know to some extent the Apple Valley Police Department at some level was involved in this cover up. Was it right away though, or was it after? And so I think when Tara Becker and Detective Teets went, door to door and started doing these witness interviews and talking, it probably started off very innocently enough, and they were asking honest questions. But when it came time to write the report, by this time, we're starting to see potentially some of these creative phrases being fluffed up in the police report. And so that's what I'm talking about here. I don't know if they were having necessarily leading questions for this babysitter to get certain answers out. And that would be good, because that would be placing these detectives on the street here, the guys, the low-level guys, involved in the cover-up. And a lot of times with those types of things, they are not at that level. Only the higher-ups are involved in the cover-up. The lower-level workers are just the puppets doing what they're told. They don't need to be involved in the cover-up, because when they go to write the reports later, these can always be edited and changed to however they seem fit. So that's just my opinion once again, but we do know that they were involved somehow in the cover-up because of the files that we received, the pictures, the various things that are not correct, the photographs, and we'll get into all that later. But we do know that they were involved at some point. All right. That's
well,
all
not only that, but the moving and manipulating of the skull piece too. While right there, while at the crime scene, they're doing it. I think it was
possible. Sorry.
No, I just think that the cover-up started almost immediately.
Is it possible that Wish, as new to this as she was, she just really wanted to find something going door to door, so maybe she put an actual date in there just to have that information? I mean, it's plausible. It's possible. I mean, I don't want to ever accuse somebody of that, but, being so new, I mean, I've been pulled over, and given tickets by really young cops that, they're just graduated. This is like their first ride along where somebody gets pulled over and they just want to find something, so they're jerks. They want to find something, so they're trying to make something appear, And it's not really that they're purposely trying to mess up an investigation. It's that they want some sort of recognition as them having a part in a big case, if it was to go there. Is that like not online with this woman, or is it known, or
speculation? I think, right? So I don't know.
I mean, that was just my question, my thought.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. I definitely wouldn't want to ruin this woman's reputation by saying that, because I don't know.
Right. And that's why I stay, I try to stay away from the speculation, all that stuff, as much as possible, but you can't help it. And there's nothing wrong with playing these scenarios out and thinking about this stuff. I think it's sometimes people will just kind of hook onto one theory or hook onto one thing and kind of they won't let go to it. In this case, that's really hard. If you're going to do that in this case, it's going to be really hard to really grasp all of these different things that are happening, all these spider webs that are just kind of leading into different areas. And it's very easy to just kind of get lost in this case and then just, give up.
There are a lot of cases where they end up finding that it was a staged scene because one detective didn't like what everybody else thought. You know? So who's to say in this case all these cops didn't just say, "Oh, you think it's that? What about you? You think it's murder suicide? All right, yeah, let's go with that."
Right. Yeah, and that's why we want to keep those doors open, because we don't know. We don't know if there are people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us. We don't know if there are, people out there in law enforcement that are trying to help us or trying to do the right thing in this case, which is just to help us get the case reopened to figure out a lot of these unanswered questions. And the biggest question is, what proves David Crowley guilty? And I think if we ever get to that point, we'll get our answer. So, Sophia, if you want to at least read the next 3 paragraphs, that would be great.
Alan and Gina Olson also lived behind the Crowley residence on Lowell Drive. Detective Brian Bone first spoke with Gina Olson, who mentioned her husband heard 3 rapid-fired shots from someone outside of their residence. A day later, Detective Bone followed up with Alan Olson to learn more about the gunshots he heard before December 31st, 2014. Mr. Olson stated he was sitting in his living room one evening with his daughter when he heard 3 rapid-fired gunshots somewhere outside of his house. Olson could not remember exactly where the sounds came from, but he was certain he heard gunshots. Olson told Detective Bone that he and his family were home between 1 p.m. on Christmas Eve and 1 p.m. on Christmas Day. However, Mr. Olson was unsure if he heard the gunshots on either of those days. Detective Bone's report ended by stating Alan explained that he had not called the police because he did not have any specific information about when he had heard the shots. Colin and Judy Procknell lived one house west of David Crowley on Ramsdale Drive. Colin Procknell reportedly heard gunshots sometime between December 2nd and December 19th, 2014. Mr. Procknell was able to narrow down the date to December 9th or December 10th, sometime between 1 p.m. and 2 a.m. most likely. Mr. Procknell also believed the gunshots came from the direction of the Crowley residence. Colin did not contact law enforcement, Officer Tara Becker reported, but stated that he checked out his front door and didn't see anything and checked out of the back of his residence and thought it was fireworks. The Procknells believed they last saw the Crowleys just before Christmas. Officer John Broughton wrote this in his report. According to Joe Cooksley's notes, written on January 17, 2015, Colin Procknell blew out the driveway on December 25th, 2014.
I can start this one off with the Olsons. This is Alan and Gina, lives behind the house. And I think the thing here to note is that this individual, Alan Olson, heard 3 rapid-fire shots, later says that they were gunshots. Couldn't exactly remember where they came from, but he was certain they were gunshots. I think that's huge because someone who's used to being around weapons or guns or hunting, which I don't know about this, Mr. Olson, but because he used the phrase certainly were gunshots, leads me to believe he wasn't guessing. He knows the sound. An average person would think that these were fireworks or something going off. And
a car backfiring.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So he knew it, and they were rapid fire. So that is probably legit. Now, he doesn't know the dates, though. And it just says they're before December 31st. So that is, I think that's relevant. That's valid data. If it relates to the Crowley killings or not, we don't know, but that's something huge. Now, the fact that he didn't call police, I think in that case, he thought that if he would call police, they would say, where were the shots coming from? What, all these questions, and he thought, well, I don't know the answer to those, so I'm not going to call them. The difference with that is you would still potentially call police to report suspicious activity, gunshots going off. Even if you can't locate what direction or any, answer any of the questions to it, at least you could have something on record with police that gunshots were fired or heard in that neighborhood on that specific date. That would have been helpful if he would have called, even if he had no answers, just to get it on the record books that there was suspicious activity in the house. Now later, when the friends were over on January 19th, after the bodies were there, another neighbor did call and say, there's suspicious activity in that house. That person did not give any other specifics, just simply said, can you please respond to some, suspicious activity. So the Alan Olson case here would have been very helpful if he did call to report gunshots. Obviously, that's where they were. He also says that they were home between Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything, because these gunshots were heard toward the end of the year, later in the week, up by the 31st. So I don't know what that is, but I can vouch. I think that's legitimate. What he heard was legitimate, because he said he was certain that they were indeed gunshots.
Wasn't there 3 bullets that had Kamel's
Yes. That were all found right there on the carpet.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also have the bullet in the basement, Ronnie's bullet, another bullet laying on the carpet. It was a whole bullet with the casing. It was an unfired one. A bullet fragment. So, there was a lot more than just 3. And
Correct. And the point with this for Olson is, even though he's got it correct, if this does lead to 2 separate shootings, if this does relate to any involvement with the Crowleys, we know that at least 5 shots were fired, and so shootings took place at 2 different times. That would lead us to suspect, which doesn't really jive with the official story of everyone being shot once in a simple double homicide murder, double homicide suicide, with 3
right, because who's
fired.
to say that the first neighbor that heard the 3 rapid fire shots, maybe he heard, the first set, and then the next neighbor later on heard the shots for, whoever, or the shot into the ceiling or the basement, or...
Because you have 5 shots at least, right?
Yeah, you'd have 2 separate incidences of shots fired, and that doesn't really jive. So I think this story, which is very important, I think it kind of dies off in the police report, because they don't do anything more with it. But that's huge. If there were 2 separate shootings. Now we also know the bodies were not there for 3 weeks, probably because of the decomposition of the bodies. And if someone was shot earlier, for instance, Pomel, she would have a different rate of the decomposition if she was shot around that time. So it certainly could be the case. It certainly could mean nothing. But I think it's relevant because of the time.
And Colin's story doesn't line up with activity that has been on the bank account, Kamel's phone records, the school seeing David and Kamel picking up Ronnie on the 19th. So all of his story doesn't line up with the evidence that we actually have. So,
and the only thing I can say with the Colin Prochnow thing is he heard shots. It looks like he's trying to decipher when he heard the shots, but when you finish reading his story, all of it is irrelevant.
Yeah,
I think between the 2nd and the 19th, and there was no shootings between the 2nd and the 19th that related to the Crowleys, so that's not pertinent at all. And then he's got it narrowed down to the 9th or the 10th, and he thinks it's between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. That's got nothing also to do with anything. And he also did not contact law enforcement, so a lot of that is just fluff, 2 paragraphs that really means nothing. It has nothing of value, and he thought it was fireworks. Well, that's probably true. Now he goes on to say,
sorry.
Go ahead.
If Colin didn't know what a gunshot sounded like, he could have related it to fireworks.
Correct. Most people would think that's what they actually think they are when they hear gunshots later, for instance, a mass shooting or something. They'll say, "I thought it was fireworks." So that's a normal response. Now he goes on to say that the last time he saw them was, quote, just before Christmas. So once again, we get this 3-week narrative that the family was missing from all the neighbors all nicely lining up the last time we saw them. So I think that's goofy or strange. And then he goes on to say that he blew out the driveway on the 25th, which I think we can conclude that is not a factual statement.
I was kind of bothered by that because my neighbors don't shovel for me. I've offered to shovel for my neighbors, and they give me dirty looks and tell me, no, I got it, thanks, in like a really terse tone. So if he is the type of neighbor that does that, I mean, more power to him if that's what he did. That's really nice. But I don't know a whole lot of people like that.
Stephanie, are you in California? Where are you located?
I am in Western New York.
Okay.
We've been having a lot of snow, and we have a plow that goes by on the streets and on the sidewalks, and everybody just pretty much does their own sidewalk and driveway.
So there's a lot of folks following this case from other countries and also from the South here in the U.S. And we've had to go over this a couple times just to get the verbiage here as far as what it's like in winter in Minnesota. One is you use the phrase shoveling, and that is certainly something that we do here. That's something that happens with maybe less than an inch of snow, maybe an inch or 2 inches of snow, is shoveling the driveway, shoveling the sidewalk, those types of things. You don't get your snow blower or your snow thrower out unless there's 2 or 3 or 5 inches of snow from the night before. So,
right.
And if you're going to snow blow,
if you have a snow blower,
get the shovel out. And if you're going to shovel, you're not going to get the snow thrower out. You're going to use one or the other. Now, the records of the history in Apple Valley for those 3-week period of the weather forecast, the precipitation shows that there were some days that there was flurries and a light coating of snow that came down. Other days there was some rain. But there was no snowable, plowable snow in that 3-week period in the state of Minnesota at all.
So then why was he blowing the driveway at all?
He wasn't. So the question is, why did he insert that comment? Now, one thing he did. Now, Stephanie, you made a good, a relevant point that others, I think, take note here. Even when you don't get a lot of snow, when the snow plows go through on the streets, it does pile up on the end of your driveway. That you may not have to use the snow blower to get the driveway clean, but at the end of it, there might be 5 or 6 inches of snow that you cannot do with just a simple shovel. So you do need to blow out the end of the driveway. Now, Colin Prochnow perhaps did that. If there was some substantial snow in Apple Valley, Minnesota, that would have meant just doing the end of the driveway, where the snow piles up.
But if there wasn't any significant snowfall or, it rained, you said there was rain even during that time?
There was rain.
You wouldn't really...
There was 8/100ths of an inch of rain and 3/100ths of an inch of snow, and one other time there was 1/100th of an inch of snow. So there was none of those.
So why was he? There's no way he would be blowing anything.
Correct.
Is he blowing water around?
So Colin Prochnow did not blow anyone's driveway out on any of those days. So the question is, why was that inserted into the police report? I think it's to make him look like a nice, concerning neighbor, and it's that whole good feel.
So a connection, so that his whole side of it would have more validity to it.
Validity, that they were the caring neighbors. They were watching the house. They were making sure they were gone. Possibly.
This is how we know they're very credible. They talked. He blew out their driveway for them.
It's another way to insert credibility into the people. The same way as the babysitter did discredit to David by saying, David and Clemel didn't want me to babysit because I think David didn't want it to happen. It's how it's crafted. The statement is crafted to make David Crowley look negative in all these lights, and to make the caring, loving neighbors of the Prochnows look like credible, upstanding, elderly grandparents that are just doing the right thing.
Well, and they're the first people to say that this was either a murder or a suicide, and that the dog ate these bodies. So,
but she's not
they're
suspicious.
gonna need
She's not
credibility.
suspicious like that.
They're gonna,
No, just us people
Apparently
are
not.
suspicious like that. Her words. People like us.
How do you jump to murder suicide if you're not you
well-
can't say you're not a suspicious person, but your immediate Colin didn't suspect anything suspicious. He thought they were dummies. So Judy, who claims, she quoted herself, she said that on record, I am not a I am not a suspicious person. I don't immediately jump to murder. But the first thing she said was, I think there's been a murder or suicide.
It's weird.
So that discounts her. How do we know that she's credible? So like Dan said, you add into certain statements little snippets here and there of, oh, they blew the driveway out. Nice, good, upstanding citizens. They must be credible because they had, this relationship with the Crowleys. So we should believe them for that reason. Don't ask questions past that, though.
That's right.
Yeah, and I think, Greg, on a future podcast that we do, we'll cover that 911 call extensively, and the phrases used and the suggestions Judy Prochnow gives on that various 911 call. Because that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We'll definitely get there. Any final words here? I think we'll wrap this episode up. This is a great place for us to start, and we'll come back and do one about finding those bodies, which will include that 911 call.
I think this is good for like people who want to listen while they're driving or something, like reading through this, because you've really got all of the main facts in here. I love how you made this book. Like it's all the bullet points of what you need to look into this.
I agree.
Right.
Within 24 hours of finding the bodies of David, Kamel, and Rania Crowley, the Apple Valley Police Department were treating the incident as a double murder-suicide. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Allahu Akbar in his wife's blood on the living room wall. Authorities cannot prove David wrote I have loved you all with all of my heart on the laptop in the kitchen. Authorities cannot prove David wrote Open the Rise most recent version Submit to Allah Now on a notepad in his office bedroom. Authorities cannot prove the dog trapped inside the house ate David's right hand, both of Kamel's hands, and their daughter's right arm, since dog feces tests were never conducted. Authorities did not see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling or the bullet in the attic above until they questioned David's friend a month after the bodies were found. Authorities did not find a motive to support their accusations against David Crowley. Authorities did not find David's blood on any of the bullets at the crime scene. Authorities do not know when David, Kamel, and Rania died. What we know for sure is that David Crowley has not been proven guilty.
Hello, folks. This is Jeff Davis with the legendary Jeff Davis Show from Central Texas, USA. And I love Mike Hansen Archives.
Okay.
Peace out,
Keep
baby.
watching the classic videos right here on Hansen Archives, Waco Archives, and the original station, Mike Hansen Archives. I just wanted to show you those videos, and these videos still have to be uploaded. That's what's taking so long. We have hired somebody to do it, and we do have the equipment to do it now. So, and believe it or not, this and that is just over here at one of our offices, and all the rest of it, we have at least 10 times this over at the museum. So we are busy doing it, and if you would like to participate in helping with that, we're going to throw an address up there. She's going to throw the address up there right now. So we would appreciate that. And to help the cost of that, we are offering my book at $25. We'll sign it and send it back to you. Give us a call at 830-672-3089, and we can take your credit card and put it on the credit card if you want to do it that way. If not, you can send us a letter at 901 St. Joseph Street in Gonzales, Texas, 78629. All right. Be sure to go to our new channel, Waco Archives, with all the great interviews we've done over the last 27 years. Thanks a lot. God bless.
We're back. As we promised, we got a very special show here tonight. We have with us, and we'll get to him just a second here, a couple of Mount Carmel survivors, and we're also going to have play some footage not before seen at 9 o'clock. So if you all want to come down to ACTV and meet our guest here tonight, you're more than welcome to do that. If you're watching channel 46 on Fort Worth, Texas, we're being cable cast out of Fort Worth now as well. We're a non-copyrighted program. Feel free to use any information on this program for the viewing audience of Fort Worth. Now let me just briefly bring up our guest today. We have first over here to my far left, we have a young lady that was actually the one that brought out the tape that Mr. Koresh asked to be played on primetime radio, Miss Catherine Madison, and to my immediate left here, Mr. Clive Doyle, who spent the whole 51 days in the Mount Carmel facility. And if you all don't mind, if you just go ahead and kind of, I guess, just give an opening statement or something before we get into some of the specifics. Catherine, or do you want to give an opening statement, or do you just want to?
Well, I can say I'm glad to be here. I'll be willing to answer any questions anyone asks. We're very anxious for people to understand the truth and understand the kind of people that were in our home at New Mount Carmel Center. And so that's about it.
How long were you consider yourself a Branch Davidian, Catherine?
Well, I was at Mount Carmel when Ben Roden and Lois Roden was there. In fact, I worked for them. And so I've been many years at Mount Carmel. It was the reason I came to Texas from Arizona.
Okay, Clive, I know you stayed the whole 51 days there. You unfortunately and sadly lost an 18-year-old daughter there in Mount Carmel on the day of the fire. If you could just give an opening statement. Or...
Well, I'm pleased to be here. We've been on the show before, and I'm glad that you invited me back. Wherever our concern is that the truth gets out to as many people as possible. We have a real concern for those that are still in prison, that are being held unjustly, having been found innocent by a jury. And if you have any questions on what took place 3.5 years ago, or what you may have some questions about what's been happening lately, we'd be glad to get into that.
Well, we're going to get into that. So let's just start from the. Now, if there's anything you all want to include, that's fine. But let's just start just briefly with some of the beliefs of the of the Branch Davidians. Time before before you became famous, so to speak. Unfortunately, famous, but.
Well, we take the Bible as our creed. We believe that the Bible is basically literal, both the Old Testament and the New Testament, going to be literally fulfilled, especially the prophecies that talk about the last days. The only thing that we do not take literal would be where the Bible uses symbolic terms, beasts and things like that, which have an interpreted meaning. Some of our basic beliefs were that the law of God is still in effect. God's people should honor that law. Many churches, of course, believe that it was nailed to the cross. We hold that it continues on to this day. We also believe that...
Well, let me just interrupt for a minute. I also believe that. Okay. So I assume then you all don't eat pork and shellfish?
No.
Right.
Saturday Sabbaths? And the whole thing.
If God says it's unclean, we feel it's unclean.
Right.
He has a reason for...
I agree with you, and I've been following them laws for about 3 years myself. But go ahead, Clive.
Another one of our basic beliefs is the fact that many of the prophecies of the Bible talk about God intervening in the affairs of men and bringing the world as we know it basically to an end, not doing away with it by devastation, but inserting his presence into this world and beginning to set up a kingdom. That tells us that in Daniel and in Revelation that God is going to come down basically and fight against the nations that have fought against his people, eventually going to take the territory that they have usurped over the years and give it back to those that he calls his. And so that's been a major doctrine of ours for quite a number of years, since the mid-30s, that God would establish a kingdom big in the Holy Land with Jerusalem.
One thing that I happen to be a believer in up to a point, and that is that the other side of the way, and the Antichrist forces will establish his kingdom, which I think's already been in place for quite a long time now. And we hear talk of this new world order that we talk about frequently on this show. And I know that I believe that you all have some feelings about that as well. This one world system that's being set up.
We've known quite a bit about the overall picture of a one world order. We may have looked at it perhaps differently, not perhaps so politically as you all, but we've looked at it from a biblical point of view, and we see beasts illustrated in Revelation that would dominate the world and cause men to receive a mark and to obey, otherwise they're going to be killed, things like that. And of course, when you try to read and study these prophecies, you run into names and places and dates and so forth that back it up in history and in the affairs that are going on in the world today.
I love Mike Hansen Archives. Yeah! You ready to run?
Japanese. Oh, we had people from
Philippines,
Australia. We had people from England. We had people from the what's the one near Australia?
New Zealand.
New Zealand. All over the country. I mean, Canada. We had them from everywhere. And like I say, there was Japanese, Chinese, and all different races. There was Indian as well as blacks, and just about Mexicans.
They were not just members, lived together.
No.
We got along.
that to me.
I'm sure you had a little bit of infighting. I mean,
No, there was some disagreement, but I've never seen so many different kinds of people get along so well, which to me indicates the Spirit of God working.
That's right.
We had something, they came to learn something, and what they came to learn and to find out was more important than all the quibbling and the squabbles and the daily little frustrations that might arise because of the situations that we lived in. They were all solved very readily and without any fist fights or anything like that. Most of the time we got along great.
You never saw the men. Or you'd expect the men to get, you know, when they would really get upset to start wanting to fight. None of that. The women, women, it's very hard for women to live together.
Yeah, and you all did. How many people were totally
all lived together. I think the highest count was 150.
That was during '92.
Yeah.
By the time that the ATF raided the place, I think there was something like about 130.
Square feet was that? Do you know? Do you have how many acres? There were several hundred acres.
Well, we have 77 acres out there, but the building wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a big building.
And it was paid. It was
counted.
going to be paid for completely, right?
I counted 40 used. But
a
lot of those rooms had 2 and 3 and 4
Now,
independent.
this was built from church donations by people that worked outside.
First we used the wood from the houses that were originally there.
All right,
we
sorry
bought
to
lumber
interrupt
that
here.
we had to.
Stay tuned right here on these channels for more classics from Mike Hansen Archives. But I just want to take a moment to ask for your help to fund these channels. We are asking a $25 donation to buy my book. I wrote this book about Bohemia Grove, about when Alex Jones and I snuck into the Bohemia Grove Club.
It is the best and most comprehensive book on Bohemian Grove, and it's written by Mike Hansen, my old camera guy. Mike Hansen Archives.
Did you read it? The newspapers were everybody came to read it. And so those papers were all taken apart and, people reading different sections of it because there was an article by the paper that was talking about David. And, of course, they were given their view. Well, I went down there and I could, I was trying to read it and then I decided, no, wait till everybody finishes and then I'll get the paper and I'll go upstairs and read it. So I ran upstairs to my room. I didn't stay there very long. When I came down, everyone had dissipated, gone to their own rooms. And I hunted around and picked up different sections to finish the article. And as we had 2 big windows in the foyer, and I was in the far window, and as I looked out, I saw these vehicles coming in. And I start from my room, and I look out the second window, and when I do, I see that they're coming in, and I knew they would go down the road because there was nothing down there. I could see that they were going to stop in front. There's 2 big cattle trailers. And I wondered, what in the world are men going to do with those? Because lots of times the men would have something they would be doing, and the women would not be absolutely conscious of everything they were doing at the time.
You thought it was Branch Davidian?
Oh, yes. I thought it was somebody had gone out and got these 2 big trailers for a reason. And so I ran up the back way to my room, and I threw the paper on my bed, and I was about to lay down when this terrific noise. I knew it was helicopters. I went to the window because I was in the back of the building. And I looked out, and when I did, I saw these 3 in V formation. And actually, they were heading toward the end of the building, the north side, and the big water tower. It was still standing. And they were firing. And I know, I just stood there stunned because I couldn't believe this was happening. It's like looking at a movie and then realizing it's a reality. And they were firing at David's room. There was no other spot on the building that they could have hit at that particular time. And I stood there watching, and I could see the shooting, and I could hear it, and I knew what was going on. And then they started to turn. Well, they were between the 2nd and the 3rd floor, and I'm on the 2nd floor. And I realized if they start to turn, I very likely am going to get hit. So I got down on the floor as they're turning, and of course as they're turning they're not firing until they get around a way, and then they start shooting. Now there was no shooting before that. And then apparently, I figure by the time they got to the front of the building, that's when all the shooting started in the front. But they had already hit our water tanks and killed
Peter Jan?
No, Peter was...
Winston Blake.
It was Winston Blake that was on his bed with a piece of toast in his hand.
Right.
And it had gone through the water tank and went into his room. Jane was up in her bed, she was at the second tier, and she was on the second floor down from my room. And she had just given her baby to her older daughter, and when she got shot in bed. And after that, it was shooting. And everybody hit the floor. All the women took the children and put them under them. And I kept thinking, they're going to come over that roof. You know, if I had come in and attacked a place, that's where I would have come. It was the most vulnerable spot, because that roof was only about 3 feet at the most to the bottom of the window. And the windows were open. And I thought they were along where our rooms were, and then went along the hallway. And I thought, surely somebody's going to try it. So I kept looking at that, and they kept yelling at me to get down, because one of the girls that was doing the script at me to get down, she said, you're going to get hit, because she could feel the bullets going through her hair, and she's laying on the floor. How I didn't get hit, I don't know. Anyway, that's what was going on at that particular time. Nobody moved. Even when I left, the women were still on the floor with the children, because we had no idea whether they were going to come back or not. And they kept it up for about 45 minutes.
I love Mike Hansen Archives.
And of course the government have put out this idea that we were expecting this attack or this siege or whatever, and that we were all busily arming ourselves and waiting in ambush for them when they drove in. Just recently, the insurance company out of Atlanta for the Cox newspaper syndicate paid off the ATF in the court case they had against the Waco newspaper and the local TV station, Channel 10. They were suing them, saying that they had tipped us off and that we knew they were coming and we were prepared for them. And so to take you back a little bit further, we actually knew that something was going on 2 months before February 28th, but we didn't know who was involved, and we didn't know what it was all about. All we knew was that there were some men that had moved into the house across the street that were acting very strange. They were shooting in the backyard of their house. Their windows were always dark at night, even though we knew they were there. There's a lot of strange things going on. They didn't bring any suitcases with clothes and things like that. And so we kind of felt that perhaps being, I think probably the biggest idea that came to most people's mind, well, maybe they belong to the immigration people, trying to see if there's any illegal immigrants, you know, inside. And so this went on for almost like 6 or 7 weeks. And at some point in that observation that they were doing, they made contact by, a couple of them came over and visited one day, and eventually it led to this ATF agent, which we found out what he was later, by the name of Robert Rodriguez, who said he wanted to start having Bible studies with David Koresh. And so he started to come over and visit, over for a couple of hours and maybe have a private Bible study with David and so on. But on the day before the raid, he had spent the whole day with us. He had come over and it was a day, and so we'd had regular meetings, and he'd spent the whole day, and at the end of the day, he indicated that he had to leave town, but when he got back after several days, he wanted to move in with us if he could, if he'd be allowed, so that he could have, you know, more studies and
kind of just enter into the whole thing that we were involved in, as, you know, the daily living and the Bible studies. So David welcomed him, says, fine. Unbeknownst to me, on the 28th, as Catherine mentioned, he shows up that morning with the second edition of this series that the newspaper was writing about us, or about David, called The Sinful Messiah. He had come out there with copies of this, and as I said, I didn't know that he'd even showed up that day because I wasn't expecting him to come back. And it was only probably because it was raining that day that most of the guys had not gone to work. We'd had breakfast and basically were hanging around our rooms when at some point, I'm not real sure of the time, it couldn't have been too much later than when Robert left, I guess. I heard some noise out in the cafeteria area. A lot of people. You know, there's kind of a hubbub going on, and so I went out there to see what was going on, and it was at that point that people were saying, well, we've just heard that something's going to happen, somebody's coming. And so about the time I walked in and you know, became aware of this going on, David Koresh walked in from the other side into the kitchen area and basically confirmed that he just heard somebody was coming out. He says, and I want everybody to stay cool. He says, you know, just go back to your rooms, and I'm going to go down the door and talk to them. And so I went back to my room. He went out the other way, down the hall toward the front door. And the next thing I heard was David's voice at the front door saying, hey, wait a minute, there's women and children in here. You know, let's talk about this. And all hell broke loose. There's just shots, just seemed like hundreds of shots coming in from the outside, in through the front door. And my immediate reaction was, my God, there's a massacre. You know, whoever went to the front door is bound to have been hit with all this fuselage of bullets that had come. So I went running down the hall, and the first person I came to was Perry Jones, who had himself up the hall, several feet anyway, from the front door area. And he was screaming that he'd been shot, and he was clutching his stomach. And so I bent over him and was trying to console him, and you know, and I says, well, what happened? He says, well, they started shooting at the front door. He says that David got shot on it. I said, well, hang in there for a minute. And I ran down to the front door expecting to see bodies all over the place. And to my surprise, there wasn't anyone there. I mean, the whole foyer area inside the front door was empty. But the whole, the front wall was just riddled. The doors especially were just riddled with bullets, and some of the windows had been shot out. So I ran back to Perry and helped him back to his room. Put him on a bunk bed. Went and got him, tried to get him some pain pills because he was just screaming with the agony of the wounds he had. And somebody came to me about the time I put him down on the bed, and they says, well, Winston's dead, Winston Blake. And I said, well, where's he at? He's up in his room. So I went up toward his room, and I could hear all this water running, and I thought, that's strange. What's causing that, you know? And as I rounded the door into his room, Winston was laying on the floor in a pool of blood and water. And all this water was pouring through these holes at an angle into the room. The bullet holes were high on the outside, and so as they came in, I thought, my God, they're shooting from helicopters or planes or something, you know. And so just thing was turmoil. I mean, there was chaos. There was people screaming, and I end up running back down the hall, and he was in the process of dialing 911 by the time I got down the other end hall from where I was staying. And he was calling the sheriff's department, and it took him 45 minutes to get a ceasefire. Well, excuse me, 45 minutes to get in contact with the ATF. He didn't even have contact with them. It took about 2.5 hours to get the thing stopped. And by that, they found out that we had 5 on the inside dead, another 4 or 5 wounded. And because we were beginning to hear on the radio by that time that we knew that they were wounded on the other side too, you know, the ATF. But throughout that shootout, I mean, you know, there's a lot of firing at the beginning, and then it was more sporadic for the rest of the time.
Building. Lots of armored vehicles moving back and forth outside the building, knocking holes in it. We have not seen any of the Branch Davidians, and we have not seen any federal agents anywhere in any of these pictures. Most of these are on our big lens cameras that can shoot over that 2-mile area.
Hello, folks. This is Mike Hansen here on Mike Hansen Archives on YouTube and here on my Facebook. And we're here at the 25th anniversary of the memorial service here in Waco, Texas, and we got Clive Doyle here. Can you tell us a little bit about what your thoughts are on the 25th anniversary here?
It's
It's all right. Everybody knows you.
it's kind of hard. My daughter just died. My daughter just died.
That's what I heard, and we didn't put it out on the internet because we were asked not to. This is the first time people out here on my.
A lot of them don't. A lot of them don't know yet.
That was your first daughter died at Mount Carmel, and this was your another daughter.
This is my oldest daughter. It's my youngest that died in the fire. And Karen was coming down, had her plane booked. She was coming down for the memorial and ended up dying in a head-on collision. A drunk driver. People up in Pennsylvania saying that it was deliberate, it wasn't an accident. Tried to run a cop off the road first. I guess the cop avoided it. Tried to run down another woman and she avoided it. Karen was third in line. So they say she died instantly, which is at least she didn't suffer too much. But seems like every year there's a few more to go.
Yeah, it's just not many left. Clive, I'm so sorry for all the stuff that's happened to y'all, and hopefully it will get better. But you, like you always say, it's going to be better.
It'll get worse before it gets better.
Well, but once we're gone here, maybe.
Well, you know, KRLD called me this morning. Well, what do you think the government's learned in 25 years? I said nothing, except don't have the press there filming everything.
How are you doing?
There's Desi. Okay, well, we're getting ready to start. Who do you got speaking this year?
Phil Arnold, James Tabor, I believe, Catherine Wessinger, Mary Winborn wants to say a little bit.
Oh, good. Oh, I can't wait to see her.
So there's a lot of people.
All right, well, we're getting started here, folks. I hope y'all can make it here for the 25th anniversary here. And what's the address here, if they can still make it?
701.
701 Jefferson, Waco, Texas. Hope to see you here, folks.
Of listening to the outside world tell me what it was like when I was there.
I agree, yeah.
I can completely see where that would come in. How do you feel about the hearings?
I had some hopes going into the congressional hearings since I appeared up there that some good or at least the truth would come out. Those hopes were dashed basically because we saw the politics involved in both the congressional hearings and the Senate hearings. One side playing devil's advocate and so forth. But even when facts came out and individuals were exposed, you might say, as either perjuring themselves or admitting to certain things, nothing was ever done about it, and it certainly didn't help our friends who are still in prison. And so
Okay, for
I'm a little
hi
upset
Sheila,
over the-
25th anniversary of what happened. How are you?
Yes, fine,
Right
thank
here.
you.
Tell them to come on down. They still got
Yes,
time. This
yes,
is live.
it's still time.
Yeah.
Okay. Good
What do you
morning.
think
How are
about
you?
the 25th anniversary, real quick, before we go
Sorry
in?
that it's still 25 years. I'm sorry that it's still taking so long. We want to get home. We want God to come and change all this.
Amen.
We won't have to think about
Absolutely.
people being dead.
Yes,
you know.
and look at all this food you brought.
Yes. Well,
You
thank
got
you.
everything?
Yes,
Well, we
I
still
think
got time
so.
to get here.
Okay.
April 19th,
No, it's just plain bread.
2018.
Okay.
What time is food?
12:30, 1:15, whatever, 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right, come on, park your car and come on in.
All right, then,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
The
All right,
government
folks.
that was doing it for the children went in there and destroyed your home, and then
Yeah, they were
then
saving
buried
them.
up the evidence.
They saved them with the CS gas. You know,
Yeah, saved
they
them.
wanted to make sure that it took care of them, and they took care of them all right. And they
Right.
took care of everybody else there.
Let's go ahead and try another call here, and then we'll.
There's one thing, though, I'd like to inject. That many of the people that were there fighting us were very ignorant of what they were doing. It's the people that were running the place.
You mean the VATF, the actual soldiers?
A lot of them were new.
Yeah.
And they didn't know what was going on. They'd been trained to do a certain thing, and so they did it because they thought they had to do it.
And they were on the payroll.
Well, yes, but
Yeah.
you see, it's just like somebody is told something, and they don't know what the law is. They can be told it, and then they feel they have to do it. And the thing is, they don't have to do it.
I agree.
But you see, these people,
We're gonna
these
get into
young
those- we're
people
gonna get
that
into some
were
of that a
put
little bit
in,
later.
you know, they didn't know what they were doing. But the ones that got up there and spouted all these lies, absolute lies, and they knew they were lies, they're the ones that are more responsible. They're the ones that God looks down at and is disgusted with, and going to give them a second double portion.
And let me go ahead and read it, Kathy. Let's see. Do we want to do it like this, or?
Well, just, and then we'll go to call.
Okay, let's go ahead. Okay, tell us about the concrete room that the children were.
I love Mike Hansen Archives.
You ready to run?
Yeah, you know, I tell you, there's a lot of dangerous people in this country, but we're going to keep you safe from
You know what I was going to ask you the other day? You know, you always bring up that Reichstag bombing and all that. Do they think about it all happening on April 19th? I don't think they do. It's all. You know what that mask on? I'm not sure I'm talking to Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry about us covering up our identity. You know, we're multi-jurisdictional task force, and we're top secret, but,
You know that mask on? I'm not sure I'm talking to Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah. Well, don't worry about us covering up our identity. You know, we're multi-jurisdictional task force, and we're top secret, but, it's to help the children.
Well, of course it is. Hey, man, keep up the good work, and all you listeners out there, if you just turn to this, you're kind of freaked out about it, you need to pay attention, and death to the New World Order.
God
bless the Republic! Death to the New World Order!
Now we're dark. Hello, Austin, Texas. Now we are back. Now we were off last week. I want to thank the help
Dave,
down here.
God bless you.
Well, thank you for coming on the Jeff Davis Show, sir.
I appreciate the opportunity. I got to take this thing.
Go ahead.
So you got one of those lavaliers. I don't have anything over here.
Yeah, okay,
But,
that's fine.
I appreciate the opportunity to spend some time with you and the viewers here and get some, shall we say, politically incorrect music out.
That's perfectly fine.
The First Amendment is a very, very important right. I think that's probably why the Founding Fathers made it the First Amendment.
Do you have an opinion on my discussion with micros?
Absolutely. The micro station is nothing more than the exercise of free speech.
That's right.
And the simple fact of the matter is that the mainstream press, the networks, and the newspaper conglomerates have done any and everything they can to suppress certain information. Now, I've been working with Joyce for several years now on this Gulf War issue. And for one reason or another, that information has been suppressed. There is lots of information that's been suppressed. As a matter of fact, a little bit later, I'll be playing some of the clips, some of the audio clips from the live broadcasts in Oklahoma City. Now, some of you have probably heard or maybe seen the video by Jerry Longspa. Actually, it wasn't by Jerry Longspa. He was involved in producing it. But the video footage itself is a compilation of news broadcasts that were broadcast live in Oklahoma City on April 19th of 1995. And by the way, Joyce and I are probably going to be up in Oklahoma. And I encourage anybody out there, if you're not going to be at Waco, go to Oklahoma City, because that's where the media is going to be. And if we want to memorialize the people that died not only in Waco and also at the Oklahoma Federal Murrah building, I think that we need to go where the media is going to be. And I personally am going to bring a big old boombox, and I'm going to be playing some of these clips out on the street where the people are gathering. I'm going to hold it up in front of the news cameras, and whether they want to clip it out or not, that's not my concern. My concern is getting the truth out to the people.
Yeah, well, I don't care where the media is going to be, Dave. We are organizing a bus trip. The Jeff Davis Show to go up to Waco, Texas. So we're going to be in Waco, Texas.
I support
April
that.
19th.
I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but I'm just saying Joyce and I have to be in Oklahoma anyway.
Right.
We wouldn't be able to
I'm just saying I want to make that.
But no, my concern is, of course, to get the truth out, and whether it be the truth about Oklahoma City, about Waco, about Ruby Ridge, about the Federal Reserve, or about the Gulf War illness. The truth needs to get out, and we're not getting any of the truth from the mainstream press. They're suppressing it, and we're going to prove that in a little while.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and go to a couple of your songs.
Sure.
And I'm just going to step out of here. We'll put the close-up here on Dave, and right there you are. Good,
okay.
Beautiful shot.
Very good, thank you.
And go ahead and go with it, Dave.
Well, first of all, a lot of folks really don't know too much about me. I suppose they've heard a couple.
Yeah, maybe you better a brief introduction.
Yeah, I've been a musician and a radio talk show host, professional announcer for about 15, 20 years. Like I said, done television, and been a musician for about 25. I happen to be working at a little radio station in Waterbury, Connecticut several years ago, and as many talk show hosts do, I was listening to several different talk shows, one of which was the Chuck Harder program. Some of you may be familiar with Chuck Harder, For the People. Well, I heard a woman by the name of Joyce Riley on there, and I was flabbergasted, to say the least, by her information. So after she gave her phone number, I wrote it down, and later I called her up and spoke with her for some time on the telephone. I then had her on as a guest on the program, and the listeners up there in Connecticut were just blown away. I was blown away. I mean, even after hearing it a second or third time, you still are just shocked by some of this information. Anyway, I had her back on a second and then a third time, and the bottom line is that she ended up coming up to Connecticut, showing her information, and we were very closely aligned in our beliefs. And unfortunately, when you go into this process of discovery that most of us do, we find that we're rejected by our families and by our friends. People say, oh, you're crazy, you don't know what you're talking about. And that's exactly what I was going through. So it was like a breath of fresh air to find somebody that was, like I said, like-minded. So we hit it off and done fell in love and decided to get hitched, and that's what we did. So I left Connecticut and came down here to Texas, and now there's two of us the Pentagon have to deal with. So Joyce and I travel around the country doing programs about the Gulf War and trying to get the truth out and get information out to the Gulf War veterans and their families so that they can get treatment and they can get well. So we travel around the American Legions, and we go to VFWs, high schools, churches, synagogues, wherever. Just as long as people would like to hear what the information we provide it free to the Gulf War veterans. We give them free document packages, free videos. All we ask is that they tell us a little bit about themselves. Everybody else, yeah, we do ask a donation to keep this thing going, but for the most part, we travel around the country with this information and presenting it freely in the hopes that someone will listen. after year. And so many have shed many a tear. And when they sit down to cry, they never question or try to find an answer. That's the way it's been for oh so long. And you're so used to it, you don't see what's wrong. It's in your history, and if you just look, you'll see that it's repeating. When lawyers' litigation goes without examination, you can bet that it won't take very long. With rules and regulation and without representation, pretty soon you'll sing a slavery song. No, go ahead and go your own merry way. But I can tell you that you'll soon curse the day you were asleep at the wheel, you didn't know it was real. You'll learn the hard way. And how can you get someone to hear when their ears are filled with self-imposed fear? If there's a voice in the crowd that shouts a message out loud, will someone listen? And how can you get someone to see when they can't bring themselves to turn off TV? If someone turns on a light, will others join in the fight or turn a blind eye? When your country's education doesn't teach about your nation, how your family fought so hard to be free, it creates a situation and promotes perpetuation of a people who will live on their knees. No, go ahead and go your own merry way. But I can tell you that you'll soon curse the day you've been asleep at the wheel, you didn't know it was real. You'll learn the hard way. When your country's education doesn't teach about your nation, how your family fought so hard to be free, it creates a situation and promotes perpetuation of a people who will live on their knees. No, go ahead and go your own merry way. But I can tell you that you'll soon curse the day you've been asleep at the wheel, you didn't know it was real. You'll learn the hard way. Will someone listen or turn a blind eye? Okay, that's the title cut of the album that I've produced called "Will Someone Listen," and it's a plea. It's a request for please, folks, at least listen to the other side. In other words, in order for us to make a decision on anything, on what type of belief you want to have, you need to be able to weigh both sides of information. Now, they say that the truth is never easy to find. Well, let's use some common sense. I know it's very difficult for some folks in public office to use that that atrophied ability that we have, but common sense will tell you that if the truth is never easy to find, how easy is it to sit on your couch and pick up the remote control and click through ABC and CBS and NBC and CNN and Fox and all the other news networks? They serve it all to you on a silver platter. If the truth is not easy to find, and it's that easy for this information to come to you, how true can it be? Let's use common sense here. Now, I know that some of the local broadcasters here, Jeff's been having some problem with shall we say, people with a globalist view, and I'm not opposed to the idea that we as a species have to learn to get along here on this planet. We do have a finite amount of living space here, and we darn well better learn how to live with one another. Whether or not it's going to be with a one-world government, we don't know. I don't know if any man or woman knows what's really going to happen. But I do know one thing. If you take away a people's ability to be free, they will rebel. Sooner or later, they will rebel. And with all this talk about this confrontation with people that are opposing the UN, I'd like to share something with you about the UN that many of you folks may not be aware of. The UN Charter doesn't grant one right to the people. If you get one, for those of you who stick up for the UN and believe in the UN and all that, go get a UN charter and read it. Okay? Now, the UN charter was written by Alger Hiss. Okay? He was a known communist. Now, for all the folks out there that still believe in the UN, I want to share something with you. This is the oath of allegiance to the UN. Now, remember, we've all been brought up at some point or another. I think we've all said the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the United States. You know, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. Now, I'm going to read to you the oath of allegiance to the UN Charter. And then I have a song for you. This is the oath of allegiance. I solemnly affirm to exercise in all loyalty, discretion, and conscience the functions entrusted to me as a member of the international service of the United Nations, to discharge those functions and to regulate my conduct with the interest of the United Nations only in view, and not to seek or accept instructions in respect to the performance of my duties from any government or other authority external to the organization of the United Nations. Now, it seems to me the two key points in here is that you're going to accept instructions with the United Nations only in view. That seems to me to be totally repugnant to the oath of allegiance to the United States Constitution, don't you? Seems to me that they cannot coexist, the UN Charter and the United States Constitution. So therefore, those of you who've pledged allegiance to the flag, and yet you're throwing your support behind the UN, you're not pledging your allegiance to the flag anymore, are you? You're turning your back on your country. And for those of you in public office that have taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, you're a traitor, aren't you? Yeah, I think you are. And not too many people understand that. But there is one individual that did understand that. He's from the state of Texas. His name is Michael New. Many of you know who he is. He stood up against the United Nations, or not, shall I say, against an order from a commanding officer saying that he had to wear a uniform with a UN patch, a blue patch. And Michael had been homeschooled, and he knew very well that this type of a uniform was illegal. So he refused to wear it, and they court-martialed him. This song is dedicated to Michael New. A young man joined the service, thought he'd do his part. He loved his country under God, was true to his own heart. He knew he'd get an education, discipline, and growth. He had no hesitation when he gave his solemn oath. Yes, he gave a solemn oath. To my God and country, from now until the end, it's the Constitution I swear I will defend. Foreign or domestic, these last three words ring true. I'm defending my country. My name is Michael New. Yes, my name is Michael New. In uniform across the sea, on soil in foreign lands, with dedication, honesty, keen eyes and steady hands, fulfilling every duty with patriotic love, until the day an order came from officers above. From his officers above. The color of the Army is a military green, but the uniform they gave to him was like one he'd never seen. The shoulder bore a UN patch, a distinctive shade of blue. No oath to a charter, to my country I'll be true. To my country I'll be true. To my God and country, from now until the end, it's the Constitution I swear I will defend. Foreign or domestic, these last three words ring true. I'm defending my country. My name is Michael New. Yes, my name is Michael New. On Tuesday morn, October 10th, inspection of the men. By Finland's General Ingstrom, he had to look again. Those traitorous eyes of officers stared down at Michael New. A single patch of green in an endless sea of blue. He was a single patch of green in an endless sea of blue. To my God and country, from now until the end, it's the Constitution I swear I will defend. Foreign or domestic, that final word rings true. Yes, I'll defend my country. My name is Michael New. To our God and country, from now until the end, it's the Constitution we swear we will defend. Foreign or domestic, that final word rings true. Yes, we'll defend our country just like Michael New. America is watching, all eyes on Michael New. You set a fine example. God bless you. Michael New.
It's Catherine Michelle, as you know. I decided I'm going to jump on the coronavirus bandwagon. There's just some things that I want to stress to a lot of people. I've been hearing actually from a lot of not only other YouTubers, and I am not picking on Richie from Boston, okay? Although he says this a lot, and he's pretty much what has prompted me to make this video. But understand, I really respect what he does. However, I think he's gotten some pretty bad advice. And not just him, but a lot of people. You see, like Dr. Drew, these other people who are going around saying, oh, the coronavirus is just the flu. Everybody's panicking. They're all just being crazy. And okay, I want to ask the people who are pushing that out there to please just stop. Just stop. The coronavirus is not just the flu. It is a serious disease at this point in time. It is affecting and killing a lot of people. Now, does that mean that the neighborhood you live in is going to have to be shut down and you're going to go on lockdown? No. But be grateful if you're in a country, that is doing the best they can to protect you. Whatever it is that they feel they need to do, be grateful for that. We do know that this virus is highly, highly contagious. The R naught is pretty high. So in some cases, I believe it could be up to 6. So anywhere from 2, 3 up to 6. And so that means that, and the general flu could be 1 to 2. So you can see how this is far worse than just the flu. So in other words, that means that, and plus with the flu, you generally aren't contagious until you actually have symptoms. And then, you know when you're not feeling well and your body aches, you better stay home because you could give it to somebody. With this, you won't even know you're infected and you're passing it along. That's what makes this so virulent. That's what makes this a little bit more important, and you should be on your toes a little bit better than just the regular flu. So with the coronavirus, well, COVID-19, let's stick to, because the coronavirus is multiple viruses. That's just the family name or a type of name for this particular virus type. The COVID-19 is a coronavirus, but there are multiple coronaviruses. So I should probably stick to COVID-19. the best thing that we can do to take care of ourselves is to wash our hands. Keep your personal hygiene really well. Keep your hand sanitizers handy. Use them. Wash your hands. Don't touch surfaces and then touch your face. Don't touch a surface, especially if you're out in public, and then go and then, put your hands in your mouth or rub your eyes. That's how this virus is spreading a lot of times. I'm not saying it's the only way, it's not. And I'm by no means an expert, but I do know medical stuff. And I take any doctor right now who is telling people, oh, this is just the flu, go take a Tylenol, you're going to be fine. I really think they need to lose their medical license. Think about this, people. The families of those who have died from this virus, ask them if they think that taking precautions is fear-mongering. Ask them that if closing down your neighborhood or whatever, if it's in your neighborhood, if shutting that down and quarantining people is just draconian and just way overboard. Or is it just fear porn to keep the rest of the community from being able to access the stupid grocery store? I guarantee you they're going to tell you no. They lost their loved ones to this disease. It's not a joke. It's not funny. And don't make fun of people who are trying to prepare. Now, does everyone everywhere need to start wearing masks? I don't know. It's not for me to say. But, just yesterday, where I live, it was actually, I saw the first couple who actually were walking around wearing the surgical face masks, which those aren't going to protect, they're not going to protect you from the virus. It just maybe stops whatever you're spitting out to getting out into the air, but it still gets through because you're not covering up your whole face. Another topic. But anyway, I saw that and I'm like going, well, at least they're doing what they feel they need to do to keep themselves safe. I saw another story, and I'm not sure, I think it was Austria, I can't remember, but this older gentleman was wearing a gas mask and buying a whole bunch of food, and even their media was making fun of this guy. That is so wrong. This virus kills and attacks just about anybody, but definitely kills the vast majority of people with compromised immune systems and compromised health. And so nobody knows that man's medical history. I guess he had just gotten out of the hospital or something. So why did their media feel it necessary to make fun and attack this man? To me, the people who do stuff like that, y'all just need to go away. It's not okay. And the doctors who are going on saying, people are overreacting, it's just a flu, it's just a flu. How are they maintaining their medical license? Is Ebola just the flu? Is SARS just the flu? Is the Zika virus, which was always so overrated? Yes, that one definitely was overrated. But still, was that just the flu? Try to tell that to the mothers whose children were born with very small brains or no brains. It's not just the frickin' flu. So let's stop that right here and now. And understand that to be prepared is a good thing. To be ready is a good thing. To panic is stupid. No matter what, you never panic. Even if it's time to panic, you don't panic. That's how things get all messed up. Like, for example, here's, I take whatever doctors say with a complete grain of salt. There are very few doctors who are actually deserving of their title. And remember, not every doctor who is a medical doctor graduated at the top of their class. There are a lot of doctors out there who got C's, okay? They didn't pass with A's. Like, for instance, I had a friend who broke his arm, broke his radius and his ulna on an ATV accident. So I'm at the hospital with this young man, and he so happened to have had a friend who just graduated or had just finished their residency, I think, as an emergency room doctor. So this ER doctor is like sending texts going, hey, what's going on? Can you send me a picture? So I'm like, okay, here it is, compound fracture, closed compound fracture. Here's the photos. And they're writing back going, well, what do you mean closed compound fracture? I don't see anything. I'm sitting there going, wow, really? You're actually working in an emergency department? This is what I'm thinking. And I'm like going, it's a closed compound fracture. We'll send the x-rays when we get them. So the x-rays came through, and they're right back, but we don't see anything. What do you mean? We don't see it? We don't. And I'm like, I'm looking at this young man, and I asked him, I said, are you sure they're a doctor? What part of closed compound fracture do they not understand? And I to this day, it still boggles my mind that this ER doctor didn't know what a closed compound fracture was. Wow. I'm telling you, if I ever find out that this person's in an ER I'm gone. It's like I will walk out and take my chances with somebody on the street. I'd probably survive better. But this is what I mean. Just because someone has the title of MD or doctor or whatever after their name, please don't take their word as gospel. And, you know, I respect Richie from Boston a lot. I watch a lot of his videos. I think he's a guy that has a good heart, even though he calls himself an asshole with a laptop, which, yeah, I won't go there. And maybe he is an asshole. I don't know. Maya Angelou always says, when people tell you who they are, believe them. So if he's telling us he's an asshole, maybe he's an asshole. I don't know. But still, the fact still remains is that he says he has doctor friends telling him, oh, it's just the flu, just, use hand sanitizer and you're going to be fine. That is dangerous, very dangerous, to not only to that person, but who could they then be spreading it to or coming in contact with or not being vigilant of their surroundings because this doctor then just gave them some really bad advice. Now, I don't think we should panic. Please don't panic. And I don't know if I've already said this. Sorry, sometimes I repeat myself because I don't remember what I say. Old age coming into play here. But be ready. Be vigilant. Keep your personal hygiene up. If you're not used to washing your hands, start. Don't touch surfaces outside and then touch your face. The times that this virus actually lives on hard surfaces can be anywhere from a few hours to maybe, I don't know, several hours a day, maybe more. So don't panic, but don't discount this. And people keep going, oh, but they were saying, they threw out all these hysterias over all these other viruses, and this is just another thing just to get everybody all hyped up. Could that be? Sure. Somebody said, don't let don't let a tragedy go to waste or something like that. But anyway, that is not what I see happening here. This virus is real. It has killed a lot of people. It is highly virulent, but you can lower your chances of actually getting this by taking simple precautions, being clean, be cognizant of where you are in society and those around you, and then act accordingly. That is what we should all be doing. But please don't discount this. Don't just and don't panic and start hoarding food, And if you feel you have to go buy face masks, which the jury's kind of out on that, some of the statistics prove that it may be helpful, but a lot of statistics are proving it probably doesn't matter at all. So, because you can cover your face up, but if you're outside and you're bringing that virus into your home and then you still touch something and you wipe your face, you're still going to get it. So, a mask may or may not help, but if you feel you have to go out and buy it, don't hoard it. There are a lot of other people, if a person's going to go in and start hoarding and buying up all these masks, what good are those if you're going to allow the rest of your community to get sick? You're going to get it anyway. So just be smart and be logical about your approach to this disease. But again, it is real. It is happening. It is deadly. And a lot of people have died. And those families are suffering because they've lost loved ones. So let's not discount their suffering by going around spreading the rumor that this is nothing but the flu. Because it's not. It isn't. You just have to look at the statistics and look at the numbers to realize that this is not a simple flu. So there you have it. And that's my 2 cents worth. So lots of blessings and good wishes to Richie. So I don't want anybody to think I'm bad-mouthing him. I am not. Like I said, I really respect the man, and I think he has a lot of good things to say. But on this one, I'm on the exact opposite. I differ completely with what his doctor friends are telling him. And I'm putting doctor friends in quote, not because I doubt that they are his friends. I question whether or not they're real doctors and where they graduated in their class, because that is just bad medical practice. A doctor should never cause panic, but they should also never discount someone else's suffering. You just don't. So just again, okay, I'll stop talking. I'm going to start repeating myself, but just be ready, be prepared, keep yourself clean, and support those who are actually dealing with this right now. And if they have to live in a draconian type of existence at this moment in time, then it seems to be working. If by keeping people isolated, you isolate people with all kinds of diseases. And yes, they go into quarantine because you don't want that spread. And right now it may seem draconian because of the vast amount and the enormity of the quarantines, but sometimes that has to happen. And I am in no way advocating FEMA camps and all that other stuff, and everybody needs to go, live out in the middle of an island. No, and that's taking things overboard. But to self-isolate, self-quarantine, if you even suspect you've been around it, I think that's just good common sense. Let's all be sensible, let's all be logical, and let's face this with a good, clear mind. Have a good day. Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. Video number 2 on COVID-19 is not the flu. Oh my God, the ignorance around this is just mind-boggling. You know what? And if I hear one more Dr. Drew said, he is a Hollywood actor. What, did he graduate medical school? Hell, who even knows anymore? But the man is full of shit. Do we have that? Are we clear? He's shit. He's full of shit. He's telling you what the agenda wants you to fucking know. Okay? COVID-19 is not the fucking flu. What do we have to do to get that through to you people? What? When do you people ever see medical staff head to toe in hazmat gear taking care of flu patients? Head to toe, hazmat gear going out to an ER. Head to toe, hazmat gear going up to pick up dead bodies. Oh, and by the way, those are not considered as part of the death rate because they didn't die in a hospital. They don't know what they died from. They're just deaths in a community. They're not counted toward the total death count. Why can't most of these people get this? Why is it impossible for people to comprehend the simple fact COVID-19 is a coronavirus, not the coronavirus? It's like some people can't seem to figure it out that coronavirus is a catch-all term for several diseases. Understand this, you people who are not listening. Today I've gone through and I've unsubscribed to a lot of channels because I'm tired of it. These people, I followed some of them for many years, and how they go around speaking truth. They're awake. They're telling everybody, oh, be prepared, be prepared. They're going to come at us with some virus. And some of you even go, wait, it's going to hit in the middle of the winter. They're going to take out a lot of people. This starts to happen, and all of a sudden, they're spouting the same shit that the other assholes out there are spouting. It's just the flu. And if that's their knowledge, if that's them being awake and that's the crap they're spreading around, I have no time for these people anymore. I can't take anything they say as even remotely serious. I just can't. This is, again, let me repeat this one last time. COVID-19 is not the flu. The seasonal flu, which most people are getting shots for and vaccines for, which I personally will never do. That fucking vaccine almost killed my mother. And do you think they take responsible for that? No. These vaccines, to me, and in my opinion, are shit, and they are meant to get rid of a certain populace. Is COVID-19 man-made, and is it a bioweapon? Hell, at this point, it certainly looks like a bioweapon. Is it man-made? Yes, what by all accounts it looks like. I am not an epidemiologist. I have limited knowledge in that area. However, I have a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience in mass casualties and preparation for these types of situations. Now, y'all can just sit at home or go out there and spread it around, do whatever it is you want to do, or think it's not coming to your neighborhood. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. At this point, who cares? I don't care anymore. If you guys aren't going to care about your safety and care about your family, I'm not going to waste any sleep worrying about you. It's not going to happen. But if you think it's so innocent, and if this damn Dr. Drew and these other asshole doctors from Harvard feel that same way, why aren't their happy asses out there in the middle of Wuhan? Why aren't their happy asses out there in the middle of Iran? Why aren't they in Italy? Why aren't they taking all of their knowledge and going out there and fixing everybody? Because guess what? They're so fucking smart. No, where do you see these people? Held up in their homes, staying in their safe little zones, recording their TV shows to make you be complacent and happy because they're saying it's okay. People, you know, I want to know, where is the so-called truther community? Where are these people who are supposedly awake? The fact that this may or may not be a weaponized man-made virus, that isn't the point. Is it serious to even think that? Yeah. But the point is whatever this is and how it came to be does not change the veracity, does not change how this thing is killing people. To me, it looks weaponized because it is taking out a certain populace. The old people, the sick people. According to these Georgia Guidestones, which so many of these truthers talk about, they want to get the population down. Even Bill Gates himself, that asswipe, has gone around stating he thinks the population can be controlled by vaccines. And yet these dumb asshole people in the United States and worldwide are going, get your vaccine, get your vaccine. Go ahead, get them. Help them control and kill you and your family. Have at it, be happy. But stop spreading their lies and their rhetoric. Yes, I know about Event 201. Yes, I know about Agenda 21. Yes, I know about Agenda 2020. Yes, I know about the vaccine industry. Yes, I know these things. But that has never been the point of these conversations and what I'm trying to tell you people. What I'm trying to get people to understand is this is not the flu. Can we follow that? Or are you just going to help the gene pool get cleaned by continuing to spout that crap? I don't know. Maybe you want your family gene pool cleaned out. Do it. If this virus is so innocent and it's just the flu, go ahead. Take your family members to Washington, to the old folks' home. Take your family members out there to Italy, to Iran, to China. Go for it. Go show those people how they don't know what the hell they're talking about. You show them. Go ahead, do it. It's just the flu, remember? You know, it's the idiocy of these so-called people in a position of power and in a position to influence so many people it's atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. You aren't truthers. You aren't awake. You aren't anything other than fast asleep with the rest of the people you call sheeple and you make fun of. You know, I'm really pissed. I'm so sick of all this stuff. This is how these pandemics happen. And yeah, we're in a pandemic. According to the WHO's definition, even though they refuse to use the word pandemic because it's not in their vocabulary anymore, doesn't change what it is. It is what it is. And it is not good at this point. And will it get, it hasn't even peaked yet, people. It has not even peaked. It's the first, novel, meaning new. It's a new coronavirus that they've decided to call COVID-19. This is the first time through. No one has natural immunity. They're doing their best to figure it out. And watch these videos that have been leaked from China. These people, I don't know if they're officers or medical personnel, head to toe, hazmat gear, going into people's houses, pulling out these dead bodies, picking up people who dropped dead on the ground, people who have dropped dead in their hospitals. Watch these doctors and these nurses who are screaming at the media, saying, what are we supposed to do? Take them out of here. We can't help them. Oh, wait, I forgot. That's Chinese propaganda. It's not real. Y'all just need to wake up and stop being idiots. Stop being so easily led down the path that leads you to believe that this is just, oh, they're just trying to get you scared. Them trying to scare you, yeah, that's probably part of it. But in the meantime, with your complacency, you are going to kill yourself, or you will kill your family, or you will be responsible for another person's death if you are in an infected area and you choose not to take this seriously. You will go around spreading this crap everywhere, and then you may not get sick, but somebody down the road may be getting sick from something you deliberately touched or passed along, and you may never know. But that person's going to die, and you're still going to sit home going, it's just the flu. Oh my God, people. And I'm not yelling at those who get it. I'm so thankful there are some of you out there who get it. But the rest of you, and don't write any more comments in here and try to leave comments about how I don't get it's just part of the fear porn. That may have some aspect to it, make people afraid, but right now what it's done is it's made people complacent and pliable and stupid. People are being stupid, and you're being willfully stupid. If this comes, not even if, who knows, it's probably all over, but because this damn thing sheds before people even know they've even been exposed, that's why. The flu doesn't fucking do that. Can you get that through your head? You don't have the flu, come in contact with it, go infect 30, 40, 50 other people, and then 3 weeks later you get the flu and, oh, I guess I had the flu. Flu doesn't work that way. COVID-19 does. Be cognizant. Wash your damn hands. Be careful what you touch. Take care of yourself and realize this is not a joke. Is it man-made? Is it weaponized? Yeah, it probably is. But that doesn't change the consequences. That doesn't change the outcome of what is happening. That is what so many are missing.
Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. First of all, I need to apologize for my attitude yesterday. It was so bad. I was really, really upset with a lot of people. Well, just the people who are still continuing going, it's a hoax, it's a hoax. You know what? Yeah, 3 or 4 days without sleep can make me kind of cranky. Finally got some sleep and I'm back. And you know what? Who am I to take your security blanket away from you? If saying it's a hoax makes you feel better, if saying everything's not real makes you feel better, if believing that this is nothing but an agenda, if that makes you feel better, you know what? Do what you need to do to feel better. Keep believing it. Just like I'm going to keep believing what I believe to be the truth, because I speak to people who are in that part of the country and they're not media associated. They're not from the China government. They're not even from our government. And if these people are saying that what they're seeing is far worse than anything being reported and they're afraid, some places aren't affected at all. But there are places who really are being affected. And you people who are calling it a hoax are still content to call these people liars? Yeah. Do what you gotta do. Be happy. Nothing's gonna change your mind. Just like people who believe airplanes hit the World Trade Centers, you can't convince them otherwise. They see or they think they see something. And no, because they think they see it and it's in their head. That's the only truth that they know. Even though we all know aluminum cannot go through reinforced steel and concrete, but that's another story for another day. Anyway, stick to the topic. Is my son and I we were talking about this morning about the coronavirus, and I do believe it's real. I do believe it's spreading. I do believe it's highly contagious. And no, it's not the flu. For the umpteenth bazillionth time, it's not the flu. But my son and I, we both were on the same thought process. My thought has been, why this, why now? And right at the same time, we're both like going, hey, maybe there was a stockpile of supplies somewhere in some warehouse that the government needed to get rid of, governments needed to get rid of, so they release a virus, and now the stockpiles are gone because people are panic buying, which is a huge mistake. But they don't listen to that either. And so now warehouses have room for the new stuff coming in. So everybody bought up the old stuff that was probably getting close to expiring anyway. Just some levity. So we thought that was pretty humorous. Not saying that's what happened. It's just a thought that crossed our mind. But and one last take on the face masks. I watch some other paramedic channels, nursing channels, prepper channels. I don't even know what it means to be a prepper anymore. It used to be pretty clearly defined, but nowadays if you have an extra jar of peanut butter in your cabinet, people go, I'm a prepper. But anyway, the face masks. The surgical face masks were not and never were created. They do not stop viruses from coming into your face. What they do is they keep the person from who's wearing them from being able to spit out their germs toward somebody that is in front of them. That's why they're called surgical masks for the most part. So doctors and medical staff can wear them during medical procedures. So when they talk back and forth, hand me this, hand me that, turn that on, blah, 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 they're not then spitting on the patient. It's to protect the patient. It's not to protect them. And I think that's a huge misconception with these masks and this coronavirus. And with the N95 masks, you generally need to learn how to fit those to your face. If you don't, and you don't know how, you might as well take a wet tissue and put it over your face. So people who are, hoarding masks or whatever the case may be, you're not helping yourself. You're not helping anybody. And so if you choose to go that route and you choose to wear a mask in public, it's your choice. We're in America still. At least learn how to have it fitted. As surgical masks, understand it's not going to protect you. It protects everyone around you from you. Protects them from you. So there you go. Last 2 cents worth for the day. But yeah, but mainly I just I try not to have that big of a foul mouth because it's not helpful. And for the most part, God bless you. If you get through your day by saying it's a hoax, I realize I don't need to take that away from you. Believe it if that's what you need to do. But at the same time, at the same time, understand it's not your right to tell someone who's going through this that they're lying and that what they're experiencing is a hoax. Believe it if you choose to, but don't try to convince others that what they are living through every day is a big fat lie. That way we can all get along. Okay, that's it for today. Have a good one. Bye. Hi YouTube, it's Catherine Michelle. I was thinking a lot about the figures today about the reported death rates in China with this COVID-19. And I started to do some very basic, simple math that anybody could do. And then the numbers I came up with are quite interesting. What also kind of led me down that path, I was reading an article from I can't remember who wrote it, but it was an article where they interviewed someone who had escaped China or was kicked out of China or something. And then I started to research the numbers that were given, and then you start to, it kind of led me down a rabbit hole. I love the rabbit holes. So first of all, let me say, please don't panic. What I'm, I don't want people to hear these figures and then just go, oh my God, the sky is falling. I don't believe the sky is falling, but I'm hoping to put across the severity of this disease right now and kind of get people, hoping to point people to a direction to understand and kind of put pieces of this puzzle together. Now, the first reported death due to the coronavirus was January 9th, 2020 in Wuhan. And there have been, since that time, 57 days have passed. So 57 days since the first death. Now, with a total death count of 3,013 in China, according to the last report that I saw, that would mean that an average number of deaths per day is roughly 53. And if it looks like I'm reading notes, I am. I had to write this down. There's no way I'll remember it all. Now, think about this. Would an additional 53 deaths per day necessitate the 20 plus crematoriums that Wuhan has added to their city? It gets better. In this article, I read that there were actually, before, this is not even counting the 20 crematoriums that have been added, but at this date and time when this article was written, 17 days had elapsed. And that this person was stating that there were 49 crematoriums in Wuhan alone. And that was, I think, on February 9th, as of February 9th. Now, it is stated that they were running at full capacity, so 24/7. And, you hear a lot of this from, a lot of different reports that were coming out from hospital staff, people who worked in the morgues and stuff, crematoriums, whatever they call them. And you could hear they were very frustrated and very overworked and extremely tired. And if you go by their figures, 53 deaths per day extra wouldn't cause that type of strain on the employees, wouldn't cause people to have to be forced to work 24/7, and we don't know how many staff they have. And you would think that, I don't know. Okay, I'm going off topic, so let's stick with what I found. So, 49 crematoriums, 17 days, they're running at full capacity, 24/7. Now, as an example, this one particular crematorium had cremated 116 bodies that day. I think something like 120 something were brought in, but 116 total were cremated. And from my understanding in some of the research I've done is they cremate the bodies with the virus right away. But I don't understand why other bodies aren't cremated. That I didn't look into. But anyway, the bodies given priority are those with COVID-19. So 116. And the death certificates of only 8 of those 116 stated coronavirus or COVID-19 death as a result of COVID-19. There were 48 other suspected COVID-19 cases, and then the rest of them were just not listed. But yet they were all cremated on the same day. Now, I don't know their culture, but from what I understand from reading some other things, and this is what I said, never mind, but I think this is kind of important here, is they don't cremate regular deaths with like outbreak type deaths. I don't understand all of that. But if that is true, then it stands to reason, and the only thing that would explain the 116 total cremations for that day is they all had to be COVID-19 related. That's a lot. So, I found that very interesting. Now, I did some research on cremations, and cremations can take anywhere from 1 to 3 hours each. I don't know. I was pulling stuff off of the web, and take that with a grain of salt. I don't know. I've never worked in a crematorium, but so if you think about that, if it's 1 to 3 hours each, so you're looking at as many as 24 in a day, to if it takes 3 hours, then obviously that's eight bodies per day. But depending on how many ovens, so again, all of these figures are guesstimates, but I'm going with the least. So maybe their one particular crematorium may have, I don't know, 3 or 4 ovens, and they can kind of do them 3 or 4 people at the same time. And I know this is morbid, and I'm sorry, but this is the reality of the situation. So anyway, I mean, that means that, okay, we talked about that. So with an additional 53 deaths, would this really cause, again, let's go back, would this really cause these workers to be so overburdened? I mean, I don't think so, but that's easy for me to say because I don't work in the industry. But here's where it starts to make sense, why they would be overwhelmed. So here's where I'm saying, let's do some math. Let's do some basic math. There were, at that time, 49 crematoriums. Again, does not count the extra 20 that were added, and from other research I've done, they're actually adding even more, or did add more, but right now we do know that they added an extra 20. This doesn't include them at all. This is sticking with the 49. And running at full capacity 24/7 for 17 days. The one crematorium reporting their figures was 116 bodies. Okay, so you ready for this? You have 116 bodies times 49 crematoriums, because they were all running at full capacity. All of them in the same boat. Actually, some were in worse shape than others, meaning they had far more to cremate than others. But let's stick with just the 116 times 49. That is 5,684 cremations per day. Now you times that figure times 17 days, because up to this point of this reporting, 17 days had elapsed, and you get 96,628 cremations due to the coronavirus or COVID-19. We get a little bit clearer picture here. And now multiply that number by the number of days that the pandemic has been going on since the beginning, which we stated earlier has been 57 days. You multiply 116 times 49, and that will give you the 5,684 total cremations per day. And now let's multiply that by 57 days that have been going on. Of course, they're saying the numbers are decreasing. That's why I'm saying averaging. We're averaging all this out. And that number jumps to 323,988 cremations. They're telling you only 3,013 people have died. 3,013 will not put a strain like that on the medical field. And again, keep in mind, this does not include the extra 20 crematoriums. And this is only the figures in China. I'm going by only what's the figures that had come out of Wuhan. Now, does it begin to make sense why you see all these medical personnel and everyone else running around in hazmat gear? If it was just something simple like a flu bug or a flu type illness, hazmat gear wouldn't be needed. People wouldn't be wearing it. Starting to make a little bit more sense now. And doesn't it make sense also now why the quarantines were put in place? Now, I'm not saying one way or the other, if taking what people are calling the draconian method is the way it should be done. But I'm saying let's put pieces of puzzle together. We see hazmat gear from everybody, especially medical personnel. We see quarantines. We see closures. We see a virtual complete shutdown of the entire city of Wuhan. And you hear these other people go, oh, but it's no big deal. You don't take those measures if it's no big deal. A flu outbreak doesn't and never has just the quote-unquote flu, and not to say that, because the flu can be pretty bad. And it doesn't warrant, though, this type of protection. So people are not putting these pieces together in their head. Don't have those blinders on. This type of self-protective gear is being worn for a reason. And again, it's all basic math, and this all makes sense. And this leads to the most puzzling questions to me, which is, why are so many doctors and professionals out there telling everyone, well, especially now, they're telling everyone that this is nothing more than just a little flu-type bug, and it's nothing to worry about. And when I think about this pandemic right now, one of my favorite movies is 2012. And I know it got a bad rap, but I just love that movie just because I love John Cusack in this movie. And I think he has the best line of all. And his line was, when they tell you not to panic, that's when you run. And that's kind of how I see things now. Everybody's like, at first it was like, oh, the sky is falling. And now it's like, oh, don't panic. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a little bug. Meanwhile, when you put all of these figures into play and you start doing the basic math, it's not just a little figure. And and I really want to stress, this is just food for thought. I don't want to cause people to panic, and I am not saying 300 and virtually 24,000 people have been cremated. But I will say, I truly believe in my heart of hearts the figure is way, way higher, 10, 20, 30, 40 times higher than the 3,013 deaths that they're reporting. I don't believe that for one iota of a second. And so basically this is just food for thought. And to realize that none of us are being given the full picture. So we have to use our deductive reasoning skills, and we have to look at how things are being handled, how our medical staff and other people reacting to the public. There are a lot of videos that come out of China, and we can only believe, there's a saying, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. So if even half of the videos coming out are true, it is horrendous what is happening over there. And it is far worse. Up to tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people have been cremated and dying. And also, I want to reiterate, this does not include anyone who has not died within a medical facility or someone who had been watched and was being watched for the COVID-19. So these figures are much higher than even that. So maybe it could be closer to 300. I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying it could very realistically be 324,000 people, because they're saying 60% of the people are dying at home than what are dying of all the deaths that are being reported. 60% of these deaths are occurring at home. And so that's an even a huger, bigger number to add on top of the 323,000. It gets to be very mind-boggling, and now it makes sense. Now they're adding the 20 extra crematoriums, the staff being so overwhelmed, doctors are passing out, nurses are passing out from sheer fatigue. The desperate cries for help. We need help. They needed a break. What are they going to do? And it's easy for some people to poo-poo that, but unless you've worked in a mass casualty environment, you have no idea the strain that puts on your body. And it's bad. It's bad. I've worked was at the Luby's massacre. I was at the crash, the jet that crashed on the tarmac at Fort Bragg, and then with an 82nd Airborne, where they went flying. A gust of wind took them and threw them all into the ground. So these were mass kill events that I was personally involved in. And there were times when some of these events, you don't get a break. Your patients are coming in one after the other, after the other, after the other. You barely have time to run to the bathroom. You better pee as fast as you can and get out of there and back to the ER, because the patients need care. And so, and then the training events, I've done a few Jade Helm events, which was before I even knew what Jade Helm was. But we did all of this practicing, and because at the time I was in EMT, volunteering with the Red Cross on a military base. So I've been in these situations, both literally and in training, and it is exhausting. You can't even describe it. It's beyond exhausting. So I can only imagine still what those poor medical personnel are going through. And it breaks my heart. It just breaks my heart. Now, the one last thing I want to cover before I finish this video is their job application for these new crematoriums that they're opening up. Funny, not funny. I laugh because I laugh not because it's a funny ha-ha. I laugh because it's sad of the superstitions, but that some people still will believe what they're being told. Now, on this job application, it states as a requirement that the potential employee cannot be afraid of ghosts and demons. Most of us are like, what? What do you mean by ghosts and demons if you're putting a body into a furnace? Well, they're telling these people on the same form that the bodies will sometimes move and scream, and you have to understand that that's just probably a ghost or a demon. This is me paraphrasing. Bodies don't move. They don't scream. So you can imagine, and you can put two and two together, what is truly happening. That breaks my heart. Absolutely breaks my heart. And how that's being allowed to continue or even happen in the first place, God only knows. God only knows. But I'm telling you, dead bodies don't move. Dead bodies don't scream. Okay. Also, I want to reiterate this very important fact. When someone dies away, and I know I said this previously, but I really want to stress this. When someone dies away from a hospital, or from a facility or any place where they're being watched for a specific or particular disease, that count, that body count, is not added to a pandemic situation. Now, we know that these people are dying from COVID-19. A vast majority of them are dying from COVID-19, but because they weren't tested, couldn't be tested, or died before they could be tested, and they died away from and outside of medical care, those deaths don't count toward the total body count. They don't, nowhere, anywhere, it just doesn't count. And that's because they cannot say with 100% certainty, although logic tells you, they cannot say with 100% certainty that that death occurred due to that particular event. However, again, using logic, common sense, and what the people who are reporting this, they're telling you that, yeah, these deaths were COVID-19, but they weren't tested in time and they died. Those bodies don't count. So that number of deaths is exponentially higher than what is reported. And this is just, again, this is how things are done everywhere, even here. And this also explains, again, why the infectious rates are so low. And even here in the U.S., in the United States, our numbers are so low right now. They have a few pockets, well, one here, one there. Washington State seems to be the worst so far. But even here, where I live, there have been some people that I've spoken with who are not feeling very well. They don't know. They're worried, and I get that, but you don't want them to panic, but you understand why they're worried. And they go to the doctors and they're like, "Can you at least test me?" And no, the doctors are not testing here in the United States. Just so if anybody's outside of the United States watching this, understand that. They're the vast majority, virtually almost all of them, other than those who have been tested and are showing up as cases, have been tested. But if you're just some Joe Schmo off the street and you walk in, you're like going, "Oh man, I feel really sick. I got the flu. I'm having a hard time breathing and I'm coughing." They're like, "Please, can you test me?" And they're like, "No, you don't meet any of the criteria." No, it's the same rhetoric that has happened almost in every single country, even though they've all watched this take place in China. In every country, without exception, every single country knows that this disease does not always happen with someone who's had direct contact. By now and for a long time, they have known that. So when their citizens are going into the hospitals and saying, "No, I don't feel very good. Can I please be tested?" And they're saying, "No, you don't meet the travel criteria," that is ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. So, what makes this virus so worrisome? And right now it isn't necessarily the number of deaths, because even though it's way higher than what they've reported, we still don't know what those numbers are. And again, the 324,000, that was an example of what it could be. Not saying that's what it is, but I will guarantee it's not 3,000. But it's how long this virus lives when it's on surfaces and how it spreads so easily. And for me, I think what's even worse than that is the lackadaisical attitude from a lot of so-called professionals. And I know I will harp on these so-called Harvard doctors that are out there spreading, "Oh, don't worry about it, it's nothing." Oh, boy, I wish I could rip their degrees right off a wall, because they're hanging on to that going, "I'm a Harvard doctor." I wouldn't brag about that if this is what you're saying. But yeah, it's just the lackadaisical attitude is what is causing the spreading of this disease. That's the worst, in my opinion. And I should state that this is all just my opinion. And we need to, and it seems like maybe they know this or maybe they don't care, but this virus is attacking and killing people who have a weakened immune system. Those with diabetes, those with high blood pressure, those with cardiac issues, those with lung issues, those with asthma, which is a lung issue. It's like they're, for a lack of a better phrase, they're thinning the herd. Young people are, not to say that they don't get sick, but I don't think any deaths have been reported in a 9-year-old and younger. None at all. No deaths, really very few deaths between at the age of 19 to 10. So as you get older and as you reach a certain age, and of course those 80, 90-year-olds, they're going to be more susceptible to just about anything anyway. But it's really taking out a huge portion of that population. And that's worrisome. Anyone who has an underlying health condition, you're at risk. Your neighbor could be as healthy and vibrant and great, and they could come in contact with this virus and maybe they wouldn't even notice. But then there are other people where your neighbor, maybe you have an elderly neighbor, and you came in contact with somebody and you weren't careful and you carried that virus, and then you come in contact with them and now they've got it. And there was one article I was reading, I think it was an article I was reading or something I was watching. I need to start writing this stuff down. You think I'd have learned that by now. I know. But for example, one guy, I think it's here in the US. Okay, so one person, we'll stick to that. This much I do know for a fact. One person had it. They came down with a full-blown COVID-19 disease, hospitalized for it. They gave it to their wife and their 3 children. They gave it to a neighbor and his wife and their 2 children. Gave it to the person who was driving them to the hospital, and now they're testing that person's spouse and family, and then gave it to one other person, I think a neighbor, somebody else. So it was like, at minimum, this one person infected 9 people. 9. Can you imagine if people were to just follow the advice of these so-called Harvard doctors and not take the standard, precautions? See how serious this is? Pieces of the puzzle. Full hazmat gear. City shutting down. Transportation halting. Forget the stock market. I just think that's just a big joke anyway. I think that is total fear mongering, and they're playing the public like crazy on that one, my opinion. But back to that, we have full hazmat gear. We have city shutting down. We have travel stopping. We have people who are going into the panic buying mode. That's not helpful. Having a run at your local stores for toilet paper isn't helpful. I mean, yeah, everybody should have extra toilet paper. I think it was my daughter who was saying that one of her friends went to the store to buy toilet paper because their last roll, right? They had their last roll and they had to go buy some. And when they went to the store to buy some, people were giving them dirty looks. It's like, okay, don't go to that point where you only have 1 roll of toilet paper left with a whole house full of people. But also, I've seen people in their shopping carts, with the huge packages of toilet paper, how many, 50 whatever plus rolls of toilet paper. They'll have 4, 5, 8 of these in their cart, hoarding. And even though they see people all lined up all the way down the aisle waiting for toilet paper, and they're hoarding all this toilet paper, and I'm just like, okay, don't they understand that toilet paper can be made quite easily? I don't think we're going to have a shortage of toilet paper unless the entire U.S. shuts down, okay? And I think we all agree that's not going to happen. So please, just like with the face mask, please stop hoarding toilet paper so those other people who need it can actually go to the store and buy some. Oh my gosh. The things they need to take seriously don't, and other stuff that they just should, okay, let it go. They panic and bombard the system. Okay. Now, and another point to back on topic. Another point to consider is this: is since COVID-19 presents like the flu, but again, it is not the flu. That's going to be my favorite saying. How are the figures for flu-related deaths? How can we trust those? People are dying from what is being called the flu. Were not tested to see if it was instead COVID-19. Like I was telling you, here in the United States, a lot of people have what the doctors are calling the flu, but they aren't testing them to see if it could be the coronavirus. And here's the kicker here in the United States. I know I first heard about this maybe around the first part of January, at least. But I know our government knew about that before, knew about this whole process before. And so, okay, point being. Okay, yes, I heard, sorry. I heard about this probably around the first part of January. And our government has had well over 2 months to start making these test kits. They had just like these other countries, everyone had plenty of time to start making test kits. Did they do it? No. And now they're all like, oh, we don't have any test kits, we have to make them. Well, for those in charge of this type of the government, do your jobs. Why were you not preparing? Why did you not have these made ahead of time? You knew, you saw the writing on the wall. Everyone sees the writing on the wall in their countries that it is coming to them, and it has come to them. So why were you not prepared? There's no excuse, none whatsoever. People should be able to be tested almost right now, almost at will, and I'm not saying they should be, but they should have had a much better handle on how to deal with this. Oh, and now I'm going to close this all up. Again, I'm going to put them into the puzzle right now. We have to remember, professionals, healthcare professionals, do not dress in head-to-toe hazmat gear for the flu. The only reason we dress in head-to-toe hazmat gear is when it is something highly contagious and something that, contagious, yes, it could be spread, and we don't want to get it. That should be the number one indicator that this is far more serious than what is being said. And it's just, to me, that's extremely worrisome. Okay.
my fellow Americans. Tonight, I want to speak with you about our nation's unprecedented response to the coronavirus outbreak that started in China and is now spreading throughout the world. Today, the World Health Organization officially announced that this is a global pandemic. We have been in frequent contact with our allies, and we are marshaling the full power of the federal government and the private sector to protect the American people. This is the most aggressive and comprehensive effort to confront a foreign virus in modern history. I am confident that by counting and continuing to take these tough measures, we will significantly reduce the threat to our citizens, and we will ultimately and expeditiously defeat this virus. From the beginning of time, nations and people have faced unforeseen challenges, including large-scale and very dangerous health threats. This is the way it always was and always will be. It only matters how you respond, and we are responding with great speed and professionalism. Our team is the best anywhere in the world. At the very start of the outbreak, we instituted sweeping travel restrictions on China and put in place the first federally mandated quarantine in over 50 years. We declared a public health emergency and issued the highest level of travel warning on other countries as the virus spread its horrible infection. And taking early, intense action, we have seen dramatically fewer cases of the virus in the United States than are now present in Europe. The European Union failed to take the same precautions and restrict travel from China and other hotspots. As a result, a large number of new clusters in the United States were seeded by travelers from Europe. After consulting with our top government health professionals, I have decided to take several strong but necessary actions to protect the health and well-being of all Americans. To keep new cases from entering our shores, we will be suspending all travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days. The new rules will go into effect Friday at midnight. These restrictions will be adjusted subject to conditions on the ground. There will be exemptions for Americans who have undergone appropriate screenings, and these prohibitions will not only apply to the tremendous amount of trade and cargo, but various other things as we get approval. Anything coming from Europe to the United States is what we are discussing. These restrictions will also not apply to the United Kingdom. At the same time, we are monitoring the situation in China and South Korea, and as their situation improves, we will reevaluate the restrictions and warnings that are currently in place for a possible early opening. Earlier this week, I met with the leaders of health insurance industry who have agreed to waive all co-payments for coronavirus treatments, extend insurance coverage to these treatments, and to prevent surprise medical billing. We are cutting massive amounts of red tape to make antiviral therapies available in record time. These treatments will significantly reduce the impact and reach of the virus. Additionally, last week I signed into law an $8.3 billion funding bill to help CDC and other government agencies fight the virus and support vaccines, treatments, and distribution of medical supplies. Testing capabilities are expanding rapidly day by day. We are moving very quickly. The vast majority of Americans, the risk is very, very low. Young and healthy people can expect to recover fully and quickly if they should get the virus. The highest risk is for elderly population with underlying health conditions. The elderly population must be very, very careful. In particular, we are strongly advising that nursing homes for the elderly suspend all medically unnecessary visits. In general, older Americans should also avoid non-essential travel in crowded areas. My administration is coordinating directly with communities with largest outbreaks, and we have issued guidance on school closures, social distancing, and reducing large gatherings. Smart action today will prevent the spread of the virus tomorrow. Every community faces different risks, and it is critical for you to follow the guidelines of your local officials who are working closely with our federal health experts, and they are the best. For all Americans, it is essential that everyone take extra precautions and practice good hygiene. Each of us has a role to play in defeating this virus. Wash your hands, clean often used surfaces, cover your face and mouth if you sneeze or cough, and most of all, if you are sick or not feeling well, stay home. To ensure that working Americans impacted by the virus can stay home without fear of financial hardship, I will soon be taking emergency action, which is unprecedented, to provide financial relief. This will be targeted for workers who are ill, quarantined, or caring for others due to coronavirus. I will be asking Congress to take legislative action to extend this relief. Because of the economic policies that we have put into place over the last 3 years, we have the greatest economy anywhere in the world by far. Our banks and financial institutions are fully capitalized and incredibly strong. Our unemployment is at a historic low. This vast economic prosperity gives us flexibility, reserves, and resources to handle any threat that comes our way. This is not a financial crisis. This is just a temporary moment of time that we will overcome together as a nation and as a world. However, to provide extra support for American workers, families, and businesses, tonight I am announcing the following additional actions. I am instructing the Small Business Administration to exercise available authority to provide capital and liquidity to firms affected by the coronavirus. Effective immediately, the SBA will begin providing economic loans in affected states and territories. These low-interest loans will help small businesses overcome temporary economic disruptions caused by the virus. To this end, I am asking Congress to increase funding for this program by an additional $50 billion. Using emergency authority, I will be instructing the Treasury Department to defer tax payments without interest or penalties for certain individuals and businesses negatively impacted. This action will provide more than $200 billion of additional liquidity to the economy. Finally, I am calling on Congress to provide Americans with immediate payroll tax relief. Hopefully, they will consider this very strongly. We are at a critical time in the fight against the virus. We made a life-saving move with early action on China. Now we must take the same action with Europe. We will not delay. I will never hesitate to take any necessary steps to protect the lives, health, and safety of the American people. I will always put the well-being of America first. If we are vigilant and we can reduce the chance of infection, which we will significantly impede the transmission of the virus. The virus will not have a chance against us. No nation is more prepared or more resilient than the United States. We have the best economy, the most advanced health care, and the most talented doctors, scientists, and researchers anywhere in the world. We are all in this together. We must put politics aside, stop the partisanship, and unify together as one nation and one family. As history has proven time and time again, Americans always rise to the challenge and overcome adversity. Our future remains brighter than anyone can imagine. Acting with compassion and love, we will heal the sick, care for those in need, help our fellow citizens, and emerge from this challenge stronger and more unified than ever before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
I cannot stress this enough. I am not trying to cause fear and panic, but this is sobering. the reality of these numbers, when you do your basic math, should be a huge wake-up call. And what I hope this will get people to do is to stop and think, critically think about the entire situation. I know everybody says this and nobody listens. You swear sometimes you're talking to your teenager, right? You tell them, don't go do that stuff, and they do it anyway because they don't listen. And sometimes it's what it feels like. But don't panic. Panic only hurts you. It hurts those around you. It never, ever, 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 ever. Are we clear? Did I get enough evers in there? It never helps. So please, don't panic. Don't start freaking out. None of that stuff. And what I hope everyone gets from this is that they need to be cognizant. They need to take precautions, but most of all, stay clean and sanitize your hands after being outside and coming into contact with surfaces outside your home. Is this virus going to last forever? No. I mean, it may or may not come back, but I think, with everything that we're learning from it, I think we'll get a pretty good handle on this. But the majority of people will probably remain untouched by this pandemic. And yes, it is a pandemic. But for all of those that it will affect, please take their health and safety into consideration. Even though you may not be at risk of getting anything other than just severe flu-type symptoms, pneumonia and stuff like that, understand that you may not even get sick at all. But if you pass that along to someone who has a weakened immune system, by not being cognizant, by not being clean and maintaining, sanitized conditions, you could make someone else extremely sick and possibly even cost them their lives. So let's not do that. Let's, again, wash your hands, wash them correctly, and don't overdo. Please, and this one I have a particular person in mind. When they watch this, they're going to know I'm talking to them. Don't over sanitize your hands. Okay? Alcohol is absorbed through the skin. I think you know where we're going with that. And not saying they got drunk, but I'm saying they felt the effects of the alcohol because they took it to the extreme. And I swear I spent so much time laughing when and they're really upset because they're not feeling very good because of what they did. But I'm laughing going, oh my gosh, why did you do this? Oh, too funny. Okay, back to topic again. Sorry. It was just funny. Don't be like that. Don't panic. Don't overuse hand sanitizer. Wash your hands with soap and water. Dry them off. And if you're out and you're touching things, use tissues or napkins or anything else to touch buttons. Take that, wrap it up, throw it away right away. And I always keep hand sanitizer with me everywhere I go, and I always have. But I always take a little bit of that when I come out, from outside of, if I'm out in public, before I get my car, I'll put some on my hands. So I'm not touching my car, I clean my hands off and then open my car door. And so just be cognizant, take safety precautions, wash your hands, and be careful what you touch, where you touch, and who you come into contact with. And let's all do our part. And by doing this, we will help to keep this from spreading. And don't touch surfaces, and then touch your face. No. And I know I've done that several times doing this, but I'm in my home, and I know I've cleaned my home, but it's still a bad habit. It's a hard habit to break. There you go. Hope you guys have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Elle here. 3/11/2020, March 11th, 2020. Reporting here from the East Coast of the United States. This out of the New York Times, just pulled it up. So 1 hour ago, the WHO declares the P word. So it's official now. It is, according to the WHO, this is their Twitter page, It is a pandemic. So there you go. We have that. Now, I'm going to provide a lot of links, guys. I just simply don't have the time to sit here and go through what's going on. There's a lot of coverage right now on this, and people's time is valuable. So I just want to do really quickly, and then I'll provide you with the links. They're, on the floor right now discussing this. But the WHO has declared it the P word. So the spread of this virus across more than 100 countries now qualifies as a global pandemic, WHO officials said on Wednesday, confirming what many epidemiologists have been saying for weeks. Me too. I'm not an epidemiologist, but I've been saying it too. Until now, the WHO had avoided using the term. Everyone's been avoiding using the term. I even heard there was a bet in this country that they how long they could go without using the word. That's just a rumor. To describe the epidemic leapfrogging across the world for fear of giving the impression that it was unstoppable and countries would give up on trying to contain it. No, that's not how it works. China should have never stayed hush-hush as long as they have, and the WHO and the CDC are both corrupt to the core. Please prove me wrong. Quote, pandemic is not a word used lightly or carelessly. This is from that Dr. Tedros, who should be fired. He's the chief of the WHO. He said that at a conference in Geneva. Quote, we cannot say this loudly enough or clearly enough or often enough. Well, he could be a little more clearly. He added, all countries can still change the course of this P word. Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what they're going to do, guys. That's what they're going to do. But now there's evidence on 6 continents of sustained transmission of the virus, which has infected more than 120,000 people and killed more than 4,300. Not buying those numbers. So all this will be linked. It is interesting to watch what's going on right now. All right, so this is what's going on now. Federal Health Committee meets following the WHO's announcement. This is off of Global News. You can look it up yourself, but I'm going to provide links. There are several discussions in a lot of different countries that are going on right now. So please check the links. So it's official. Did want to report that. Let's see here. This is another big one out of Reuters, same time, an hour ago. White House told Federal Health Agency to classify the virus deliberation / sources. Now, if you haven't heard, they're saying, here, let me just read you what they say. It's out of Reuters, March 11th. The White House has ordered federal health officials to treat top-level virus meetings as classified, an unusual step that has restricted information and hampered the U.S. government's response to the contagion, according to 4 Trump administration officials. The officials said that dozens of classified discussions about such topics as the scope of infections, quarantines, and travel restrictions have been held since mid-January in high-security meeting room at the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, a key player in the fight against the virus. Remember, I told you I was inclined to believe, even though Hal Turner is a bit of an alarmist, that there was information from one of these high security meetings with CDC and de Blasio and Cuomo. I think they might have been by remote or phone or Zoom or something, talking about how bringing up the Q word for New York City, talking about tunnels and bridges and blocking them all off. So yeah, they have plans for a Q. Staffers without security clearances, including government experts, were excluded from the interagency meetings, which included video conference calls, the sources said. Yeah, so this will be linked below. Let's go ahead and move on. This is a big deal, but I'm just, like I said, real quick, going to do this and then provide the links. All right, he's been convicted and he got 23 years in prison. This out of the Associated Press 4 hours ago, so he probably had court. This is in New York, so probably 9 o'clock. He went to court this morning. This is an old picture. Yeah, so New York Associated Press, Harvey Weinstein was sentenced Wednesday to 23, look at that number, y'all. Is it just me? Years in prison for rape and sexual assault. A sight of the disgraced Hollywood mogul's multitude of accusers thought they would never see. Remember, guys, this is what sparked the whole highly, highly detrimental Me Too movement, okay? This started it all, right? We're going to get to Feldman here in a minute as well. Weinstein, who has been accused of violating scores of women, I think it's like 90, was convicted last month. I'm not going to read all that. You can see what it says and these words. I'm just not going to say that. He faced 29. So what really happened here? They did make look. It even says it. Both women confronting Weinstein again in court on Wednesday after their testimony, here it goes right here, helped seal his conviction at the landmark #MeToo trial. It takes a very special kind of evil to exploit connections to leverage rape, said one accuser. I'm not going to read all this, guys. But yes, 23 years. He's supposedly going to be in jail. I think he's in Rikers right now. I imagine that's where they'll be taking him back to, if in fact he's going to the jail. All right, before we get to Corey, again, I'm not going to keep you too long here. Actually, let me hit this one up. This is something that came out of the Daily Beast today, this early this morning. Most Americans will likely be exposed to the virus, Republicans told. A member of Congress who attended the closed-door briefing where the assessment was made called the prediction sobering. This will be linked as well. Last week, Republican members of Congress heard a sobering warning in closed-door briefing on Capitol Hill. There's a good chance most people in the United States will eventually be exposed to the novel coronavirus. It's amazing because even on the Hill, I was watching that live feed that I just flashed up there. They're calling it this too, the coronavirus. Why are we not calling it COVID-19? I thought that was, I don't know. I just think it's interesting. They switch back and forth. According to one former official. So this will be linked, okay? This is something you should take a look at. All right, we're going to just touch on Corey Haim, who just the timing of this is odd. I mean, with Harvey having court this morning, he was supposed to do his My Truth doc or whatever, one time only pay-per-view last night. But I guess there was a problem. We'll get to that in just a minute. I talked to you guys about this in my live last night and before. I knew this was going to happen. I also got some local news today that the big district that we just moved from when we moved here right around Thanksgiving time is shutting down Monday to prepare everyone, get everything in order to find out who needs computers, who has computers, supply the computers so that students can work from home. This is a very, very big district. In PA, we have supposedly several cases in several different counties and in Philadelphia as well. And the reason I say that when I talk about this Commonwealth of PA is because the city of Philadelphia has completely different laws and rules than the counties in this Commonwealth. So just Just want to let you know that. This I predicted. I knew this was going to happen. Warriors to host the Nets without fans as San Francisco bans crowds of 1K or more. Right. But we have to have the sports. We have to have the power on if they want everybody in their house. Right, guys? Golden State Warriors. Didn't they just win like a... Anyway, we'll play Thursday's game against the Brooklyn Nets without fans in attendance in accordance with San Francisco's bans on gatherings of 1,000 people or more to combat the spread of the virus, the team announced Wednesday. So they're going to be playing like this. We're going to see a lot of this, guys. My prediction is that we're going to be... whether it's in specific communities or I don't know how they're going to do it. But this will affect everyone as far as having to stay in your house, be it by choice, be it by, that's my call. I mean, they're going to be running games and everything, but with no fans. So just wanted to report on that. All right, let's get into this Corey thing. This is his website. You can gain, if you push the access button, you could purchase it for $20. I won't do it. Look, I feel for all the children in Hollywood, past, present, future. I think any parent that pushes a young child into that has issues. Only God can judge us. This is just my feelings, guys, just how I feel about it. So this was my truth, the rape of two Coreys. The trailer I already showed you guys. It's just him listening to Judy Haim, his best friend's mom. Because he's not just talking about himself. He's waited 10 years. Ticket sales were released on 2/22/2020 because he said that was Corey's favorite number. 22 was Corey's favorite number. This whole thing is a mess. Apparently, it didn't work. Let me see if I can find what happened. It was hacked. Corey came out and made a statement, but let me just play you something in fairness to Corey Haim. I don't think it's right to speak ill of the dead, especially, in a situation like this when they had a TV show together. They could have done tons of stuff. And I do agree with Judy here when she says, she doesn't really have a problem with it other than he's making a movie out of it. Why does it need to be a movie? And from my understanding, I already predicted it. I should pull up my video. He named Sheen. Okay, John Grisham, he already, not the author, the actor, John Grisham. So he already named Alfie. He did name, I don't want to get it wrong. It was a big one though. There was a bigger one. Marty Weiss, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. But let's hear what Judy Haim had to say about this whole My Truth or Truth documentary about not only Feldman, but her son, who died at age 38, and not from a drug overdose, but from pneumonia. That's what's on his death certificate.
Before Corey Feldman did the interviews today, you had called him a scam artist. After watching his interviews today, do you still feel that way?
I'm not sure if he is that. I mean, that's assuming a little bit too much. But his actions and what he's doing, I'm not buying it.
Right. What do you?
By the way, this is from 2017, and I realize that. There's going to be links under this video of her recently, but just listen here.
What do you feel that he's doing? What are you not buying?
I'm not buying the fact that he needs $10 million to do a movie in order to name names.
Right.
That's what I'm not buying. He talked about it. Actually, he said he went to the police in 1993, and he told them about it, and they didn't take it seriously. Well, you know what? The door opened up in Hollywood right now because of Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah.
Now.
All right, that's why I picked this clip. I know it's old. This was the first time he came out and tried to get money. He said he needed it for lawyers. It wasn't really for the production of the movie, but it was for security and lawyers and his safety, the $10 million. But there you go, the Me Too movement, right?
It's a good time to do. Forget 1993.
You saw his tweet, I'm assuming. He wrote this. This is when you called him a scam artist before he had done the interviews. He said, "You guys know I don't ever say anything bad about anyone, but Judy Haim, brackets, no longer her last."
See, this is, you guys know I don't ever say anything bad about anyone. I always say this, everything after but is bullshit, okay?
His name is a bad woman who vehemently protects evil. She has been creating distractions and diversions since her son's death to shun away the feelings of true guilt she must bear. Hashtag blasphemy. What was your reaction to that?
So I looked at it and I said, number one, who's protecting evil?
Right.
I mean, I could never, I've lost a lot of friends. I could never, ever speak about, I mean, this is just crazy. For him, Feldman, to have said this about her after, you know, her son's gone.
Is it me or is it him for all these years?
What happened to Corey Haim? He told me the story. It's not my place to go out and name the name of his abuser because it didn't happen to me.
But you seem to be saying if you get the $10 million and make the movie, you will do that.
I still can't say what I didn't see.
If you can't name names, then stop talking about my kid.
Do you believe that Corey Feldman is a victim?
I feel very bad for his upbringing. He didn't have any life. I feel bad about that. I feel bad about the fact that he had to go through this. I feel bad that my kid had to experience this one-time horrifying thing. I feel bad.
Did she say one time? Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. Did she say one time?
Experience this one-time horrifying thing.
She did.
I feel bad about everything.
All right, so I don't know what's going on here. This one over here to the right, Good Morning America. She was on a couple weeks ago. Basically the same rap. But I picked this because the Me Too movement, it's all fallen into place. Now, I did watch Corey on Wendy Williams. I watched it. You know, look it up if you don't believe me. But on his right hand, he had, I don't know why someone would have all these people with just this thin red string around their wrists, or in his case on Wendy Williams, around two of his fingers, and then his wrists. You know, I don't know. Is there, I guess I didn't get the fashion memo on the red string, the thin red string. But I don't know what's going on here, but it's definitely not on the up and up, especially if you couple it with, you know, it got hacked last night. You know, apparently he named names, but nothing too shocking. But yeah, so this happened, guys. It's now official. The P word is official. Please, guys, be excellent to one another, but keep your distance. Also, very, very important. I need to show you guys something. All right, guys, I want to bring this up. I'm going to mirror a 20-minute video, guys. It's 20 minutes out of your life. It's definitely something you should watch, but this is from, some may know him as Rational H-Bomb, but this is from Kevin W. McCarn, PhD. Now, I've known him, you know, from YouTube for a while. Very intelligent man. I did not know that he had a PhD until he realized and recognized some things and felt the need to come forward. So right now, this is live. He started streaming 23 hours ago. This is what his description box says. All this. The potential consequences of central nervous system infection. And that's what he's talking about. Now, it's good to look at Dr. Paul Cottrell and Dr. Campbell and Dr. Boyle. We need to listen to everyone. So I'm going to mirror a 20-minute video for you guys to watch. Listen, just because I link it doesn't mean I think it. All right, but this is what he's doing, and I'm going to mirror his 20-minute video. I think everyone should take 20 minutes to watch it. This is novel, meaning new. So any doctor that's willing to look at it, we should take a listen to. Playlist of related informational lectures about the potentiality for limbic disruption and emergent erratic behaviors and their neuropsychological basis. I will use this channel to try from a scientist's perspective. So he's got 20 years of PI, or is that P1? I'm not sure, of level of neuroscience, okay, to investigate the currently emerging pandemic. We will look at and discuss in real time data as it appears. All incoming data will be discussed, and I will try to give an honest appraisal as possible. All right. Current streams are geared toward exploring the hypothesis that CoronaChan is a biowarfare attack and what we as individuals should do in the current scenario. He is in Japan. That's where he will be streaming from 24 hours a day, monitoring Royal Japan for the Japanese response to the Corona-chan, real life Ghibli. I do enjoy that movie, Ponyo. I think Disney even owns Ghibli Studios as well. But intercepted with depth analysis of the topic of the day. The dissident scholar, aka Rational H-Bomb, or Kevin W. McCarn, PhD. So I'm just beseech you all to please watch the 20-minute video. You can speed it up if you want. I think it's 19 minutes and something. I'm going to mirror it, so I just want to go on record. Just because I'm mirroring doesn't mean I agree with every single thing in it, okay? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Whereas this is it right here. This is the 20-minute video. It's called...
Hello everyone, I'm Dr. McCann.
Yeah. So, and you can see the chat. This right here. 19 minutes, 25 seconds. Definitely something that you should take a look at. All right, guys? As far as the rest of the stuff, to me, hearing, the WHO tell us it's the P word isn't anything new. We were all expecting this. The Corey stuff and the Weinstein stuff. Also, I didn't think he would get 23 years. Now, will he do that 23 years? Is he really going to be the fall guy? Or are they going to ship him off to, somewhere, some island somewhere? I don't know, okay? Who knows what's going on around here? But I do know this. You need to be prepared. You need to be prepared to be in your home with ample food and water for the people who live there. I say for 30 days. I say for 6 months to a year. But if you're starting from square one and you don't have anything, don't go out. Don't be panic buying and all this. I know it's hard for some. Try to be rational about it. Just get things that you know. Because National Guard, if quarantines come in, they'll give you food. But I know my oldest son, he eats like 6 things and that's it. So if you have a child like that, you want to be sure you have vitamins and whatever you feed that difficult child or adult. Just make sure you have the necessities. Us humans can live with a lot less, especially us Americans, than we do now. A lot less. So you'd be surprised. Things are going to get bad, in my humbled opinion, before they get worse. But we'll just have to watch this play out. I am going to keep doing what I've been doing, which is tending to my family, homeschooling, learning, like I try to learn every day, keeping in touch with you guys, keep bringing you guys whatever, I'm doing air quotes, news. So that's my goal. But I want all of you to be safe, be forward thinking. Don't put off tomorrow what you can do today. I mean, one day in this case can make a difference. Someone in your neighborhood could have this or pass away from this. Like in Cali, they locked down your whole street for 2 weeks. Okay. Now, I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm being a realist, guys. All right. And I'm a cynic. I'm not even being cynical. I'm just being a realist. Yeah. All right, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Please check the links. I'm going to mirror that video at some point this evening. So come back and check that out if you get the alert for it. Or you can just, the link will be under this video if you want to check it out sooner. Thank you, guys. Thanks to all of you who watch my channel and give me the thumbs up. And all that, and leave comments. I very much appreciate your comments. I read every single one of them, as you all know. And if this is your first time here, please subscribe. All right, guys, prep and pray, and peace out.
Thank you very much. We just attended a very important task force meeting on the virus that everybody is talking about all over the world, no matter where you go. That's what's on people's minds. And we are going to take care of and have been taking care of the American public and the American economy. We are going to be asking tomorrow, we're seeing the Senate. We're going to be meeting with House Republicans, Mitch McConnell, everybody, and discussing a possible payroll tax cut or relief, substantial relief, very substantial relief. That's a big number. We're also going to be talking about hourly wage earners getting help so that they can be in a position where they're not going to ever miss a paycheck. We're going to be working with companies and small companies, large companies, a lot of companies, so that they don't get penalized for something that's not their fault. It's not their fault. It's not our country's fault. This was something that we were thrown into, and we're going to handle it, and we have been handling it very well. The big decision was early when we shut down our borders. We're the first ones ever to do that. We've never done that in our country before. We would have a situation that would be a lot more dire. Also, we're going to be seeing Small Business Administration and creating loans for small businesses. We're also working with the industries, including the airline industry, the cruise ship industry, which obviously will be hit. We're working with them very, very strongly. We want them to travel. We want people to travel to certain locations and not to other locations at this moment. And hopefully that will straighten out sooner rather than later. But we're working with the industries, and in particular those two industries. We're also talking to the hotel industry. In some places actually will do well, and some places probably won't do well at all, but we're working also with the hotel industry. But the main thing is that we're taking care of the American public, and we will be taking care of the American public. And I really appreciate the professionals behind me and the professionals actually behind them in a different room. We have a tremendous team, and it's headed up by our great Vice President, Mike Pence. And I want to thank Mike because he's been working 24 hours a day, just about. He has been working very, very hard, very diligently, and very professionally. And I want to thank him. I want to thank the team. And I'll have Mike say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just completed today's meeting of the White House Coronavirus Task Force. We had the opportunity to brief the President today on a broad range of issues. And once again, because of the unprecedented action that President Trump took in January, suspending all travel from China, establishing travel advisories for portions of South Korea and Italy, establishing screening of all direct flights, all passengers from all airports, Italy and South Korea. We have bought a considerable amount of time, according to all the health experts, to deal with the coronavirus here in the United States. In fact, as I stand before you today, the risk of contracting the coronavirus to the American public remains low, and the risk of serious disease among the American public also remains low. That being said, the President did deploy not just a whole-of-government approach, but also a whole-of-America approach. And last week, at the President's direction, we met with leaders in industries from nursing homes to airlines, pharmaceutical companies, commercial labs, and it's had great impact. Pharmaceutical companies are already working literally around the clock on the development of therapeutics that will be medicines that can bring relief to people that contract the coronavirus. And I know how pleased the President was to learn that the commercial labs in this country, led by companies like LabCorp and Quest, have already brought a test forward and are taking that to market effective today. This week, at the President's direction, we'll be meeting with hospital CEOs, health insurance CEOs, and all building on top of what the President will be announcing tomorrow with regard to economic relief for working Americans. We also met today in a conference call with 47 of America's governors. We were able to brief them on the latest, the progress that we've made. We were able to confirm with them that testing is now available in all state labs in every state in the country. Over 1 million tests have been distributed before the end of this week. Another 4 million tests will be distributed. But as I said before, with the deployment of the commercial labs, we literally are going to see a dramatic increase in the availability of testing, and that's all a direct result of the President's leadership. Today, in a few moments, we will outline community guidance that Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci will be publishing. President's direction, we're going to be providing guidance about how to keep your home safe, how to keep your business safe, how to keep safe and healthy at your school, and we'll be publishing that information and speaking about that. A brief word about the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess has docked this afternoon in Oakland, California, at a commercial dock. 25 children, we were happy to learn through the screening over the last 2 days. The 25 children on the ship are all healthy. Of the people that have contracted the coronavirus, 21 in all, they are being dealt with in proper isolation, working with health authorities in California. We hope before the end of today to begin to disembark California residents to Travis Air Force Base and Miramar. We've made arrangements with Canada and the UK to take their passengers back. They'll be transported directly to the tarmac, charter flights home, and tomorrow the remaining passengers will be transported again through very, very carefully controlled environments, buses, out to the tarmac and flown to military bases in Georgia and Texas. All the passengers will be tested, isolated as appropriate, quarantined as appropriate, and I want to express appreciation to the Governor of California and his administration, the Governor of Georgia, the Governor of Texas for their strong cooperation with us in resolving the issues around the Grand Princess. It has been a partnership which the President directed us from the very beginning, and the process that Bob Kadlec will detail in any questions in a few moments continues to work and move forward. The remaining people on the ship, the crew itself, will push off from the dock, and they will be quarantined and observed and treated shipboard. But the President made the priority to get the Americans ashore, and we're in the process of doing that, as well as returning foreign nationals. Let me just say one other point. As the President's spoken today to congressional leadership, one of the things that I informed the President that I had been hearing from governors, is the concern about hourly wage earners in this country feeling that they had to go to work even if they were ill. The President has tasked this economic team and is working already with leaders in the Congress to make sure that that anyone feels that they are at risk of losing their job or losing a paycheck because they may contract the coronavirus. When we tell people if you're sick, stay home, and the President has tasked the team with developing economic policies that will make it very, very clear that we're going to stand by those hardworking Americans, stand by those businesses, large and small, and make it possible for us, as the President said from the very beginning, to put the health of America first. We'll be available to take any questions on any of these topics, but Mr. President, I didn't know if you wanted to speak a few more.
I think what
closing.
we will be doing is having a news conference tomorrow to talk about various things that we're doing economically. They'll be very major, including obviously the payroll tax cut. And so we'll be meeting again tomorrow afternoon. We'll be coming back from the Senate. We have a lot of very important meetings set up. And we'll have a press conference sometime after that. And we'll explain what we're doing on an economic standpoint and from an economic standpoint. But they will be very dramatic. And we have a great economy. We have a very strong economy. But this blindsided the world. And I think we've handled it very, very well. I think they've done a great job. The people behind me have done a great job. So I will be here tomorrow afternoon to let you know about some of the economic steps we're taking, which will be major. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, have you been tested? Have you been tested, sir?
Mr. President, have you been tested?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Has he been tested? Have you been tested?
I have not been tested for the coronavirus.
Has the president? Has the president been tested?
He's been in contact with people who were in proximity to somebody who had the virus.
Let me be sure and get you an answer to that. I honestly don't know the answer to the question, but we'll refer that question and we will get you an answer from the White House physician very quickly. Let me ask Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx to come to the podium. You all and the American public will have at their fingertips very quickly guidance that this is for every American. We're working with communities like the Seattle area, like portions of California, New York, and Florida that have what we call community spread, a concentration of coronavirus cases. But we directed our team to come up with helpful recommendations for every American family, every American business and school. And if Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci step forward, they can outline that for you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. It was good getting out last week, meeting with communities. We know that the real solutions to this is every American has a role in stopping the spread of the virus. And so we wanted to really put out guidance for every American and every community that was practical and common sense, but detailed in a way that everyone would know precisely what to do. The guidance will be around how to keep workplaces safe, how to keep schools safe, how to keep the home safe, and how to keep commercial businesses safe where people would eat or be present. The importance about this is we believe that communities are at the center of this. I came from a field where it was the communities that really solved our issues around HIV prevention. And so we're very much speaking to the communities and the American people about what can be done. All of this information came from a paper that Dr. Fauci provided from the Australians, first author Dalton. So you can actually look up the scientific evidence that informed each of these guidelines. But we will be providing that this evening in great detail so that every mother, father, child, son, daughter, caregiver will know precisely what to do and what to ask for.
Dr. Fauci?
Yeah. Just to reiterate what Dr. Birx said, it was as simple as that. We have been speaking about the kinds of things that would keep our citizens safe in a variety of environments. We've been speaking about on telephone calls, we've been speaking about at conferences. The CDC has been talking about this for a long time, as has Dr. Birx and I. So we thought we would put it together in a neat formed way that would be available to the general public. What Dr. Birx had mentioned is that just the other day I got one of many, many emails where some of my colleagues that I know from Australia actually decided they were going to write a paper on it and make a number of boxes, which was exactly saying what we had been talking about. So we came up with the idea it would be very good for clarity. So why don't we just put it together, edit it a little, and put it in a way that people can look, what about the home? What about the school? What about the workplace? These are really simple, low-tech things. There's nothing in there that's complicated, but it's just stated in a way that's clear that people can understand.
I might ask the Surgeon General if there's anything about the guidance you want to reflect on.
Well, one thing I want folks to know is that we have been looking at the data from around the world, and we now know more than we ever have about who is at risk. Who is at risk, and I hope you will help us communicate this to the American people, are people over the age of 60. They're much more likely to develop complications from the coronavirus and to be hospitalized from the coronavirus. The average age of death is age 80. Now, what we also want communities to know is that if you are a child or young adult, you're more likely to die from the flu if you get it than you are to die from coronavirus. So there is something about being young that is protective. We want people to be reassured by that. We want people to know that we are really focusing in on those groups that are at highest risk for complications and helping them understand how to be safe. And this new advice that's going to be coming out tomorrow is designed to keep our community safe, to help keep the most vulnerable safe. And it's important to understand that even though young people aren't at risk for dying from coronavirus, they can potentially spread that to older people in the communities and people with chronic diseases. So it's important we all take precautions, washing our hands, covering our cough, keeping our distance from people who are sick, and taking the steps that will be coming out in this new guidance to help make sure we're doing everything we know possible to keep our most vulnerable protected.
Great. Well done. Thank you. And I'm going to, I think the Surgeon General raises a very important point. You know, my mother is 88 years young. My stepfather's about the same age. This is just a really good time. What Dr. Fauci tells us, what the experts tell us, is to look after family members, loved ones who are senior citizens, and particularly those who have serious underlying health conditions. All the data, Dr. Birx confirms to us that they're the most vulnerable to serious consequences if they contract the coronavirus. But the guidance that we would ask members of the media and the American public looking on, you can go to coronavirus.gov. This information will be posted tonight, and hopefully it will be useful, helpful, common sense for families, for schools, for businesses, and for commercial establishments that welcome the public in, just to create the kind of practices that we believe will mitigate the spread of the coronavirus across the country as a whole. But with regard to seniors, I might just ask Seema Verma to step up and speak about. Last week at the President's direction, we raised the standards for every nursing home in America with regard to infectious disease, and we are deploying all 8,000 of our inspectors in every state, as we told the governors today, to focus exclusively on infectious disease compliance at our nursing homes. Our hearts break for the families at the Kirkland Nursing Home in Seattle. The loss of life has been grievous, but we are sending the message out, working with our governors to make sure our nursing homes and long-term care facilities have the additional layer of protection against the spread of the coronavirus. And maybe you'd give us
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As he said, that's exactly where our focus is. It's around infection control, and we're working with the entire healthcare industry. Today we issued more guidance to nursing homes about really upping their screening of people that are coming into the nursing home and making sure that, you know, they're gloved and they have masks so that we can protect people that are in the nursing homes. The other thing that we're doing is, because we know that many of our senior citizens are vulnerable, we want to make sure that they know that the Medicare program is behind them and we're here to support them. We're letting our patients know that they can get a coronavirus test and that there is no cost sharing associated with that for our seniors on the Medicare program. And we're also letting them know that because of the President's leadership, over a year and a half ago, he took action to actually extend more telehealth benefits to our nation's seniors. And this is a very historic change that we made under the President's leadership. And so if they're sick and they're ill, they can call their doctor, they can Skype with their doctor, and Medicare will reimburse for those services. And we've also, in our conversations with governors today, we've talked about having telehealth services also available in the Medicaid program.
Great. Let me invite Bob Kadlec, who is Deputy Secretary of HHS, to come forward as well to fill us in on the latest on the progress on the Grand Princess.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
That is dockside now and is going through a very careful process of having Americans and foreign nationals come off, and everyone will be tested.
Thank you very much, sir. And yes, we began our medical operation to basically disembark those passengers. On Saturday, we placed a medical crew on that boat to augment the physicians and nurses that were already on the ship. We basically ensured that the quarantine on the boat and isolation were being enforced, and then evaluated first the children and those who were ill, identifying anyone who is severely ill if possible. When the boat arrived on dockside today, additional medical personnel came on board, and we began an orderly disembarkation. Our intent is to basically